Hello.
Alright, yeah, that was a really awesome PB by Abandon. I hope you guys enjoyed that run. And I think if we're ready to go with KH Fan here, we're going to dive into Jiminy's journal now.
Yeah, I hope you guys are ready for about 12 hours.
Oh boy. Alright, you ready, KH Fan?
Yeah, you can start. I've been sitting here for like 4 hours. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, but you can start.
Alright, cool. I'll get going. Yeah, Salad will be here to commentate after the first couple hours or so, but KH Fan will be doing it for him in the meantime. So I hope you guys enjoy. I'll just speak a little bit about a couple things until KH Fan gets back. This is Jiminy's journal 100%. If you guys are not familiar with what that entails, it's basically getting everything completed within Jiminy's journal. So that includes chess, mini games, missions, forms, and summons to max level, all the tournaments, things like that. There are no gummy missions required in this. Thank goodness, gummy missions add like 4 to 5 hours to the run, but we don't have to do anything extra for those. Oh boy.
Alright, here we go.
Okay, I'm sorry, I will try to adjust this a little bit more. We have some audio level problems.
Oh wow, your game is dark in this forest. Or these woods. So did you explain what this category is and stuff?
Yeah, I got into the beginnings
Okay.
of it.
So yeah, you saw Salad do 80% earlier. You're in for a whole lot more this time?
Yeah, luckily the first few hours of this run are still basically the same 80% run. We just kind of grab a few extra chests. Once we get to the 4-hour mark, though, or so, is when things are really going to start getting amped up with the journal content.
This is a nice mail delivery minigame. Nice and quick just to get a bit of money. So we can move on to the next day. Yeah, I Salad is not commentating at the moment. He will be later.
Alright, I'll be back in to speak a little bit more when I can. I'm trying to work through some tech issues while I'm playing right now.
Yeah, to try to get everything sorted out.
Yeah, we tested everything. I thought I had everything sorted out, but things are popping up.
If any fun happens, and I don't even know how long in a JJ run. It's like multiple hours down the line, I can tell you that. But yeah, here's Twilight Thorn. We get introduced to some reaction commands. This is a kind of a fundamental thing of this game, reaction commands. So on Twilight Thorn, kind of want to combo him a certain way so you can avoid getting hit by his creepers. You basically try to hit the creepers away with a second set of combos on his head, and if you can knock them away right, you can just do the RC, or you can dodge the RC and do some combos, and hopefully you can just get a real quick fight. Just like the perfect fight that Sephi had. So yeah, Hayner, he's basically gonna bait him back into the corner, and then he's gonna try to do full combos on him, and then he's gonna wait until Hayner's about to retaliate and do more combos, and just try to get all the orb from him as quickly as possible.
Alright, I think we're relatively okay. I do apologize for the video tearing. This is just the quality that we had to go with to make it so my stream could run properly. Otherwise it would be a laggy mess. I can't really improve that. But we will roll with what we have.
That's more like it.
Okay, do apologize. Over into I'll be right back screen during sets right here just for the minute because there is one problem I saw that I can fix. I will send that over quick and I will be back. Bye. Or even sooner. That was it.
Time to ante up. Are you scared of
So yeah, basically in Setzer, we kind of just wait it out because we want to lose, so we can get a medal, which gives us +1 strength, which helps us a lot throughout the beginning of the run. It helps us kill just about everything a little bit faster. It's very useful. And there's like no way to end this faster than just waiting out the full minute.
This is hardly a gamble.
Yeah. JJ in first person mode win next time.
Yeah, next marathon.
Alright, and again, now we're just doing the 7 Wonders nonsense. There's nothing extra in Roxas World that you have to do for Jiminy's journal. The journal does not count any of the chests or anything else extra in Roxas World as part of the requirement, so it gets ran through exactly the way you would any other run. Again, we'll be out of Roxas World very soon, and I'll be able to talk a little bit more about what we're doing for the journal requirements as we come across the first chests and things like that.
Yeah, there's not really much going on in Roxas World.
Because this is a pretty chill and laid back category, except for a few specific moments, because once we address things like commentary for synthesis grinding for a particular world, there's not much else to say for the 20 minutes that it takes to get it done. I'll do my best to fill in the gaps with KH Fan and Salad to keep some entertaining commentary, but not a whole lot.
Yes, have you explained that whatever you do in Roxas section doesn't affect the journal when you become Sora, so you kind of just do Roxas section normally?
Yeah, I think I mentioned I mentioned part of that a couple minutes ago, but there isn't even a journal that you can open or access when you're playing as Roxas, so anything that's collected here does not count, mainly because there's no way to actually go back to this particular version of Twilight Town later in the game, so the game doesn't count any of the collectibles as something you can go back and retrieve later on. We do, of course, do a lot of like mini games and chess collection in Twilight Town, but it's just not this version of it.
Yeah, this category is only a little under 12 hours. A lot faster than I'd normally think it would take to complete the journal in this game.
The world record's 11 hours and 3 minutes.
Is it really that low?
Yeah, that's how low I've gotten it now, and the route that I'm doing is a new route that I haven't actually completed a run with yet. It's being being debuted here in a full run, so there's a potential to get the sub 11 that the legend spoke of. 1140 is just my high estimate. If synthesis grinding goes wrong,
yeah,
it can be much higher. It's unlikely, but if every single grind took me an extra 2 or 3 minutes, it would be like an 1130. So.
Wow. Yes, in 2FM, you'd be done with Axel by now, but that's because of loading times. But the loading times in this game aren't that much slower.
No, yeah, they're not horrible. They're not noticeably terrible like in 2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done the best I can to take as much of the randomness out of this category as possible, because for a long time it has just been completely up to grinding chance. And, you know, a good chunk of it still is, but the order that we do certain worlds and the items that we collect and use at certain points, I've tried to make all of that as in control as I can, so that the game is much more up to skill and less up to chance.
Come here, I'll make it all stop.
Alright, now I can start actually doing journal stuff, kind of. Not a lot, but
Yeah, we're still kind of at the beginning, and the journal stuff's a little slow at the start, but it's better than Roxas section. Do you pick the staff, or do you still actually pick the sword?
still the sword.
Okay.
In a sense, the dream weapons don't actually affect our stats, and because any percent is still a good 3 hours in the start of the run, I don't mess with the sword or the strength boost in the beginning of the game. I tried it at one point. I picked the magic struggle weapon at the beginning to get the +1 magic to see if it would speed up synthesis grinding, but it messed with all of the 80% fights too severely for me to
Yeah, the whole like first like 3 hours, it's like kind of weird.
What I will say too, before we go on, is that if I skip any chests, it's not because I'm forgetting them, it's because it is faster to come back and get them when I have glide or during other visits of the world. So, you know, nobody in chat freak out over that.
So in stage nights, you basically just don't want to do finishers because you want to rack up as many hits as fast as possible, and doing a finisher is kind of slow because there's recovery animation after it. Like, and you also don't. Well, you want Donald to use all of his magic fast, so then you have more time without him doing any magic, and you can just sit there getting hits in. And usually we get like a little bit past level 6 with this fight. And you can end this fight about like maybe like 25-30 seconds early, depending on how fast you get hits in. And Sephi seems to be doing pretty good with these hits.
Particularly tough.
Yeah. So this is where we start fighting some of the Heartless. The first enemy fighter just shadows, and they're particularly annoying because they can go underground, like whenever they want, and kind of just dodge some of your attacks. And there's nothing we can really do about that until a little bit later when we get fire, to where we can kind of make sure that we can hit them without them going underground. And here we get to fight some soldiers. They have a RC that can kind of be useful, but you have to line up like multiple soldiers and then use the RC, so you can take out multiple at once, but it's kind of sometimes hard to line them up.
certain chests, like the ones up in here, I will get no matter how long they take, because there are certain areas that we never have to come back to later in the game. I will only skip a chest if it's an area that I have to come back to anyways, that I can do with final form glide, but that room, never touch it again. Another instance.
Wait.
Give me strength.
So here's where you see the first use of Valor form. Valor form is pretty. It's good. It's a very good form for like the beginning of the game because it increases your damage output and you get to move pretty fast. And basically, you just level it up with every hit you do is 1 experience point. And we're gonna want to do like extra hits here and there compared to regular any percent. Because we want level 2, or is it level 3, for when we go to Disney Castle.
It's 2. 2 is enough.
It's level 2. Yeah, 2. You want level 2 so you can get all the chests at the beginning of Disney Castle without losing Valor.
Which, that's basically guaranteed. Even if you don't get level 2 before these castle boss fights, you get level 2 within those fights.
Okay, yeah. And then here we have the Bailey fight, where it's pretty dependent on what Leon decides to do. Because he doesn't do that much damage, and he can kind of pull enemies away from where you would normally be, and then you have to go out of your way to get to them and kill them. And we also have dual stances, which is the RC that the samurais give you. And depending on your position, when you start that, you can kill a whole bunch of enemies, or you can end up killing just about none. It seems like this has been pretty good.
That was
Yeah. Looking very solid.
several gummies are not an essential part of the 100% journal, so I'm not going to do anything in these gummy missions that any percent run.
Bring it on.
Gonna breeze through them.
Breeze through them as if they weren't just about 4 minutes of just sitting there.
Right, I'm just waiting for skip strats.
Yes. Yes, for this game you don't really take that much damage from gummy missions, so you don't really have to worry about anything in these. Unlike 2FM, where you take a decent amount of damage in most of the gummy missions.
Yeah, you can die this one if you put the controller down, but you don't
Yeah.
have to be helpful come by if you. Once you want. Got a bit of journal stuff in Land of Dragons too, but again, it's me. Yes.
So here we have our first use of fire, which is very useful for keeping the shadows a little more, making the shadows a little more controllable, not making them go underground as much. And it's just like the start of magic being very useful throughout the whole entire run. Yes, you are a king for continuing to commentate and fill in and that like go up. Yeah, dude.
That's hold to commentate for quite a bit. I don't know.
Yeah. Just gotta hang in there. Yeah, these are some pretty good missions.
Yeah, I do the last mission first because I don't like it. I don't like it ruining my mission pace, so I just get it out. I do the
Just get it out of the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, and basically in missions you want Donald to use Thunder a lot, because it makes you only have to do 2 hits on the Nightwalkers compared to 1 hit and then a full combo. Helps speed things up a lot. And then now we're gonna be climbing the mountain. Basically, we're gonna be killing. Like, just want to kill the first wave, and then go into Valor, and then dodge the 2 Nightwalkers attack. At least I assume that's what Sephi's gonna do. Or no, he killed them. Okay, never mind. Yeah, then... Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I had that turned off. I think those kill strats are very slightly faster, plus it gives me more experience.
Yeah, more
and,
experience, yeah.
Yeah, hits for Valor form anyways. But Valor form hits happen so quickly when you're leveling them anyways that it's not a huge deal, but I still do as much as I can to think long term in this run. Like, Valor form has to get to level 7 anyways, so free hits then.
Yeah, free hits are always good. So a nice combo to do on like shadows would be fire, fire, and then finisher, because that can kill a lot of them very quickly. Because you catch pretty much all of them in the fire, and then the finisher does a lot of damage to them. So most of them are usually dead after that.
Let's go.
And here coming up, we have Summit Fight, which is just a minute-long fight where just a bunch of rapid thrusters and then eventually bullet towers spawn. We can't skip it or speed it up, so we just use it to get EXP. Usually we like to get around like 60-ish kills, but it's kind of like luck based on whether you get the rapid thrusters RC a bunch or not.
Just for you guys, I'll get 83.
Oh boy. Get over 100.
Back off. This is it. Back off. Yeah. Back off.
Looking like a decent amount of kills. how many kills you get here isn't really that important. But it just kind of, in any percent, it kind of like helps get 31 for Zaldin. I don't know if it really does that in JJ.
Not so much. Because also in JJ, because I want to get as much experience as early as possible to make the tournaments high as possible, I grab every single bulky vendor that I see, and that alone often gives me an extra like 3,000 experience that I'm okay with. Plus, I went into the tower after the forced Twilight Town fight way ahead on experience, so I should be good to go for this run.
Yeah.
Let's do this together. Handle this.
Oh yeah, I forgot the 10 strats would be a thing just because you automatically have to pick up the 10 chests.
I'll handle this. No shoes. Back off. For China. I'm on fire.
Yeah, I really find the 10 strats are much consistent. They are slower than an ideal Valor fight, but yeah, I have the 10 anyways and consistent. I always use it.
Yeah.
Plus, I've got
Might as
so
well.
much practice in on Shan Yu with having a Valor bar that I don't really.
Yeah, that makes it a lot easier. Well, basically in Shan Yu, you want to be in Valor, and then you want to get him down to his HP barrier, which is a little over a bar. And then he'll charge up, and then you want to block his attack that he'll do to you to get the RC. And then after you do the RC, you just want to combo him to death. And if you try to do like a combo while he's charging up, you can usually get enough damage off to where you can kill him in like 2 to 3 combos after the RC. So it's got me ship missions a little more dangerous, but it's not that bad in this game. Cannons can do a little bit of damage if you get hit by a bunch of them, but isn't usually a problem if you're just moving around a little bit. So now we're going to be heading into one of the more RNG heavy worlds of the game. There's just a lot that can go wrong, and it's also a very long world.
I'm gonna make it even longer, because the second half of Olympus Coliseum in the back where the demi-water clones fight is, we don't return to, so every single chest in those hallways I grab now. There's a lot of walking around.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Basically, at the start, we gotta walk all the way down to see Hades, and we can't use drives in the underworld so far yet, so we have to just walk all the way there, which is kind of slow, but there's nothing really we can do. In the second visit here, luckily there's like a skateboard you can ride all the way down, but yeah, this visit we're kind of just stuck walking. So for Hate Escape, basically, you fight one platform at a time, and Hades is there, kind of teleporting around, firing or shooting fireballs and stuff at you, kind of just messing up the fight. Because you don't want him to like hit you with the fireball because it can knock you out of attacks and stuff, and it can ruin certain things. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's kind of yeah. You want to try to get some back cries about the fight, because that can do a little bit of damage. And you also want to use Orange Limit on like the last wave, because that will give you the ability to just damage everything. Because there's a lot of well, just because of the large body, kinda has a lot of health, and your physical attacks don't do that much.
Wasn't a make feel bad.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna do Salad's left path on this. There's neither chests on.
Your left path.
Salad. Doing classic right path. Old school.
Good strats. So yeah, Cerberus is pretty straightforward. He's kind of combo his heads and basically you have to combo his heads and then use Orange Limit during his DM. Then you want to try to get the RC, so then you can stun him and get a bunch of damage off. And yeah, that was a good Cerberus. Usually you can kill him after the RC, which Sephi was able to do. And yeah, the ability that you get from defeating Cerberus is Dodge Slash in this game, and Dodge Slash is one of the most useless abilities in this entire game. Just has no real purpose. It kind of just messes everything up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Here we have urns. You can kind of just if you get rid of enough of the urns in the first two waves, you can get the big urn to spawn early. And then you kind of just knock the big urn into the smaller urn to get a bunch of big orbs.
Alright, so I get the down here. That route because I have to grab every chest onto this door before entering the fight.
So yeah, this is Demix, and this is a bunch of RNG because you can do the RC, and if you do it right into Demix, you kill a bunch of the clones as they're spawning. But if you send the RC away from Demix, you kind of just kill a couple, and then yeah. So there's a lot of randomness to this fight, and whether or not the RC goes in the right direction and stuff like that. And usually in this fight, you want to get like above a 40, probably like a 45 to 50 is a good fight right here. But there's just so much randomness that you can get anywhere from like a 30 to like a 50. It's pretty bad sometimes.
Okay.
So yeah, this first fight with Pete is timed. You kind of just have to wait it out. Usually, you just kill the enemies and collect their money. Not all we can do here. And basically for the second part of Pete, you're gonna want to go with Valor to knock everything up, and then try to get a back cry on Pete. And then you just want to hit him in Valor to kill him. But it's dependent on if he pinballs at the start, and the fight can go a little downhill. Because if he pinballs right away, it's kind of hard to hit him with your stuff, with your back cry and everything. But he didn't pinball at the start, so it's gonna be pretty good. And the next fight is Hydra, and we're going to be abusing an ability called Trinity Limit. And basically because Hydra has multiple hitboxes after you cut off his first head, kind of makes Trinity broken. Basically, once you bring all 7 of his heads out, if you do a Trinity limit, group Trinity limit, then you use like a Major Drive or an Ultima on him. Since he has so many hitboxes, it just racks up a bunch of hits. You can do a great amount of damage to him. and it's RNG which head pattern Hydra gives you. So depending on which one he gives you, it's easier to get off more damage. But you finish the fight out with another Trinity.
That was
Do a bunch of damage.
well. I was far on one end when I went into the second Trinity. Didn't get enough hits to out.
So now we're gonna get to go to 100 Acre Wood, and we're actually gonna be coming back here later in the run because this is not 80%. We actually have to do this world. Well, it's gonna be much later, where we actually come back and finish the whole entire world. Now we just kind of stop in real quick. And also from that world, we got the Keyblade Hero's Crest, which gives us a very useful ability, air combo boost, which means the finisher of your air combo does a little bit more damage. And this is actually Keyblade we use for a good amount of time because it's actually really useful. So this fight, if you kill 3 enemies, then 3 more enemies will spawn, and then all the enemies of the fight will be spawned in. And then you just have to do a quick Ultima, a major drive, and then, yeah, major drive will kill everything. Sephi, are you going for 1 cycle?
No.
No, okay, because you're actually smart. Good job.
No, not ever.
Not ever. Oof.
Not in journal, at least, because the run is too long for me to risk the time loss from it when Chicken Little's consistent. Just get it done forward.
Feel that.
This sure is exciting.
cake.
So now we're going into Beast Castle. Beast Castle's a pretty kind of short world. It's just four not really that long boss fights that are pretty simple. Without going for one cycle, it's there's not really anything that can lose you that much time in this world. And in the Shadows fight, you basically just want to rack up a bunch of hits with Trinity so you can end it real fast. We don't really care about the EXP that much. I take it you bought the silver rings to have more magic for grinding. Well, not grinding, since grinding later.
Yeah, the silver rings themselves. Pretty quickly replace them with bigger things. With this, this is one of the big things I added in. They're just doing all this. Return to them periodically. Collect extra. But I do need the silver rings. Like final form grinding and one or two other things I upgrade.
Yeah.
Give me strength.
So basically in Thresholder, he's gonna use Chicken Little and then just go for the 2 cycle. But there's a strat where you can use Valor, and if you do 4 hits and then a finisher on the Thresholder, you can kill him with just that one combo. But it's not 100% consistent, so it's not really worth going for in the category. It's only a 15-second time loss. Something like that's not worth it in something this long. And now we do this kind of little escort thing where you have to lead Mrs. Potts and I think Lumiere around the room so you can light up torches. And then you can move on to the area.
do the trick.
Yeah. Ha. Ha.
I think this'll do the trick.
Let's go.
So Beast is a pretty simple fight. You kind of just do 2 hits and then a full combo in Valor, and he's dead pretty quick.
Compose yourself.
So, basically, for that shoulder, except he's going to be going for a strat called Windowless.
Stop you right there.
You don't do that?
Up to the window and do it old.
Dang.
One of those things that I like being consistent with.
So yeah, he's gonna kill that shoulder in Valor. So with Darkthorn, if you hit square, and then if you hit square, you can over the horizon and then do a finisher. And if you immediately go into Trinity, you can get a lot of damage off, and then you just have to do 2 combos after Trinity. And yeah, Sephi had a good fight, despite not having that much Valor.
I tried jumping too late. The phase swallowed up there.
So now we're gonna have Disney Castle, and then at the beginning of Disney Castle, Sephi's gonna run around and pick up all the chests before going to the mini escort. And that's why we needed level 2 Valor, which he got in Shadow Stalker. Yeah, it was Shadow Stalker. Because with level 2, you just barely have enough to get all the chests and then make it to mini. Because there's a good amount of chests spread out around here.
Right. There. Let's go. This
So
way.
these mini escorts,
Let's
you kind of
go.
just have to lead mini to the end, and using her RC, you can knock enemies away. Because when she gets hit, she kind of starts going a little crazy. And sometimes it's kind of hard to get her to move again.
Let's go. This way. 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 Let's go.
Yeah, I'm trying to sit here and commentate. A little dead though, a little tired. But we're gonna need to power through until the salad's ready to get on here.
Like I said, it's fine. We already fully commentated the any.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what we're doing again here, so there's not much to mention.
Yeah, I was trying to say a few things, not like too in depth. But yeah, Timeless River here. gonna be seeing a good amount of Trinity limit. We use it in all the windows. Kind of just fast because they're all the windows are just a bunch of enemies, so it's easiest to group Trinity them so we can be killing multiple enemies at once, or at least damaging.
What's that for?
So as you can see, when you use group Trinity, when there's like a couple enemies, you can get a good amount of hits on the group Trinity and usually kill the enemies. Trinity limit's good for crowd control a lot of the time, at least until we get other abilities like Magnet and stuff like that. Chicken Little can also be used in these fights, but it ends up being slower than just using Trinity.
Let's go.
So yeah, we use Valor for Boat Pete because it increases your damage on like the boat, and Makes it easier to get 2-cycle. I don't even know if you can. I don't think you could get a 2-cycle. You can Valor. 2 damage, which is just so a lot lower.
What's that for?
So yeah, Pete has a bunch of HP barriers, and then every time you break one, changes the scene. It can be kind of annoying because like kind of just drags on sometimes. Then he also likes to retaliate like a lot, so you kind of gotta work your combos in a weird way sometimes. But basically, you can usually get 2 full ground combos off before he retaliates. And then you kind of want to jump away or something. And then try to do like an aerial spiral and stuff. Pretty solid feet fight. Really? Yeah, like I have no idea like what my delay actually is, so it's kind of weird sometimes.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's go!
It's got missions actually. Kind of interesting that you can just kind of sit there, not do anything for the whole thing, and you can survive. It's a nice little break.
Salad's coming in at about 20 minutes and hard the rest of the room.
Yep.
Yeah, there's one more world for you, my boy.
Yeah. Salad can give you that good commentary.
Not your commentary. Fine. Agree.
Yeah, I've been going at this for a while now.
Plus, you know, he does know JJ better than so it'll be good.
Yeah.
to have him.
Yeah, because if this was like a lot later in the run, I definitely wouldn't have done it. Because I just like don't know.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah. Salad kind of just told me like, yeah, he's gonna be doing this kind of stuff, and then yeah. But yeah. We're almost there.
I don't even like playing any percent in Jiminy runs because it's just always a massive hindrance to the material I actually want to get to.
Yeah. Because if you want to play any percent, you do any percent.
Which I'm okay at, but my PB is just under 410, so it's not like I'm some miracle any percent runner.
Yeah, but sub 410 is a good time.
It has helped though. My first run of JJ was 15 and a half hours long because I also had like a 445 any percent, so my skill up right. I had to improve it.
Okay. Right.
Port World can be kind of fun because you have to actually use magic in like fun ways. Like you can freeze the pirates and stuff like that. Pretty cool. So like, how much does it actually help if you get like a couple synth drops like this early?
It can help quite a bit, mainly because it really depends on which item you get. Certain items, like Sal was saying, like dark crystals, we only need to get 6 or 7 of those, and I've had runs in Land of Dragons before where that's the only thing I'm searching for after everything else is done for an extra like 2 or more. So getting a drop early can potentially save 1 to 3 minutes.
Wow. Pretty interesting. Yeah, I keep forgetting that you're gonna go and pick up like chests.
Some of those are super as well. One of the more recent route changes I did was collecting the crystals from the chest a little bit early, because if I have more of those, I'm able to size more every single one. This snap.
That's smart.
The Comet is slightly faster here at 80%, but we use Jack's limit because hitting all the limits is a requirement for the journal, and it does just as good of a job clearing out all the Heartless on top of the boat, and it gets it out of the way so I don't have to use it.
So right here we have another timed fight. Just a minute, and you gotta sit there and fight out. So we just try to get as much EXP and money as possible. There's also quick eater chests there, but since you have to grab both chests anyway, it doesn't really matter in this. So here you can bait the 3 pirates that are there at the start to the back, and then you can spam Blizzard on them, and the 3 of them should be dead. And then you can kind of go into Comet and take care of some more of them. And then once you only have the guys with the daggers left, you usually want to go Valor form and take them out real quick. You can go Valor a bit earlier, but it's kind of risky because if you lose Valor, you can lose a lot of time here. So Barbosa is pretty cool, in which you can freeze him, and then you can do some combos on him. And then at the start of this fight, you want to do a combo in Valor, and if you do any more than that, he'll start retaliating against you, and it's kind of hard to get him back, get him to calm down. But yeah, you just want to freeze him, and then do some air combos. And then once you get him down to like a little over a bar, you can do a Trinity, solo Trinity limit. And this should just about finish him off.
Usually anything sub 2 for Barbosa pace AJ for my aim. Nothing bad about this run. Average pace.
Yeah.
There's still a lot to do.
And bring 'em back.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Solid's gonna be hopping in after Agrabah, so just it's a bit longer with me.
H fan tough. Everyone likes H fan. Talking about.
Yeah, dude. So this fight, if you use a comet, you can just like automatically lose like 2 minutes because this takes forever to actually fight out. But if you use a Trinity, you can get a good amount of hits and end it really fast. I don't know exactly how many hits it's supposed to be, but it's quite a lot of hits to end this fight.
Let's go.
So basically the only reason that Sephi went Wisdom was so that you could have an easier time breaking one of the stands in the bazaar to get an AP boost. Because going Wisdom is just about going Valor is just about the same speed. So it can be a little harder to get that AP boost depending on if a Fat Bandit spawns or not. Or if any other enemies get in the way.
Yeah, and we do come back here for grinding later, so I could get that chest there, but I like to use as much AP as possible, because as we do final form grinding, I start to gain a lot of abilities and level ups very quickly, and my AP is scarce. So as many as I can grab now, the better.
Yeah, shoutouts to Sephi for being able to sit and play a video game for 11.5 hours so many times.
Please, I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like the rest of you.
So it's a hard task, 100%ing this game so many times. Let alone once, he does it a bunch.
Definitely. It's tiring, but it's one of those, like, disgustingly worth things. Finish a run.
Yeah. I feel like that'd be very, very rewarding. Yeah, we use Comet a lot in this world, because the finisher does a whole bunch of damage, and even the hits before the finisher, they can also do a lot of damage when there's a bunch of enemies. Yeah, that Frost gem. Let's go. in Cave of Wonders fight, you basically just use 2 comets. You wanna try to get down to like 20, a little into 30 enemies when you use the comet finisher, so then you can get down to the last 3 fat bandits by the end. Twin Lords is one of the fights that I actually like in this game. And you want to use Comet, I'm pretty sure is still the strat. But yeah, you want to. He has a bunch of HP barriers, and you can use to kill like one of them at a time. So you use Comet, and when you do 2 combos, you can get them down to the first HP barriers. And then you also have to kill all the fiery globes and icy cubes to get them to spawn back again. So sometimes that can be a bit annoying because they're really small and they can dodge a lot of your attacks if they really want to. Very,
That was basically a
very solid. Is that solid?
Hi.
Hello.
He has.
He has arrived.
Thank you, KH fan, sticking through.
Yeah, thank you for everyone in the stream listening to me for the past like 7 hours.
And you've got to run later, right? Yes.
Bring it on.
Yeah, me and Sonic are racing for the closing run.
Oh, either.
Oh boy.
Right, thanks, man.
Yeah, good luck with your run.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna hand it off to Salad.
Okay, well, now that this fucker's gone. Okay, you're gonna have to bear with me with the audio, because I might be quiet right now. I'm sure Sephi can boost me up if need be.
You're as loud as you're gonna get.
Yeah, okay. I'm shockingly loud. Okay, good. Hello. When I swore, I meant to say heck. I do apologize. This is a PG-13 stream. But yeah, hi, I'm II Salon. I'll be doing the commentary for the next 9 hours. Maybe 8 hours and 45 minutes if this guy actually goes fast. We will see. How are you doing today, Sephi?
I don't really feel like going fast. I think I'll go slow.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah,
Want to
I'll
see me
enjoy this.
complete this JJ run and back?
Yeah,
I want to see me do it again.
13:30 JJ run. I'm just gonna put the controller down, go take a nap, come back.
14:30, come on. 13:30 is pushing it a little bit. Yeah, so he's finishing a Gami mission right now. As I have said in chat, this is going to be a pretty, like, chill, late night jam session, so I hope you're all prepared for that. I'm sure in a couple of hours I'll get into some intense commentary, but for now we're going to chill and have some fun. My phone just vibrated.
It's me. I sent you something.
Piece
Oh,
of cake.
no you didn't.
I didn't.
Xwazzle liked to tweet.
But if I had, you would have enjoyed it.
Oh, I would have. This is a PG-13 stream, so I'm not going to mention what I was about to.
I always speak like I'm dying when I'm not. I don't talk like this normally.
Me too.
Sephiroth.
Your normal voice is just like one of an angel, and then you start streaming, and it's like, I don't like you all.
Yeah, should we do a Salad Sephi sing along marathon?
I mean, when we get to Atlantica, right? We'll take it in turns. I'll be singing with like 10-second delay, but you know, I'll play the song 10 seconds before it starts on stream, and then hopefully it'll line up properly. Alright, so he's doing a menu. He wants Jack and Goofy. Wow, 10 AP boosts? Holy shit. Sorry for language again. I will not swear. Yeah, you use a lot of AP boosts. You put Jack and Goofy into your party, and then you put Jack on Sore Attack and take his items, because you want to Death Abuse in the next fight. So we want to make sure that Jack doesn't mess that up for us. It's also important that he grab the map in that room, because we don't revisit it later. So that's the only time we get to collect that item.
That was a pretty good abuse.
And I am refreshing stream.
Yeah, I'm sorry
As
they
far-
couldn't have a restream for this. I know it makes commentary kind of stupid, but
Oh no, it's fine. Commentary is fine. I'll just explain the fights a little bit before you get to them. So no worries. Especially when we get to synth grind and stuff later on.
Hearing it?
I feel like I'm at an AGDQ right now. And Cars is just holding up a sign saying, please don't swear.
he's like in the back of the room.
Yeah. Stop it. Alright, so this fight's fun. He's gonna do a bunch of reflex and stuff. Hopefully kill everything pretty quick. And then he's gonna use Jack's limit towards the end of the fight, which is super powerful and kills both of the last enemies really quick.
This a JJ official JJ marathon run that will never be complete without I salad commentary.
No,
On
never.
one hand, since it has. You did
bet.
the last one too.
I know.
You got sick.
I was super ill that weekend, but persevered. I had to get someone to sub my own run after it.
I remember BB came in like a.
Yeah. But this year I managed to get my run before sitting down for 10 hours. This category requires you to get 100% in Jiminy's journal.
Don't worry about hearing me. I'm ugly. As long as you can hear salad.
Exactly.
All that matters.
One very small, minor thing to note here. You'll see, well, about 10 seconds ago for you guys, when he went into Valor, he didn't move forward straight away. He paused a second before going into Valor. And that's because we're at the point where we can go anti-fall, because we have enough points for it. So he's just going to make sure that he doesn't use Valor while inside a fight. Okay, he's opening this fight with a lot of Valor combos to get off the damage. He's going to skip one of the kid's phases by doing a well-timed Trinity. And then after that, he's just going to use an Ether, do some extra hits to get his drive back, and then finish the fight off with air combos. By the sounds of it, that was a pretty decent fight.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
No, we're not doing full 100%. We're doing just Jiminy's Journal 100%. Platinum is more than Jiminy's Journal 100%, but full 100% is more than Platinum, if that makes sense. I'm not doing anything with the gummy mission. I'm doing everything else in the game that you could possibly do except the gummy missions.
And going to level 99, because that's pretty arbitrary. Or 100? 99.
But there's nowhere that level is even recorded in this game. There's no listing anywhere that says you must get level 100. Ooh.
Yeah, we finished the run at about level 76 or so, because we get so many level ups from synth grinds.
And no, none of the gummy stuff is in the journal. It does have its own percentage counter on the gummy menu and in the final battle screen, but Jiminy's Journal does not actually keep track of any of the gummy mission stuff.
Thank the Lord.
Yeah, this would be a 16-hour run. Gummy missions, and that's if they went really well. They could be up to 20 if you have a hard. Like a golf game. For the eagle.
Definitely. Is the Eagle sub 11?
That's the hole in one.
Oh, good luck. Alright, Oogie Boogie's a pretty bad fight. There's not a lot you can do to speed it up, because you have to wait for the boxes to fall, so you just go through the fight, kicking up the boxes when you can. And as you see, he's teeing up the butt. I mean, he is kind of playing golf here, if you think about it. Like his action with the Keyblade to knock the boxes up. It's pretty golf-like.
Mercy is 4.
Oh my god. It is. That's awesome. And he's teeing up the putt. This phase, he's got to hit some more boxes up there. There's really not much going on. Like, some enemies spawn. If you get Emerald Blues, then they can hit you with their whirlwindy thing, which can suck, but he didn't get them. He got some wonderful RNG there. And then you have to switch lanes after 8 boxes and shoot another. And then there's this thing called a 1-frame trick, where if he mashes with all the will and believes truly in his heart, he'll get at this 1-frame trick and go to the middle platform. Or the Emerald Blue could oh wow, the Emerald Blue took him all the way to the back and then forward again. That was great. 1 frame! Ooh. Slightly delayed reaction, I realize. Yeah, he got it, so that's good. And then he does 4 boxes, switches lanes, another 4 boxes, switches lanes again. And repeat. One thing to note is, before he changes lanes for the last time, he can go to either of the other lanes. So Sephi will just try and guess, and that he gets it right, really. Which he did, so this is a pretty damn good fight. Cool, the full air combo before the single Trinity kill at the end there. Exerting a bit of swag.
I'm not sure why that happened. Messed up the menu. I mean, it was probably about the same speed.
Yeah. Trinity's pretty slow. Now we're on to quite possibly the best fight in Speedo. I'm kidding. It's awful. But we're going to be using our friend Chicken Little to suck in enemies, which we have seen before in this run. But this time we have Explosion, and Chicken Little sucking the enemies in and using Explosion on them does a hell of a lot of damage, so we're doing that a lot during this run, sucking in enemies and using Explosion on them, as well as using Magnet Explosion. It's also quite easy in this fight to accidentally do air combos, so you gotta try and be careful with that. Some runners decide to use a couple blizzards before an explosion, and different varieties of combos here. And then for the last wave, if you want to dismiss Chicken Little, use Comet, because it's super fast. And the idea is to try and kill the 3 Berserkers before they DM. And that was a pretty nice fight. we see some more snazzy skateboard movement. And then we get Oathkeeper, which is a fantastic keyblade that we'll actually be equipping pretty much straight away.
People always ask me what my favorite keys are, and I'm like, Oathkeeper and Sweet Memories, because without Jiminy's Journal would suck.
Yeah. But without Guardian Soul, MCP would be awful.
Yeah.
Oh no! You're right, Chipper. Sora!
So you're at the start of this world, which has now been plagued in darkness because of all the Heartless. We'll be equipping Follow the Wind on Sora and Oathkeeper on Valor form. The Oathkeeper on Valor allows us to keep Valor for longer times, so we can use it for movement all the way until we get to Ansem's computer lab. The Follow the Wind Keyblade has the draw ability, and we're coming up to Space Paranoids where you want to pick up all of these orbs in many of the fights. So we put Follow the Wind on to make picking up those orbs easier and faster. There's really not much going on here, and there's not a lot to talk about except for movement. One funny thing to note that Sephi might be doing, he probably will just because I say it, but when you're on the skateboard, if you do it like a kickflip into an enemy, you get 1 Valor experience. Like, it counts as RC or something, so you can do that just for a few extra hits as you go down this room. Thank you for doing it. I don't want to look like a complete idiot that doesn't know the category. I'm like, oh yeah, you can do all this.
And start intentionally screwing up everything you say. Despite you, well, Salad, it looks like you've proven yourself to be a moron.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so the route that he's taking through here, there is a faster route, but this is the best way to collect all the chests as he passes 2 of them. He would go to collect the 3rd or the 4th here, but you're on a little bit low on Valor, so we want to make sure we get to the computer lab without losing our drive. Oh yeah, we'll be getting the ultimate weapon. And we'll actually be using it as well. Alright, this little fight here, he just wants to do a nice full combo. Get all those orbs and then freeze the thing. And mess about with the camera apparently. Excellent. Okay, in that menu he just took Tron's ether. You want as many of those as you can throughout the entire run.
Al, do you want to try to go into detail real quick about what actually in the run specifically.
I could do that, yes. Okay, so I will talk to you all about the exact requirements of JJ. So, first of all, he'll want to complete every world in the game, because every world has chests in it that, you know, you need to go to the second visits to get for a lot of them and stuff like that. And you need to complete all the story. He'll be fighting Sephiroth, which is the most important thing. He'll be doing lots of mini games. He has to get a certain score requirement on pretty much every mini game. So, for mail delivery, for example, he has to do it in less than 20 seconds to get the journal requirement or something like that. And there are loads of those throughout the run. So we'll be redoing mini games. He has to collect 30 of every shard synth item, 25 of every stone, and 20 of every gem. Also get a bunch of crystals as well, so he can synthesize every single item in the game. He has to level up all of his drag forms and summons to level 7, so he can do every Hades Paradox tournament in OC. And yeah, he basically does everything that you can do in the game, apart from gummy missions and leveling up to 99. Oh, and we just warped out, which a lot of you are thinking, like, what? Why would you do that? We are now going to go to Halloween Town and level up Master Form. And we do it here in this carousel, because these enemies give you a lot of drive warps if you spin the carousel and they don't die. So we can just leave the room, come back, and they respawn. Also, the enemies that are around this carousel change when you go through Hollow Bastion 3 and complete the 1k Heartless fight. So we make sure to do it now, while enemies that give more drive orbs are here. Oh, and to level up Master, you need to collect drive orbs. The smaller drive orbs give you 1 experience, and the larger ones give you 3. So we just want to collect as many of those as possible every time we walk into this room. And we're going to keep going to... You still get Master to level 5 here, right?
3.
It is 3. Okay.
And that was change. 5 was time, but battle. I've killed 2.
Hmm. Maybe you can go to level up again and then leave. Because I'm pretty sure by that point, it's not gonna take 3 cycles. And you'd prefer to have more than 1 enemy for most of 1 cycle or something? I don't know, I'm stupid.
I think I'm gonna warp it. Probably about the same amount of.
Yeah. So you can do that carousel if like none of the enemies die for the entire time you're there, then you can do that carousel without having to warp out. But sadly we had to there. It's pretty random whether the enemies die when you spin the carousel. But yeah, we do this because it's fast to level up Master here. One of the fastest places in the game. And also because aerial dodge movement is really, really good with main Sora. So we want to have that to go faster without having to use Valor form all the time for movement. Alright, for a second I thought you were just popping out and then coming back in again because you kept killing too many enemies. I was like, don't do it again. You actually reached level 3. So when we used to get level 5, you probably had to stand there and do that for another few minutes before you got it. And now we go straight into Light Cycle. Oh wow, got like the perfect first phase. Good stuff. The idea of this is to just charge away most of the enemies and try not to hit any walls, because that slows you down quite considerably. As you would think hitting a wall would. He's also going to go for little speed boosts by attacking one of the shielded guys and turning the corner at the same time. Is that something you go for, Sephi?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. We won't be seeing that. But it's a thing you can do.
Okay,
Doesn't really matter.
Okay, he's gonna go for a strat called Windowless.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of things that you do differently, so I should be okay for most of it.
Okay, there are things that I do. I just.
Which in a JJ run is something it's pretty important. You want to be consistent because they run so long that losing a few seconds on a couple of strats doesn't really matter. Okay, I'll explain this menu after I see it, but he customizes magnet. And then puts aerial dodge on, because we just got that. And now we can see aerial dodge movement. So basically, there are lots of fights where we won't be in Valor form, where movement helps you and saves a little bit of time. So you'll see it in this next fight. We use Chicken Little, and we can aerial dodge to these screens to freeze them. And it's a little bit quicker than having to run all the way over there to each screen. Also, aerial dodge level 1 movement is it's like a little bit faster Valor form move. So not only do we not have to worry about using drive when we aerial dodge, it also saves a little bit of time over enemy. Yeah, the idea of this fight is just to get Chicken Little to suck enemies in and hopefully grab enough balls to freeze the screens.
Aerial dodge level faster than. So.
Okay.
Some not able, like running up there, I will. But any instant can you? You're honest.
Okay, sure.
That was part of the testing. Very quick. Level 1, they don't everywhere.
How dare you correct me, Sephiroth? Yes, you better. Alright, so you got some more items and stuff. There are a couple of chests in this next room, but we come back here later, so he doesn't need to get them. In the menu just before this fight, he just put Hero's Crest on as his main Keyblade.
I don't know why people can barely hear me. My mic levels are maxed.
Yeah, you sound really loud to me. I don't know why it's not coming out well. Okay, so he's going to do that one. First Nog Smash, collect a bunch of orbs. And then he's going to use a couple ethers and use a second Nog Smash. Then hopefully that will reach his HP gate. And then he'll be able to summon Genie and do the rest of the fight. Ah, okay, so he got a really long heal. So he wasn't able to get immediately to his DM barrier, but with aerial dodge it was a little bit easier to like, jump around it. And then you finish him off with Genie combos. Bueno fight.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Whoa.
Can you hear me better now?
I just turned you down.
Yeah, I I was looking at all the levels on OBS and Discord, but my actual desktop mic level was at 49 versus 100.
Ah, okay.
And I feel like a moron not checking the most basic of pieces. Okay.
Awesome. This is better. Good stuff.
Now you can hear how beautiful I am.
Say, I'm sitting here whispering, and everyone can hear me so much louder than you. Something's wrong. Okay, in this fight, he summons Chicken Little, does a bunch of combos. That's pretty much it. Again, hoping that he doesn't accidentally eat the combos, because it keeps messing up the fight.
Yeah, now that the mic volume levels are fixed, though, I was wondering about that. I can probably turn up the game volume a little bit more. I was wondering what to do about that because it was low, so I'll bring that up just a little bit. And that should sound pretty good now. I wasn't wanting to bring the game volume up too high because my mic was low. Now I know why.
Alright, in this next fight, you summon Chicken Little, and you do a bunch of combos. And hopes that you don't do air combos, because it'll mess up the fight. Oh, and the security system here can dump the dancers. It's pretty damn annoying. And for the last wave, he wants to possibly dismiss Chicken Little, and do a bunch of magnets and common to build up a bit more drive. Okay, excellent. I was a bit tentative there because I wasn't sure whether you actually did that strat or not. But I guess you went to it fairly recently.
Kinda had to. I kept wondering why Demi wasn't working strategically. And I was like, duh.
Yeah. Okay, so the start of Demix involves using Group Trinity. We want to get as many hits as we possibly can here. So we wait till 30 forms before using the Trinity. We try to kill every single water clone. And then the Trinity finisher does a lot of damage on Demix. We summon Jiminy after a ground combo. We just go ham and do a bunch of combos and alternate with Jiminy finisher. You keep going till he dies. And that is the first time I've seen Sephi have a perfect dance. Heck yeah. Oh, okay, the final Genie finisher whiffed, but still.
That's fine. I've had really consistent to perfect Demi quite a bit in the past few months. I just want to keep it around.
Okay, cool.
Often. It's something that I've definitely practiced and learned.
Awesome.
Did you miss me? Yuki is on the scene.
Okay, Final Fantasy fights. There's a decent amount of RNG in these fights. This first one, he just wants to do a couple magnets to go the first two waves. Rising Sun a lot.
Alright, get going.
You'll see the Rising Sun RC used quite a lot throughout this. It's super powerful. Leon fight, you want a Rising Sun, funnily enough. And then he's going to be Magnet Trinitying Morningstar. And then killing off the rest of the enemies. There aren't exactly many strats in these fights, you just want to do a bunch of ground combo. Hope that the Final Fantasy characters help you out. The start of Tifa, he definitely wants to get a Rising Sun, because it does like 3/4 of the Morningstar's HP bar. So you want to get as many Rising Suns in as possible to hit Morningstars. There's a chance that he can get 2 Rising Suns if he's super lucky. But Tifa can
Oh my
kill
god,
the
if you're gonna see it in a
soldiers.
second, what Tifa just did to 3 Rising Stars simultaneously. Oh my god. She killed every Shadow and every Rising Star in a single combo.
What?
That's amazing. I've
Oh,
never
that was-
seen her do that well before.
That was unbelievable.
I
Like
thought it was
Tifa
gonna be
usually
like,
whiffs.
She was just nah.
Tifa usually whiffs every single shadow.
That was incredible.
Okay. Tifa is not only best waifu, but apparently she's best fighter as well. Okay, getting a snag in this fight is really good. Most of the time you just want to do a bunch of combos. Wait for Cloud to start going berserk, and then you magnet in the middle of the room until everything dies. And that was a pretty damn good FF fight. In this menu, he just re-equips Goofy's abilities. Because he died in the storyline here. And he comes back into your party just before this point. and loses all of his abilities that were equipped, apparently. So we just put Jackpot and something else on. Knock Smash. And this is the point where we used to go to Land of Dragons. We used to warp out and do Land of Dragon. Not Land of Dragons, fucking Pride Lands. We used to do Pride Lands there because after doing 1k Heartless, the battle level Pride Lands goes up. But we realised that we can just do Pride Lands much later in the run, when we're really high level. And then we can go through the land really quickly. We don't have to save warp out back into Hollow Bastion 3, which loses a good amount of time. So you have to wait for Sora, sadly. Yeah, the battle level goes from like 28 to 41 or something. Also this way we can do Pride Lands 1, 2, and the Synth Grind all in a row later on. This fight's fairly self-explanatory. You just want to get the RC from the surveillance robots. Spam it. You can also use your magic in a few different ways during the fight. You can use Reflect while the robots is giving you an RC, so you can kill some soldiers in the process. You can, it's pretty difficult, but you can use the Thunder on the surveillance robots, so they give you a snag RC immediately. And the idea of the fight is just hope that you get as many snags as possible. When you get to around 900 odd Heartless, like now, the enemies all despawn and then they start to just spawn around Sora's location. Because for the rest of the fight, most of the enemies that you see are just placeholders to make you feel like there's a lot of enemies there, but you know, you don't actually get to hit them. They don't actually spawn in, only the ones around you do. And towards the end of the fight, you want to spin the camera around to spawn in enemies close by. And that was a pretty decent 1k. I'm going to open a can of Monster and take a few swigs, because why not?
I guess sometimes.
Yeah, energy, my friend.
Mail me one.
Okay, be right back. Speaking of mail, I ordered a PS2 controller, and it's at the collection point this morning, so I can collect it in the next 5 hours. But I can't, because I'm hit.
Just this feeling.
But who needs controllers anyway, am I right?
What if the heart looked?
But Sora, I think.
Okay, we're now docking in Beast Castle. We're gonna get quite possibly the best Keyblade in this entire game. I'm waiting for a bunch of people in chat to fight me, say that it's ultimate weapon. Rumbling Rose is pretty damn. There, in this fight, we want to be using Magnet Comet, and hopefully everything dies, but a lot of the time, the Dusks can just like sit inside the magnet, not moving, and the comet doesn't actually hit them, so yeah, they can troll. was a pretty good fight though, so we got through it. Mm. We're also using Valor form here because, as Sephi said earlier, Valor is slightly faster than just aerial dodging, so we want to use it whenever we can for movement. Until we get later on in the game and get Glide. This will be our primary method of movement. I may have quite possibly belched into the mic. I do apologize.
Yeah, fun trivia. Hidden Dragon has a use in Jiminy's journal.
Wait, really?
You know that.
Something tells me this menu is going to have a lot of keyblade changes then.
No, we're doing Valor form grinding, leveling. Until I get Sweet Memories, I'll put on Oathkeeper and Hidden Dragon because it deals less damage, gets me more hits.
Okay, that was a lot of menuing. But we put on Rumbling Rose and Hero's Crest as the main keyblades. Rumbling Rose being the main feature. And then we customize Blizzard and Thunder on the right buttons because we're going to be using them a lot in this world. And we also put Horizontal Slash on and took off Aerial Finish. And we have Horizontal Slash on, Rumbling Rose. And Horizontal Slash counts as a finisher. So because of Rumbling Rose's ability, Finishing Plus, we can do 2 Horizontal Slashes. And then 2 finishes after it, so our combos are now huge. We're going to build a wall. This fight's just a bunch of blizzards, and everything dies. You think the Guardian Soul is better than Rumbling Rose? You better explain your case, the Jet Rocket. I want a nice ASMR argument. Bring it on. Okay, this next fight coming up is Grim Reaper 1. And this fight is pretty sick. It's one of the best looking fights in the entire. At the start of the fight, you're going to see a lot of blizzards being used. And the comet limit to do as much damage as possible. The blizzards are getting him into a corner. Then Sephi's going to go into Master Form and do a really long combo. Fully kill him. In any percent, you'd have to worry a little bit about your Master Form running out towards the end of the fight. But because Sephi has 4-3 Master Form already, he doesn't really have to worry that much. Also at the start of the fight he did less blizzards than you would in Extent because of that reason as well. If he did run out of Master Form here, there's a high drive recovery in this next room that he can pick up. Well, that he will be picking up. because it's a JJ run anyway, and he can use that to refill his drive if need be. So it's not the end of the world if you do lose Master Form. Also, we collected Peter Pan, which is a very useful summon in this run. Believe it or not, we're going to be seeing him about 30 odd times before the end, which you'll all see in about 5 hours time or something. I'm honestly not sure in what order we do a lot of this stuff, because the route has changed so many times. Alright, so before killing this gambler, he's gonna hop around the area and collect all the chests in here, so he doesn't have to return after killing it. We also picked up Donald's meteor staff in that room, which is important because it's Donald's lucky item. And we want as many lucky items as we can, so that synth grinding is a lot faster later on in the game. He's going to be going Valor on this island and killing 3 more gamblers while collecting the rest of the chests that he hasn't collected so far. Sephi, do you equip monochrome? GR2? No, right, okay. So, yeah. In any percent speedrun, we equip monochrome over arrows, so we can do the fight with only 1 ether needed. But in a JJ run, we have so many extra ethers, especially because Sephi collects a lot of the items before this point instead of later on. So he's got so many extra ethers that he can just pop 2 during the Grim Reaper 2 fight and it doesn't really matter. Also, with Rumbling Rose, we get to do a really nice combo with Master Form at the end of the Grim Reaper 2 fight, just like we did with Grim Reaper 1. Oh wow. You had the smallest slither of drive left at the end of that. And that's because his Valor doesn't have Oathkeeper on, I believe? I may be wrong. But I think not having Oathkeeper there makes it kinda tight with your drive. In fact, we might have put Hidden Dragon on. Alright, this fight. You can't do damage to Grim Reaper unless you get rid of all of his medallions. So the first thing we're going to do is try and get rid of all of his medallions using blizzards and thunders and stuff. And then we'll put them all back in the chest. Once we've done that, we can go ahead and damage him. And our main method of damage is going to be blizzards and comets. So we'll be using that a lot. Guys, feel free to lie down and chill to this run and fall asleep to it. We'll be here when you wake up. Okay, he locks on. Well, about 10 seconds ago, he locked on and did a thunder hit dare to get the rest of the medallions out so he could back in the jet. He's doing more blizzards in combat. Okay, he got some really good damage in there. In this last phase, he's going to be using Master Form and doing a lot of thunders. Master Form thunders hit 4 times differently from normal Sora, so it's really, really good. Knocks out a lot of medals. Can put them all back in the chest, and then hopefully we can do one massive combo with a blizzard in the middle, 2, and he should die. Okay, we got the spinny finisher, which is pretty swag, but maybe a little bit slower. And there is only one thing that we need to do left in Port Royal for the entire JJ run. It's one of the only worlds, aside from, well, no, it's the only world where we don't really care about what synth items we get. Because all of the enemies in here that will give us synth items, there are better alternatives in different worlds later on. I hope my commentary isn't too delayed, by the way. I'm trying to push it forward a bit. Oh damn, we are docking back in Port Royal. Awesome. So you can...
That guy used to come back here later when it's ready to go right next to the world.
Yeah, it's just you have Glide later and everything, so the movement's a little bit quicker, but you may as well, because you're right there and you don't have to move the ship.
How short the distance is, what you would save with Glide would be less than what you waste by,
Gummy movement.
Gummy movement.
Yeah.
If I can actually... Wow.
This minigame's pretty fun.
Shoot, what's the time in Journal? I don't normally take that long.
25?
It's got 20.
Pretty sure it's not 20. I'll look it up. You just focus on the run. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a 25. You can get 1460 is the best time on that skateboard minimum game. It's a pretty fun one. I keep burping, I do apologize. Oh wow. Sephi, it's 40 seconds. You could have been 15 seconds worse. 40 seconds, that's ridiculous. Considering some of the fights later on, the carpet minigame being 65. I give you 40 seconds for that. Alright, so this fight he used Reflect and Dance School. And then, does a lot of damage on the kids. And then, packs them tightly into boxes, ready to ship off to Zambia. This is another fight where aerial dodge helps and speeds it up. Because you get to the boxes quicker. And also he switched in Donald for Jack as he hit that last box into the kid, so it just saves a bit of time later, and he doesn't have to switch in Donald during the experiment fight. Did you get bulky vendors? Yeah, okay, so The bulky vendor spawn here is really, really good in JJ. Because... nice. That's like a 5% drop there. Yeah, he wants the bulky vendors for the extra synth items that they can give you. Oh wow, yeah, we just got like 400 viewers. How'd that happen?
How many are right now?
1300.
1300.
Yeah.
Okay, it was much lower before.
Yeah, it's been on 800 plus for the entire run.
Hi guys,
But we're also...
I normally have 15 viewers a stream.
Dude, I had that
What
earlier
doing?
as well. Yeah, we keep popping up on Twitch front page. Welcome everyone. I hope you're having a lovely evening.
Alright, I don't want this to soft lock because I want to have an actual RT, but I did make a save point before the entrance to this world. Okay, thank god.
Oh, you do? Okay, cool. Yeah, you can soft lock there. It generally only happens if you're like flying around the entire area with Peter Pan. Sephi was pretty still at the end of that fight, so he was unlikely to... But yeah, you can soft lock there. It's not fun. And now he's gonna go make some presents. Gonna be an elf for a day. Now this minigame is pretty frustrating and can lose you a bit of time due to RNG. We want to get as many gold boxes as possible. We want a lot of green boxes towards the start of the fight. But this is much frustrating later on in the run, where you have a minute and a half to get 200 points. It's one of the most annoying mini games to lose. And yeah, this was just atrocious RNG. I haven't seen a green box yet. I have a bit of delay, but yeah, not good. Like the three kids come in intermittently, and if Barrel ends up spawning, then you know it's a bad fight. Okay, and now we're on the experiment. Sephi's gonna start this fight off with a Knock Smash. And then do a full combo to break apart the experiment's head from the rest of his body. And then he's gonna do an RC to put the head back to the body. Summon Peter Pan. And then do a bunch of air combos. Oh, and we may have seen Peter Pan earlier on in this world, but this is the first time we're actually going to see its main use in this run. And that's that whenever you do a combos, Peter Pan hits magic orbs out of enemies. So we can see that he's gaining magic really, really quickly from these magic orbs. And that allows us to use Duck Flare at the end of the fight after dismissing Pan.
You can tell when the fight's done because the button matters.
Yeah, that's what I've been judging on. That was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, that is a good
Hey.
point. I think everyone in America went to bed and everyone...
Yeah. People will start to wake up towards the end of this run when some of the cool stuff happens.
Tends to happen. There's usually a length lull during the grind, and then when the tournaments come around, suddenly everyone's back in.
it's fair to say that parts of this run could be quite boring to watch, because you're doing the same thing over and over again in some of the synth grinds.
Okay, though, I've done so much work to make it faster.
Yeah. Like, the longest synth grind, really, if we're unlucky, is going to be around 25 minutes to 30 minutes in Halloween Town.
$18.19.
1819 what?
2 viewers. What am I supposed to do with 2,000 people?
Oh, viewers. Holy shit. Sorry for the language again. Holy heck.
Something.
It's a PG stream, Sephi. Just want to remind you.
I just say heck.
Yes.
That's
I'm kidding.
Come now, come now. Let me stop dropping the F-bombs.
Yeah, I know. Alright, so the carpet's pretty cool. Movement is lit, one would say. You do a bunch of magnets and explosions and stuff, and kill things. Sadly, he had to use an extra magnet in that fight, because the first one didn't do anything. So he's not going to have enough magic to thunder Ghost Jafar here. Because you chase him around, and the last time you hit him, you have to use a finisher to progress. So a thunder counts as a finisher and would end the fight immediately, but now he's going to have to try and get a horizontal slash, or just do a full ground combo on him. Oh yeah, I gave him the idea for the horizontal slash. Proud of myself.
You get a cookie.
Yay! What type of cookie?
Whatever kind you want.
Oh man. I have like a custard cream. I think I could do with that.
Custard cream cookie?
Well, personally in the UK we'd call that a biscuit. But I know Americans are weird.
I'm gonna think a custard cream donut cookie.
Ah. Well. Life just sucks to be an American.
Right.
Does the ETA say 11 hours? Yes it does. This is a long run. No, in the UK we have custard cream biscuits. Quite delicious. Alright, so this is a little mini game thing. Use fire on the fire switch, thunder on the thunder switch, and blizzard. The blizzard switch, funnily enough.
Ooh.
Yeah, just before the thunder switch, he went down to the ground and then went back up. That's to despawn the enemies, to make the thunder switch easier to lock on. And then he does a specific movement pattern to get to the blizzard switch so that no enemies spawn. And voila.
See what year we travel back in time. Ooh.
Oh boy, I can't wait to go to 1932.
1953.
Ah, good year. Second World War was over.
You were there.
To be honest, Germany was a bit divided, so I guess it wasn't that good. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs won an Oscar for Best Picture. I'm kidding, I have no idea what year that was. I'm actually gonna find out.
30s.
Yeah, shit. Snow White Oscar. 38. Damn. What film won an Oscar in 1953?
Oh my god, I am so brutally overwhelmed right now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm at level 30 after the first fortune teller here in the part. I don't know if I want to get... I know the fight better on Jafar at level 30. I don't know if I want to be over leveled to push him. I don't want defense.
That's fine. As long as you don't do a finisher before that last barrier, you're fine. But it's up to you.
I just squeak myself right up to the cusp and stop.
Sure. So yeah, level 1 is a strength boost. So if you get that, you have to play the next fight, Jafar, a little safe. So it's probably not worth it to do in a marathon setting. You may as well just stick with the fight that you usually do. Because being level 31 is pretty rare, even in JJ. You want to be at least 3,000 experience away from level 31, though, so that you can hit it before the Zaldin fight. And Sevi is way under that.
Yes, Scott will win. Not Sephi. Friggin' Dylan here in the chat being a jerk.
Damn, everyone using their real names. I feel left out.
Oh, it's okay, Seymour. What?
Hey, if you see more, yeah, your eyes work better. Okay, so in this menu, I'm assuming he puts on Slapshot and Decisive Pumpkin. Not in that order. Excellent. And then Valor Form for fast movement. He also picked up Drive Recovery on his way here. Because, well, it's just on the way, so you may as well.
And in case I accidentally run out of final or whatever when I'm grinding,
Yeah.
I have more to play with.
Yeah, when we're grinding, we get to the save point on really low final, or sometimes Valor as well. So sometimes we can mess it up and lose our drive completely. The drive recoveries help us to get that back. Because the only other way to do that is to go to Olympus Coliseum, enter one of the cups and leave it, but that takes a lot of time, so drive recoveries help out. Alright, the idea of this fight is to do a bunch of combos and do the RC on his tail. You'll see that during his combos, what he does is he doesn't mash X for his combos, he times it, and that does it more damage, and it allows like Slapshot to do a few extra hits. So you can get the max damage off. And this has been an excellent fight. And did you finish him in 2 combos?
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, hell yeah. Awesome. So that's pretty much as fast as that fight can go. That was excellent. If everyone could put a clapper in chat, that'd be appreciated. Thanks, guys. See if anyone has the golden clapper. Damn,
Clap it,
I
check.
don't have it. Zax has his arms on backwards. It's fine, it happens.
Whoa, the HD clapper.
Clapper HD. Wow. Alright, time for the hardest world in the game.
Oh yeah. I'm shaking in my boots.
Damn, that's a lot of clappers. Alright, guys. Calm down now. Okay, so in this menu he puts Rumbling Rose on Sora and Decisive Pumpkin on Valor 4. We want Rumbling Rose for this first fight coming up. And Decisive Pumpkin goes on Valor because we need as much damage output as possible. The fight after this one. This fight he wants to do Magnet Explosions until the final wave, which he'll be using Comet for. He wants to try and collect the magic orbs so he can have enough magic for Magnet on the last wave. It doesn't always turn out that way though. Okay, yeah, he just didn't have enough magic to Magnet.
Comet usually does a better job than that, though. Kind of mad.
Yeah. Two of them should have died there, really, with the Comet. Sometimes the third one doesn't get sucked in. Thankfully, with aerial dodge, it's a bit easier to reach the Dragoons when they go into the air, so that wasn't too bad. And now, if you haven't seen this fight before, you're about to curse how long it took you to do this fight as a child. Because this will be over in a lickety-split. Basically, he'll use 3 jumps, and then he'll use 9, and then Zoldin dies. GG. Zoldin? More like Zoldun. Oh baby, a triple. Pardon me.
I'm getting hungry and thirsty, but guess who's home from work soon?
The girlfriend.
That's right.
Well, that made my childhood look pointless. Well, I wouldn't go there. If you didn't have your childhood, you wouldn't be the person you are today. I'd just like to say that Zoldun was copyrighted from at Bloody Biscuits. You can check out his YouTube. Okay, so we took Donald's Comet off and put on Jackpot in that menu. And we also put on Combination Boost on Sora. Combination Boost allows us to have 3 parts to Trinity Limit. Or solo Trinity Limit. So we can get extra damage off on many enemies throughout the game. Yeah, 1800 viewers is pretty ridiculous. Thanks to everyone watching. Never leave, or I'll find you. Okay, so this fight, Trinity can whiff a lot. It didn't. And he just wants to do as many combos as possible. He dies, utilizing the fact that we have 2 horizontal slashes and 2 finishes. The speed trap RC can be used as well. And that was a pretty damn good fight. And we switch Mulan out of our party here. It is quite important because we'll be using Group Trinity in the next fight.
Yeah, it's not midnight for Salad, it's midnight for me.
Yeah. I'll be talking normally fairly soon. But I don't think this has been too bad. I think everyone's been able to hear me. Alright, so we do Valor movement to get here. Get a few items. Sounds like we got a bulky vendor.
Yeah, I get every bulky vendor I see, and then I've started taking out those air pirates as well. They likely won't drop anything, but dark crystals can be a pain to get later, so I'm just like going for it.
And at the moment, we still haven't leveled up Valor to 7 or anything, so any additional hits are also good to go towards that.
Yeah, so it's not truly a waste of time to kill them there, because I am getting the hits that I want. Assuming I don't get to level 5 before.
Yes. Well, yes, we have seen multiple times how long it takes you to get final form, which we'll get to soon.
This one will be first try.
Alright, so in this fight you do group Trinity. Things die. Longest golf match you've ever seen. You haven't watched much golf then. Golf tournaments last days. But yeah, that fight's a little sketchy to end straight away. If you have enough drive after this fight, so pretty much 5 bars, then you can use Valor for a little bit of movement here. It only saves like half a second if that, and with aerial dodge it's probably not even worth it.
Wait!
Yeah, that's the thing. Valor is faster than aerial dodge, but only if it's only in a long enough space, because the wind up to get into Valor messes with that.
Yeah. This fight you want to use magnet explosions. The best case scenario is 4 magnet explosions in the final round. That's unlikely. And we'll just keep on wailing on the snipers till they die. Okay, so here's another big JJ change. We'll be collecting all of the items in this room, including an AP boost, Ogre Shield, and Torn Pages. Damn, I have a good memory.
Oh, my god, stop! I'm jumping.
Let's grab.
No.
Oh dear. I love ledge grabbing here, it's great. Okay, you're going to be using normal genie strats, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just as fine. I got a level summons and Valor, so it's not really a lot of difference here.
Yeah, because you get 5 experience from using genie, so that works fine. But yeah, Valor form could be used here. There's a strat that saves probably like 8 seconds on your average genie fight, but it's quite difficult and inconsistent, so we use genie here instead for the more consistent fight. And you want to do a lot of damage. You want to do this finisher here.
Okay, what just happened?
Yes, Storm Rider isn't the best fight in the entire game. You can be mashing and you can fall off his back a lot of the time, and it's like not your fault at all.
I'm not sure what went on there.
Yeah, no, you just fell off in the middle of the genie combo. It's like completely not your fault. So a lot of bad stuff can happen in this fight. Thankfully, there are like a few backups you can do. When it gets to the bridge, you can throw an elixir or something and do another duck flare, or just do combos until he dies. So this fight never goes like really badly. But yeah, because of the abundance of ethers in this category, it's quite quick to do a lot of backups.
Oh great, what's the viewer number at now?
1600. I mean, if it stays consistently over like 1,000, then that's pretty ridiculous.
I mean,
Especially considering like the majority of the runners in this marathon get around like 10 viewers or so when they stream, so it's really nice to see.
plus we're at prime time,
Maybe that's the
and it's Saturday.
Oh wow, I just jumped to 2,500.
Yeah, it's Saturday. Everyone.
It's another.
Yeah.
What's going on, fellas?
For the rest of this run, we should have some company.
Which is good because we're about to get into the actual meat of Jiminy's journal. What makes this unique?
Mm-hmm. We're going to OC now? No, we're not. We are doing the gummy mission to Twilight Town. Alright.
This sure is exciting.
Yes, thank you to the Casa Puppy for organising this entire marathon. A fantastic human. Europe is watching. The entire Europe.
Europe is also
That is true, yes. I am from the Europe.
do good. That's like two at the same time. Stop yourself.
This is a PG stream, just like to remind you. Behave. This gummy mission is fun. You could die if you were stupid. Sephi is not always stupid, so we might get lucky.
Not always. Sometimes. As we decided, this is
Hey man. Hey Sephi. Can you get 39,000 points in this gummy mission for?
I don't know.
I don't know, give you something to do?
Exactly 39,000, not more.
Well,
Or at least.
do you want me to give you an exact number?
Sure.
Alright, go for 39,909.
39,900
999.
Okay.
You'll have the 9 at the end, that's already guaranteed. Yeah, just under sub 4. See, that's something that I think I'm like the only person who does, where I try and get specific scores on each gummy mission. Like a Monsters Inc. reference, 2319, or 420,069 points. I try to get like those two in every gummy. Also, if you get 39,999, I will donate at least 3 cents to at the Casa Puppy.
Oh, broke it.
Shit.
I had to dodge.
Damn it, Sephiroth. 42069. Oh, damn. What did we end up with then? 528.99. What does that mean? That means nothing. Sigh.
Something wonderful.
Alright, so the speedrun is now invalid because he got that score on that gummy. Why are they whispering? That's a good question, Sevi. Why are you whispering?
Because we have secrets.
Fun fact, at the end of a gummy mission, like right at the end, just before it fades to black, if you mash triangle for the completion bonus, it makes this beeping sound, and it's really cool. I'm gonna ask Sephi to do that in the Pride Lands gummy later. And I'm sure he'll oblige in doing so because he loves me. Right? Good. Alright, so more Valor form, and now we get skateboards, which I'm very happy about. I love skateboards. Me and Tony, Mr. Hawk, we go way back. And if you're just joining us, the runner is now in chat. Please go and follow him. He's put a lot of work into this category and single-handedly brought it down about an hour, so you definitely want to watch and follow this guy. Alright, he'll be grabbing a few chests on the way to the mansion here. Just the ones that are in his path. There are a lot of chests in this area that we don't collect yet. We'll come back later. Also, this is the last time that we'll be in the woods and the mansion, so you make sure to collect every item in those two areas. And outside the mansion as well. Also, you should definitely follow the person commentating, because he has a big keyblade. Alright, this fight, Magnet Explosion, you have Peter Pan, so each Magnet Explosion does a lot of hits, therefore a lot of magic orbs dropped. So you just keep trying to have your magic level enough so that you can get magnets out. And then you just keep on pounding the enemies with magnets and stuff. Mickey can be a bit of a nasty person, or mouse I suppose, in this fight, and knock all the enemies away from you and out of the magnets, but he looks to be doing okay so far.
I don't have the motivation, I just hate myself.
Yep, I think that's the majority of speedrunners, to be fair.
No, this category is incredibly rewarding. The entire time you're like, I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired, and then you finish it and you're just like on top of the world.
Mm-hmm. Especially because you get to the end and lots of people get excited in chat because you're nearly there and everything, so it's pretty cool. Cool, landing on the pillars, wow. The sky.
Wax trap.
I've never understood why people speedrun stuff. Is there monies to be won? Sadly not.
Yeah, I get $1 for every viewer per hour.
Mm-hmm. So do I. So please get your cat, your dog, your hamster to come and watch.
And make them accounts. Yeah.
Just imagine half of the accounts on the stream are just like Sephiroth1277's hamster.
Hamster 1277.
Did you get the elixir at the back of the
No.
main hall? Okay, but you can get that later, right?
Yeah, because we have to go right past that for part of the final form leveling.
Right, so there are a few items in here that we leave for later. There are like different routes that you can take while final form experience grinding later on. But Sephi uses one that allows him to get items in the mansion. So we'll see that later on. Alright, so here's where Axel dies. Spoiler alert. Although it's been 11 years since this game came out, so... You know, I don't think spoilers can really exist. But we magnet explosion, and hopefully everything dies. In this fight, you want everything to die after 2 magnet explosions, but sometimes your party members can push them away and troll you, which looks like is what happened. Yeah, so that can happen in this fight as well. It's rare. We used to put Goofy on Sora attack before that fight, just so that didn't happen. And now we do more magnet explosions. Axel can sometimes hit enemies away from the magnets or into the air, so that your magnet goes in the air to ruin the fight. If he's nice, then just keep on magnet explosion until everything dies, including using an ether. It sounded okay. And the one thing to know about that fight is when the first wave of dusk spawn, each individual dusk that spawns another enemy after you kill it. So if one dusk gets out right at the start of the fight, you kill 4 waves of enemies. When you kill that opening dusk right at the end, it's going to spawn 1 other enemy. And it will do that 2 more times. So you have to kill those individually, and the fight takes a very long time. Okay, so you put Oathkeeper on Sora, and Hidden Dragon on Valor. Oathkeeper is so that his forms can last longer. And Hidden Dragon, also Oathkeeper, doesn't have much strength. So he wants low strength Keyblades on due to Valor form experience grinding. He's going to be doing a lot of hits on shadows coming up soon. And the weaker your Keyblades are, the less damage you do on the shadows. So you can do more hits before they die. You also put Donald's Lucky on there and his Lucky weapon. And we don't worry about Goofy right now because, well, we don't have his Luckies, and because he won't be out while we're using Valor form. And Luckies only count if your party members' Luckies only count if they're actually out. So he collects this item and heads towards the loading zone again. And now he's just going to do a bunch of combos on shadows. He's going to keep coming into this room and dry forming to try and get final form. Now, this can take a lot of tries. He could get it first try, or it could take like 20 tries to get final form. But thankfully in JJ Run, it doesn't matter if it takes like maybe 10 or 11 tries, because every time we go into a dry form here, we go into Valor form, and we get to level it up by doing hits on all the shadows. So it doesn't matter if we get final form a little bit later. But there comes a certain point with this leveling where we want to get final form, because you can only level your drives to level 7 if you have final form unlocked. Because right now our max level that we can get is 5. So if we get Valor to pass level 5, you can see you just hit level 3 like 10 seconds ago. So yeah, basically we just want to hit final form before reaching level 5 with Valor form. Also, every dark shard he gets here is nice, and it means that we don't have to worry about getting as many later on. We'll also see some lucid crystals from the Neo Shadows, which aren't too important. We need like 7 in the entire run. They're so common that we get a lot of them. It's nothing to really worry about. Also, you'll notice that he's waiting for the enemies to spawn properly before going into dry form, and that's because you can only trigger final form if you're in a fight when you use your Valor form. Conversely, when we actually do get final form and we want to level Valor up to level 7, you'll see that he uses Valor before the enemy spawn, so he doesn't get anti-form. Because anti-form can also only be triggered while you're inside a fight. So we're about to enjoy a good 15 minutes or so of hitting shadows with Valor form, which pretty much relives our childhood, because that's pretty much all we did as kids, right? Just used Valor form and hit stuff with X. So we all get to relive our childhoods. Isn't it great? Ah, a second anti-form. That's really unlucky. You can see in the bottom right that when he uses dry form, if it's anti-form, both party members will disappear. If it's final form, both party members will disappear. So before you actually see what drive you go into, you're gonna know like what you're gonna get. So every time you can still see Donald in the bottom right. As he goes into Valor form, you know that he's gonna not get final form on that attempt. Okay, we hit level 4 and got a combo plus. So Sephi might choose to equip this, he might wait until he gets the second one or something. Combo pluses help because it gives you, well, an extra combo, obviously, on the ground, which means that you can just get a few extra hits in on the shadows, instead of having to refresh the combo constantly. He's also rather low on the amount of enemies that are going to spawn here, so he's going to have to warp out of the world soon to reset the enemy spawns. This is another reason why we have Hidden Dragon and Housekeeper on as weak Keyblades, because if we had stronger Keyblades and we killed these shadows quicker, we'd probably have to do like an extra warp to get out and back into the world. Lose time. So you may notice that his combos are a little bit longer now because of the combo plus. Yeah, this is Hidden Dragon's one use in this entire speedrun, and it's pretty damn useful. Yay, we got it, awesome.
I don't have sweet memories yet. We will get sweet memories that will go on for the remaining.
Okay, so that was like 5th or 6th try final, which is honestly pretty good. Like that's definitely the kind of thing you want. Are you going back in?
I'm doing 100 Acre Wood first visit.
Okay.
We get sweet memories.
Right. So yeah, we just keep going back to get final form there. And as Sephi said, we want sweet memories now, and we're going to equip that over Oathkeeper to so we have chance of getting dark shards when farming with Valor form. And also Sweet Memories has a strength stat of 0, so we can do more hits than we could with Oathkeeper on. you'll see in this first visit to 100 Acre Wood that he won't be collecting every item in each room. He'll be leaving some for later, and that's because we visit this world again to do the mini games. I should probably explain why we do that. Well, later on in the game we're going to have Final Form leveled up to max, so we can have level 3 glide on Sora. Level 2 glide even. Or level 3? I don't know, something. And it's super fast, so we get all the items later on. Yes, the runner is sleeping. That's why you can't hear him too well. Everybody got. That's also why I'm whispering. I don't want to wake him up.
I only get world records when my eyes are closed.
Yeah. Okay, so the first time we do each of these mini games, it really doesn't matter how well you do. Well, you want to, actually win the mini games. Like in this one, for example, if Pooh gets hit off you, the screen stops moving forward, so you can lose time there. And at the end of the fight, you just want to make sure you're all the way to the right so you can do the Piglet RC. Because we're magic, and we know where Piglet's coming from.
I'm sorry, I gotta sleep.
He's got to sleep, man. And we get thrown out of the book, sadly, after each minigame. And we have to place the pages in one by one. So we'll keep leaving and coming back in, unfortunately. And just do a bunch of minigames. Do you not want the drawing?
No.
No. Okay.
I think you and a couple others have asked me a few times in the past how come I don't want the drawing.
Yeah,
I don't
I have.
need it for anything.
No.
Like, can you think of anything I would need to use it for?
No. Like, you'd get a few more magic orbs and money in like the Pride Lands grind and the War That Never Was and stuff, but
And neither of those
it's
things
really
are-
not necessary. Yeah, like you have plenty of money for ethers. So,
I could put it on a party member, but it's just very...
so the drawing will pick up much later. It's necessary for the mini games in Twilight Town, but we do that after our next visit to 100 Acre Wood, where we collect all the chests. This sequence is pretty fun. This is probably my favorite mini game in 100 Acre Wood. I really enjoy playing it. And with this one, it can't really be slowed down. Like, if Pooh's not with you and gets knocked off, then you just have to, like, go pick him up. I don't think it loses any time. You just gotta not die. But yeah, this world in general is rather auto-scrolling. There's not a whole lot of skill involved. Okay, yeah, towards the end you got an example of Pooh being thrown off. It just doesn't really matter.
What's that one? Monica asked if she could call me. I said I can't really finagle the phone right now. So she says, ugh, I'll surprise you instead. So I'm like, ooh, what do I get? What do I get?
Oh,
I
a
get something when she comes
surprise.
home.
Oh, you're gonna get like a surprise Chipotle or something. Oh.
I wish there was Chipotle around here.
Wait, you don't have one?
We have Taco Bell.
Ah, that's a poor man's Chipotle.
I've only been to Chipotle once. It was I went for an environmental law conference in the Bay Area with a bunch of other students, and when we came back up, we had Chipotle. It was fantastic.
Cool. Yeah, I have one about like a 5-minute walk from my apartment in London. We just picked up that magic boost because you know magic boosts are pretty good. They boost your magic, funnily enough. So we want as many of those as we can throughout the run. There's actually been a few route changes over the years that Sephi's come up with to get more magic boosts earlier to make the run super fast and stuff.
Man, have they
Alright.
helped.
Yeah, it's shaved like several minutes off the run. Like one magic boost, getting it like a couple hours earlier in the run saved like 20 minutes maybe. It's ridiculous.
It was nuts.
And then you did the same thing again with another magic boost. So this man's just a routing machine when it comes to this category.
Why is Xeon not modded? I need my best mod to be here.
It's a very good point.
Not my
I-
channel.
I take no offense to that, by the way, in case you're wondering. Is this the last page you do now?
Yes.
Or do you do... Yeah, okay.
He's my
So
best
this
mod,
is
but
the
you're my best
one...
Man.
This is the one that we get sweet memories in after completing. Oh, we equipped high jump just before this thing, so we can try and get the first B skip.
It's not quite high enough. I thought it probably would be.
Yeah, I think it is technically possible. I'm not sure, but yeah, you can skip these Bs with a high enough high jump and aerial dodge level. The world record for this, which I currently hold, if anyone's wondering, is like 28 seconds or so. You managed to skip all 3 spawns of the bees. Not the bees. But you not collecting the chest on this time?
I'm gonna get them on the second visit with Glide. I think I'll have enough time to.
Yeah, you
finish the
should.
minigame requirement.
Yeah.
Without issue.
Yeah, the
So that
requirement's
one I'll
pretty
have-
damn loose.
Yeah, I'll be able to B skip at that point too, with everything. So I
Mhm.
should be able to just run right through it. I'm pretty sure it's like a minute and a half.
Yeah, you get plenty of time.
And I used to collect them right here, but it's just so much slower to go up and down 2 passages there without Glide.
Hmm.
No, we didn't get rated Game Addict. It's just we're front page.
Yeah, we keep going. You keep going on and off the front page and everything. So I'm sure there are a good 600-700 people that just have the front page open, maybe. So every time we cycle onto it, we get the viewers.
I like this guy, Shaboom Banana. The B movie trailer, every time they say B, it's replaced with this entire speed run. Oh, let's get on it.
Oh my god.
I would be thrilled for that to happen.
The me movie trailer, but every time they say B, it's replaced with this entire speed run. But every time you use the Thunder spell, it's replaced with the entire soundtrack to Final Fantasy VII.
Oh god.
Alright, so we're back in this place. And we're gonna keep using Valor now until we reach Valor level 7.
See, this is important too because in the past when I've had runs where I haven't gotten final till later, my ether count ends up getting really low because I'm using Wisdom. And I have to visit the shop way more often when I start like the Pride Lands grind, and it's just been a real pain. I won't have to do that here. I have like 20 more ethers in stock right now. I won't have to visit as often.
Is there a reason you put Sweet Memories on Valor instead of you, or is that an accident?
It was just because Keeper was already on the slot. Whether I switch the slot now or later, it doesn't really matter too much.
Right, that's true. Oh, and also, Oathkeeper will be better to have on than Hidden Dragon because your Valor can last a bit longer. You don't have to leave the room as often.
I do. I want sweet memories while I'm sleeping. Sweet dreams are made of bees.
Who am I to disabuse? Travel the world and the 7 bees.
Everybody's looking for bees. Alright, we have fun, we have fun.
I'm gonna say we've got like 10 minutes of a guy hitting a bunch of fake animals with a key, so we may as well make fun.
At least they're not bees.
God damn it. This is gonna be like that Jack run at SGDQ, where we just start talking about random stuff. Like, they couldn't stop talking about Owen Wilson, but we're not gonna stop talking about bees for the rest of the run. Wow, that's a lot of bees. Wow.
So my friend Nick and I were walking to the mart the other day just to get like a couple of drinks. And we walked by this feed store, and I've lived here my whole life, and I've never gotten close to the window, and the feed store has things in the windows advertising what they sell. It said, like, feed, hay, and then it said bees on one of the windows. And we were like, the bees! It was so stupid.
Wow, you really just use Valor for him and do a bunch of hits. Wow.
Wow, impressive.
Wow, amazing. So he's still. Oh my god. Can I read this out?
Yes, please.
I'm gonna read this out. The entire Kingdom Hearts 2 Jiminy's Journal 100% speedrun, but every time Sephiroth1277 talks, it's replaced with the entire B-movie trailer. But every time they say B, it's replaced with We Are Number One. But every time they say 1, it's replaced with Axel's death scene. But every time Sora is on the screen, it's replaced with the entire Shrek trilogy.
You know how long that freaking video would be?
Not as long as the speedrun. Good morning. Have y'all done a GDQ, or are you going to? What do you mean by y'all? If you're talking about the two of us individually, Sephiroth has never been to one, because he's a prude.
Shut up.
And I went to the most recent GDQ, and I didn't run anything or commentate anything, but I was there, and it was a really fun time. And as for running at a GDQ, it's probably never going to happen. If you're talking about Kingdom Hearts in general, then they were in like quite a few GDQs in the past couple of years, and hopefully we should get into next year as well or something. Thank you, dear somebody once told. Oh, these memes, love it. And funnily enough, we're already pretty much nearly finished with leveling it, I think. Level 7 should be... Oh, okay. Let's see. Level 7 will be coming up at some point.
Again, it's longer than it normally is because I didn't max out Valor for once in the final form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much always have to warp out at least once during this, or just aren't enough shadows to get me to level 7, so this is no time loss or anything, it's pretty much required.
Mm-hmm.
Make me laugh so hard I mess up the speedrun. Nah, not gonna happen. I'm too powerful.
This is some great commentary. Well, thank you. It can be quite difficult with this run to fill up the parts, but we'll give it our best shot.
Hit me with your best shot.
Not the bees. I mean, one of the good parts of this as well is it's all fairly muscle memory based. For you what?
I exited the zone by accident. Okay. I gotta
God, Sephi, what are you doing? But yeah, Sephi's doing a lot of muscle memory stuff where he's just going to be going through worlds over and over again, getting synth items. So, Sephi's people are home. So he's about to get some food and some drink. Should be good for him. $2,700. Wow. Keep piling in, guys. Give this stream to your mother, to your grandmother, to your great-great-grandmother. Cat, your goldfish, just let them all watch. The child you've had in the cupboard for 6 years, just let him out. Get him to watch a good old JJ run. Yeah, during this next little grind here, we should be hitting level 7. I do apologize for any yawns that I have. It is 8:30 AM and I'm here for another 7.5 hours. I'll try my best to not yawn too much. What games do we normally play? Sephi and I pretty much exclusively speedrun this game, KH2. This is pretty much the only category that Sephi does as well. I'm going to be doing any percent for quite some time. I've also run a little bit of Kingdom Hearts 1.5, which was a mistake. It's always a mistake. But 12 hours in front of me, well, that's New Zealand for you. Oh, okay. Oof. So I have a bit of delay, so bear with me here, but he very much nearly lost his drive before going back into the loading zone. So he would have had to have used a drive recovery. What games do I play when I'm not streaming? When I'm not speedrunning? I don't really play any games casually anymore.
I'll be back in soon, because Monica is home, and I'm going to be talking with her for a bit, so keep commentating for me, Salad, and I'll join in again shortly.
That's fine. I got you, buddy. Alright, so we did hit level 7 there, and we're going to leave. And not do the rest of the world that never was, that'll come much later. We are going to head to... well, we'll find out in a second. Okay, we're going to do the second visit to Olympus Coliseum. This is a pretty fun visit. We just do a couple of tournaments. We've also got a few extra levels than we normally have by this world, so it goes by pretty quickly. And he put Rumbling Rose on at the start of this world, so you can do magnet explosions. Okay, so first of all, he's doing a cup that's not part of the story. And he's doing this cup because at the end of it, he will get the... he gets something. I think he gets Goofy's Lucky Lucky item after the Titan Cup. And the Lucky Ring after this cup. So he wants the Lucky Ring now before he goes over to Pride Lands. This is a tournament that we used to do a bit later, when we also had the Titan Cup unlocked. But Sephi chooses to do it now so that he has the Lucky Ring for the Pride Lands grind. I think. Oh, this speedrun definitely includes fighting Sephiroth. He'll be doing that in about 6 hours time, 5 hours time. It's been a really solid tournament so far. Magnet Explosion has been doing really well. Okay, so these Rapid Thruster rounds, you can just wait for the minute to go up, but if you keep using magnets for the entire time, you can end it with like 30 seconds left or something. Sadly, he didn't have enough ethers. It's something that you maybe should have bought before the cup. Oh, actually, he just didn't do his items in his menu to allow him to have 6 ethers equipped. Okay. Did that fight just end at 19 seconds even though like 8 rapid thrusters left? That was weird. Another thing to know about this is the first time you do these cups, unlike the mini games in 100 Acre Wood, the journal point requirement sticks with your first attempt. So in this one, he doesn't really have to worry because you get the point requirement just by playing the cup normally. I think it's like 2,000 points or something like that. We'll use Reflex here because it hits both of them. Also shields himself from the attacks.
So I'm glad I was able to end the fight with the rapid thrusters a little bit early because they can go the whole time, but if you kill them quickly enough to the point where none of the other ones have a chance to actually spawn in, then it reads the fight as over, and it ends even though there's still rapid thrusters floating around.
Yeah.
I've been interested.
And you do get Lucky Ring there, right?
Yeah, that's why I do that now, is because we have one less magic boost ring, silver ring here, but it hasn't been substantial enough to slow down my final form grinding, so the Lucky Ring is going to give me the increased drops.
Right. Oh, right, yeah, we do this now, not Pride Lands. Okay, so this is where we're going to start the final form grind. And there's a bit of menuing here. He did some AP boosts. And the magic boost that we picked up in 100 Acre Wood, he equipped some a silver ring and a lucky ring. And then customized fire, put on fire boost, because you'll be seeing a lot of final form fire being used. And also changed his Keyblade layout to Oathkeeper and Bond of Flame. Oathkeeper is so his forms last longer, so he can kill more enemies before warping out, and then Bond of Flame for obvious reasons, because he's using fire to dispatch of all these enemies. And he takes this route a couple times, and there are a few dancers in this room, so we really want to kill those because they give us Twilight Stones, which are one of the synth items that we really want to get a lot of before heading to the world that never was later on. He also gets Twilight Shards from the Dusks, Dense Shards from the Dragoons when he eventually starts killing them, and also Twilight Shards from Gambins, so you want to watch out for those and see how many you get. The more, the better, obviously. And it makes the grind for synth items in the world that never was a little bit faster later on. Like, wow, he just got 3 Twilight Stones in that last pass, which is super good. No, Sephiroth will be fought a lot later in the run, when we have higher strength.
Let's go.
You'll see him take the same route until he reaches level 2 final form. And then he'll start doing slightly different routes, so he can enter the library and kill a few more enemies in his next pass through. Sadly, the only ability he gets for level 2 is Auto Final, which is completely useless. So he doesn't get to equip that, but later on, when we level up Final Form, you get better abilities that we will be equipping.
Any fun is like the very last thing we do before the big tournaments.
Right.
Okay.
With asking, when's been fun?
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
Okay, yeah, so you can choose to go into this area instead of the other area. You get more experience per second, but you give up being able to kill dancers and get Twilight Stones. So it's a trade, and some people do different things. Well, I say some people. Sephi and I are the only people that have really run this, so we do different things. But
Well, because I wear the lucky ring now and there's still a bunch of dancers to kill in the tower, I tend to prefer this route more so than before, for that reason.
that's very true, yeah.
Because the lucky ring is going to increase the stone drops.
Hmm.
I think the highest I got the number of Twilight Stones with this lucky ring route was like 22 in the tower.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
yeah, very, potentially very useful.
But that's the thing with this run. There's a lot of things that you can never be 100% sure on. Like testing is really difficult and things like that because it's RNG. Like these drops are RNG dependent. Some of them have like 5% and some go to 15, and they get raised a little bit when you put Lucky Luckies on. But there's still a lot of RNG involved in this run, which it makes it, difficult to PB.
Let's go.
Why not use Sweet Memories for the Lucky Lucky? That's a good question. The current Keyblade layout is optimal for this level because we need Bond of Flame for the damage so we can kill them quickly, and Oathkeeper so Final lasts a bit longer. As you can see, we're making it back to the save point pretty tight, so if we put Sweet Memories on, we're going to be doing a lot less damage, or our Final Form's going to run out quicker, which neither of which we can sacrifice right now. Although as we level up Final Form, Sweet Memories will be used on 1 or 2 of the levels to get extra synth items.
Let's go.
We only stay in this area until we reach level 4 Final Form, and then we move to the tower. If you have any time for donations, go ahead.
Please.
We have $25 from Final Form. He says, "You'll never level me up." Alright, thank you for the donation. You are watching the Kingdom Hearts Marathon live on twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break. Yes, there's a good 7 hours or so to go. Okay, so with that level up on Final Form to level 3, we got Glide level 1 for Sora, which will be equipped fairly shortly. And Glide will be used for movement a lot in this run.
I haven't seen it asked yet, but I have a feeling it might. I'll just in terms of all the synthesis items that are dropping and me going to the Moogle and visiting him and turning everything in, I have a web browser open with a slot for every single synth item, and every time one drops, I just hit +1 on the item's category slot, and I keep track of them over the course of the game. That way, it can be a little troublesome to keep going over there and clicking, but it makes it so I don't have to check my menus over and over, be unsure on that. They used to not do that.
You just got level 41 Lucky Lucky if you didn't see?
Yeah,
Okay. So, yeah, we get Lucky Lucky there. And we want to put it on as soon as we get it for obvious reasons. This is also where all of the AP boosts that he collected earlier, that he could have collected in like later visits, this is where it comes in useful. Because he gets to equip different abilities like Fire Boost and like. And now, because he's level 3, he can go all the way to this save point and kill a bunch of extra enemies. $3,300, jeez. Y'all are here for the best part too. This Final Form is something that's really fun to actually play. Personally, because you kill things so quickly. You just feel like a monster. Also, you keep progressively killing things faster, because you level up really quickly by killing all these enemies, and you keep getting magic boosts, magic upgrades, like every other level up nearly, and that helps things to go a lot quicker. Also, I don't think it's been mentioned yet, but Final Form levels up. One nobody counts as one experience. So you just want to kill as many things as quickly as possible.
Give me strength.
Oh, he's not going to get anti-form because using Final Form not completely, it resets your anti-points by 10. Pardon me. Every time you use it, and since we're just using Final Form right now, our anti-points are going to be at 0 constantly. Killing organization members doesn't give you Final Form XP. It really should, but it doesn't.
I thought it did give you point though.
It does?
Like it was such a pointless addition to how many points you gave it. I thought it
Yes,
did.
please.
Mom just offered you some breakfast.
No, a cup of tea. I made myself soup a couple hours ago, so breakfast is unnecessary. But a cup of tea would do lovely.
For level 4 now,
As-
you gotta go to the tower. It's way more.
Yeah, so at level 4, we get to pop over to the tower, and it's pretty damn fun. We also get Form Boost, which will be equipped, and it lets our drive last a little bit longer. Yeah, so you can kill the Sigbar and Sykes in Final to get an experience points, apparently. And I have come up with like a pretty inconsistent Final Form strat for Sigbar, but it doesn't matter because we do those fights way after we level Final to 7, and it's only 1 experience point, so it wouldn't really matter. Snapchatted about the stream. Thank you very much, sir. Alright, we now have Guard equipped. So, Guard? Wow. We've had that equipped for quite a while, actually. Since the start of the run. No, we equipped Glide. So we can now see that super fast movement. Also, if you jump and aerial dodge just before a glide, you reach max speed of the glide immediately. Whereas if you just jump and glide, it takes a while for you to reach max speed in the glide. And now we're going to see him go through the tower. Kill everything in this path.
Stones right off the bat.
Awesome. Yeah, this is another place where we're looking at our synth count, trying to get as many extras, twilight and dense materials that we can. Also, don't panic if he sometimes accidentally doesn't pick up a synth item. Like, because some of them, such as dense crystals from berserkers or maybe twilight shards, from a Dusk or a Gambler. Like, we get so many of those that sometimes it doesn't really matter, and it would just be a waste of time to pick up the item. That will also be the case for any of the blue items that drop from some enemies, because they're going to be like Serenity items and stuff like that, which are not unnecessary, but you don't really need to have a specific amount of those. So there's a chance that it might just miss them and not really care. Also, at this point, all these nobodies give so many magic orbs to you, especially with Draw and Jackpot equipped, that we don't need to use ethers on the pass up through the tower, which is also something that we get in the World That Never Was as well. You'll see that if he has enough drive, he'll kill 2 Berserkers in just before the final door. But he won't always be going for that, just in case he runs out of final form before reaching the save point. Nope, this is good old regular Kingdom Hearts 2 English on PlayStation 2. Oh, and the samurais give us dense gems here. And just a reminder, I said it earlier, but you want 30 of every shard, 25 of every stone, and 20 of every gem. So the more the merrier as we go through this. We'll be fighting Sephiroth later on in this run, like 5 hours from now. Okay, so we got Final Form level 5. Means our glide is a little bit faster with both Final Form and Sora, regular Sora. Nope, this guy is doing the entire run on his own, because he's a beast. Alright, because we hit level 5, we now switch Oathkeeper to Sweet Memories, because we have enough drive now, so we can make it the entire way up the tower without Oathkeeper on. And Sweet Memories gives us more chance of getting synth items. Yeah, you do pretty much everything this game allows you to do, except for Gummy Missions stuff and reaching level 99. Like, we do pretty much everything else in the entire game. Also, it is optional whether you complete Sephiroth and Cloud's storyline in Hull Bastion. It gives you the Keyblade of Fenrir, but Fenrir isn't actually a requirement in the journal or anything. So Sephiroth might be skipping Fenrir. As you can see, he didn't kill any of the last Berserkers, because his final form's a bit low. And you'll probably see that for this entire level, because we put Sweet Memories on over Oathkeeper. And sacrificing a few final form kills for the chance of, like, a greater chance of getting synth items is is a pretty good idea to do at this point, considering how many synth items we need to get. Why are we farming these stairs? We are farming the nobodies to get final form level ups. We need to get final form to its max level of level 7. Because then Sora will have max glide level, which is a super fast form of movement. And also we need to get all drive forms to level 7 to unlock the hardest tournament in the game in Olympus Coliseum. Alright, so he lost his final form there because he decided to kill some of the berserkers. It was really, really close, and this is an example of what we do to fix that. He used a high drive recovery to get back up to 3 drive, and then he just went into Valor so he could go into the save point, come back in, and have his max drive bars back. So it's unfortunate, but this is the only place where we need the drive recoveries and high drive recovery. So it doesn't really matter. It's okay if he misses the save point and loses his drive twice. And he's just going to keep doing this until he hits level 7 final form. Yeah, this is a run this is a run that you just tend to chill and have in the background kind of thing, so you'll see a lot of people lurking in the stream. Hey Blitz Phoenix, what's up, dude? It's been a while. Alright, so we killed the 2 berserkers there, and he's gonna make it to the save point, so he managed to get it that time. I am doing rather well. I'm quite tired, but I've got another 7 hours to make it through, so I'll be fine. Okay, Sephi just got finishing plus ability, so he'll be equipping that kinda soon. Because the more finishes you have, the better in this game. Especially because magic counts as a finisher. So you can chain together like a magnet and 3 thunders now. And the 2 finishing thunders do a bit more damage than a regular thunder. We want as many finishes as possible. Yes, I very much enjoy my run, Grand Moth. Okay, he took off Aerial Spiral there. And combination boost so he could equip Form Boost. This is where we have to play around with our abilities a little bit. Because there are quite a lot of abilities that we don't need right now, so... Shouldn't I use this grind as a chance to make tea? My mother is making tea for me. So even though I woke her up at 6 AM by talking, she's gonna get me some tea. Okay, Okay, so now that we're level 6, this is where we're going to go to. We're going to come here just to collect these chests, and then we're going to go through the train and start from outside the tower, because there are a bunch of enemies around here, and snipers. And the snipers give us dense stones, which we want 25 of eventually. And you know, it's just nice to kill a bunch of them here, so we have less grinding to do in the world that never was later on. Sephi missed a spawn of like 1 sniper and 1 dusk there, where the last item in that area is, but he could have done that on purpose, to be perfectly honest. At this point, you also want to try and go as fast as possible through this tower. It's pretty easy to run out by the time you get to the top, so you might skip a few enemies at the top again, like some of the berserkers. Oh, this is the last round I'll be commentating, Blitz. After this, I'm gonna have some dinner and sleep for 14 hours or so. Yeah, okay, you skipped the last berserkers there. But we're not too far off level 7 now. It'll probably take 1 or 2 more passes. And we're looking out for him getting some dense stones from these snipers at the start. This is a live run happening right now by our boy Sephiroth. And I'm sitting here commentating along. And there is a there's going to be like a 10-15 second delay between the gameplay and my commentary of it, which I'm trying to offset as much as possible. But I can't really help it because I'm watching from the Twitch stream, just like everyone else is. I am from the United Kingdom. Hashtag Brexit. Sorry, we probably shouldn't be political. Salad is full of memes. Well, that's not a very nice thing to say, is it? Huh? Huh, Tony? Yeah, he's grinding up the form. Trying to get final level 7. Which should be happening pretty soon. I'm trying my best with the commentary. Like, I'm quite tired, and there isn't a whole lot to talk about for some of this run, because of all the grinding and everything, but I'm trying my best. Hopefully it hasn't been too boring for you. And also I've had some excellent gameplay. That's helped. He doesn't go anti-form because final form lowers your anti-points by 10 every time you use it. So if we could go into minus numbers, we'd be at like minus 300 anti-points right now. So anti-form's definitely not going to happen. Also, yeah, you can only get anti-form if you're if there are enemies spawned when you use it. And every time he's gone into final form so far, there haven't been any enemies around. You may see a case later on after he's used Wisdom and Master a decent amount, where he'll use Final Form to reset his anti-points a couple times, but we'll see later on. If we don't get level 7 on this pass, then I'm writing a complaint to Square Enix. I should probably write one anyway, considering how long it's been since KH2's come out, and KH3 isn't yet. But... Damn. Really should have hit level 7 there, that sucks. We'll hit it shortly. This is in beginner mode, because beginner mode is the fastest. A proud mode 100% run would take a long time. Be pretty difficult. It's not something that I'd like to put myself through, ever. Imagine Sephiroth, he'd be nearly impossible to beat on proud. Especially only at level 70. Oh. Alright, so he should hit level 7 very quickly. And if he hits it, like, when he's close to this save point at the bottom of a tower, he might just warp out there. Or he could keep going for more synth items. Depends on how he's feeling, I suppose. Love you. Okay, level 7 final form. Benga.
Ready for the grand total.
Oh baby, I'm ready.
I got 10 out of the 20 dense gems. I got all 30 of the Twilight Shards, of course. 19 out of 25 of the Twilight Stones. And then I got 5 of the dense stones. And that's why I got the lucky ring. I only have 6 Twilight Stones left.
That's good. So yeah, when we get to the world that never was grind now, there's going to be a lot less than we have to get. So that's pretty good. I didn't say I loved chat. I said I love my mother. Having said that, chat has been quite nice. Okay, so we have finishing plus on now. So we can do some fun stuff in these tournaments. And we actually get to do the story now in OC. And you get to dock back after beating Hades for Titan Cup. Is it unlocked, like, after this world?
Yeah, I do immediately.
Right.
Because it gives Goofies lucky item.
Yes. At least something fun happens now. Yeah, we get to go through the story of OC2, do a cup, and then we get to see Lion Zora, so that's good. It's about time as well. And also, all that final form leveling has left us at like level 54 or so. Maybe a bit lower. So yeah, we got a lot of experience, and these worlds are now a piece of cake. because we're decently over leveled over the recommended level that the game gives you. OC2 is Olympus Coliseum 2. It's just the way I shorten the worlds. Alright, we're going to be trying to get a blazing stone through this passage. Because every synth item you collect counts for something, because later on, when we finally give in some synth items to the Moogle, we want to have 40 different types of synth item, so that it'll give us a magic boost. And a blazing stone is one of the ones that we don't have yet, and there are quite a lot that spawn down this path that give you a blazing stone, so we keep going through this path until we get one, and Sephi did get one on the way, so we should now definitely have 40 different types of synth item to give to the Moogle after a couple more worlds. And he also kills some enemies here because yeah, those little things have blazing shards. Something I forgot. Oh, okay, he also forgot to customize thunder back over fire in the last menu. Oh, cool! The driller moles drop lightning stones too, which is another synth item that we want to get as many of as possible. This fight goes by super quickly if we're lucky, because of how overpowered we are. So we just keep using magnet explosions until everything dies. You got a bit unlucky at the end, but you managed to swag finish it with fire. Oh yeah, everyone follow the runner, by the way. Sephiroth1277. And if you happen to like my voice, then feel free to follow this idiot as well. Alright, Sephi put Ogre Shield on Goofy there. It doesn't really matter, but it gives him like a bit of extra strength. So Knock Smash will technically do a bit more damage. But as you can see, when we get to Hades, Knock Smash does so much damage. It's ridiculous. And that's because we're level 55-ish, when the game expects us to be at around 38.
That's it. You won't stop a true hero.
And we're about to see the power of Knock Smash. Now, we should be able to kill him. I can't remember how much damage the Knock Smash does, it might just outright kill him, but we should be able to kill him before he DMs again, goes into the red fiery dude.
How about I kill him as he's trying to DM, and I hit him with pleasure?
Oh wow, what? Alright, well, the Knock Smash killed him during his DM thing. Not bad. So yeah, that's an option. Have you put 6 ethers on Sora?
Yes.
Okay. Must have missed that one. And yes, we're now docking back to do the Titan Cup. to get Goofy's Lucky Lucky Shield. Because straight after this, we'll be going to Pride Lands. And after completing the story, we'll be doing our first synth grind. And he also put Wishing Lamp on because it has the jackpot ability, and it can drop more orbs during this tournament. And the orbs give you score, and you need a certain score to be reached in order to have the journal requirement for the cup. He uses Peter Pan on any cup where he needs to get a lot of score. Because as you can see, when he uses limit on the assassins here, Peter Pan's limit gives you a lot of score in the top left corner. All these orbs that come out. And for this cup, I think you need 5,000 score. Or something like that, so it's not very hard to reach, especially if you're using Peter Pan, but if you don't know about this, then it can be quite hard to get the requirements. You can also use Stitch, but Peter Pan does a lot of damage, so it's faster to use him. Summoning it's not the only way to get a high score. I think there are different ways, but yeah, Peter Pan and Stitch give you a lot of drive orbs. I mean, score orbs. And because whenever you do hits with Peter Pan, they drop. He makes enemies drop like more magic orbs. I think the same thing applies to score. So if you have Peter Pan out here and do magnet explosions, it'll also give you more score than you would without Peter Pan out. I think. But yeah, this is going pretty swiftly. I'm honestly not sure whether you get the orbs that are like that are out. Actually, yeah. The second the orbs come out of the enemies, they are added to your total. So if you see the second an enemy dies, the orbs get added to your score. Like, not as you pick up the orbs. So yeah, the ones at the end, it doesn't really matter. The second you kill the enemy, your score is added up. So, visually, picking up the orbs doesn't affect it. And we reached the 5,000 score, so we're good. Yeah, grinding final form to level 7 got him to this level. That's one of the reasons why we grind final form so early, along with getting fast movement for the rest of the game with glide. And if you know the enemy's patterns well enough, then you can reflect to get off a lot of damage, which you'll see a lot with those Devastators, the purple lightning enemies that you see in Space Paranoids. Alright, so in this fight he's going to be using Master, Final, and Wisdom Genie, and then finishing it with Valor Genie. And the reason he does all of these is because it's a journal requirement. Okay, so he's not using Final, but he's probably going to use that in the Paradox Cups anyway. So there's no need for him to use it here. Okay, he got a nice swag finish with Reflect Trinity, that was pretty sick. What world are you on? We are on Earth, I believe, last time I checked. Okay, so we got Goofy's lucky item, and we're out ski. We're now gonna head on over and see Sora as a lion. Which is my personal favorite part of the entire run. This has been pretty cool because every time this stream appears on the front page, like it gets a quick boost of viewers, but then every other time it does it, there seems to be like 200 more people here. So I think quite a lot of people are seeing the front page and thinking, hang on a minute, I'm actually going to watch this one. But yeah, a lot of people are just sleeping here because it's a pretty chill, relaxing run. Like, these completion runs, I don't want to say they're boring, but, you know, sometimes there are parts where there's not too much going on, but it's still really impressive to see it, and you're still like, well, he completes the entire game in 12 hours, which is pretty cool. Yeah, even the runner's sleeping right now. Everyone better be woke when we get to Atlantica, though, because we're gonna have some finny fun, that's for sure. Okay, for a second the viewers jumped up to 4,800.
God dang it.
I nearly did something in my pants. This is pretty awesome. But that's, well,
I'm up to like 30. I'm up to 30 new followers so far.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Done.
This guy definitely deserves a follow if you hadn't done it already. But yeah, the viewers come out for these 100% runs, man. I've actually had 6 new followers since this run as well.
I just thought for sure that going into the United States nighttime that it was going to die, but the marathon started with us around 1,000 until this.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope these
Hell yeah.
stay. I want everyone else who's doing runs to keep their shit.
Hopefully it will.
Not only me. No one. All the people.
No one else deserves it. This is the only run that matters. No, but seriously, please stick around for the entire weekend, folks. It's going to be a nice chill weekend at Kingdom Hearts. Hey, I'm just about finishing my Kingdom Hearts 2 All Worlds world record about now. Nobody really cares, but it's true. Right. And now we are entering my favorite place, which is McDonald's, actually, but Pride Lands comes in a close second.
McDonald's is your favorite.
I mean, they probably sell lion in their food.
Like, why would they
Okay.
take the time to hunt and cook lion?
I don't know.
Not even like a benefit to their business.
Shut up. Stop taking the mick. We put a keyblade on. Oh, Oathkeeper, right, because it has a good magic stat. So you'll see us use magic. Oh, dude, fireworks on these guys? That was sick. Usually I just see Blizzard being used there, but fire, that's pretty nice. Yes, we do Pride Lands 1, and then we come out of Pride Lands 1, yay, we save the day. And then we land back in and do Pride Lands 2. And then we leave Pride Lands 2, like yay, save the day. And then we go back in to collect all the synth items and do our first synth grind of the run. So we get, you know, about 45 glorious minutes of this wonderful form. Tasty old 3/4 pound Cecil burger.
Boy, she's gonna taste like a beauty.
No, this is my favorite meme.
I think he gets it as a reward for doing these fights, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, it's the cave hyenas. And we don't really need his Lucky until the end of this world, but it's nice to kill certain enemies during the story mode parts of Pride Lands 1 and 2 to get extra stuff. For example, after this part where we go find Simba, we warp out of the world and then warp back into the start. And as you go through the elephant graveyard, there are lots of living bones that spawn there. And they drop one of the synth items that we need. So it can be good to kill a few of those on the way. And you'll see Sephiroth do that a little bit in the world that never was as well. Like in between doing Zigbar and Locksword and everything, he'll kill a bunch of enemies for synth items. Yeah, the synth items that we do need, which I will redress when we actually get to the synth grind. We need 20 power gems from the shamans and the bird things that aren't rabbit thrusters. Aerial knockers, I believe they're called. Knockers that are in the air. And we also need 7 frost shards from the living bones. Also, those of you who have played this game as a kid, I'm pretty sure you know that at the top of Pride Rock, when you complete Pride Lands 1, I think, they start spawning, there are a bunch of rapid thrusters that you can kill continuously to level up. Well, they also drop lightning shards, and in a JJ run that's pretty necessary. And I think Sephi will be coming back later for the lightning shards? Or do you do that now?
I'll be back later.
Okay, yeah. So you can come back to get the lightning shards much later in the game. Because you have to save warp to get to them anyway, and yeah, it's much faster later in the game when you're higher up level. Because they die in like 1 magnet. So all you have to do is sit there, use like 6 magnets, and then everything dies. They die in one magnet. You use 6 magnets. Well, yeah, because there are so many that spawn at the top of the mountain that it takes like 6 magnets to kill all of them. But like at this point, if we went up there, it would probably take like 2 magnets just to kill one rapid thruster. So yeah, you just want to wait until later. Okay, yeah. Every time you go back to the world map with a torn page, it'll say that a new episode popped up in Hollow Bastion 3. Hollow Bastion. Okay, so this save warp is just a little bit faster. Instead of walking all the way back from the Oasis to the Savannah, we just go back to that save because we only have to go through one room to get back to the Savannah. Simba's auto limit went off there just before grabbing the chest.
Oops.
It's something that can be unequipped, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't mess up any fights. I'm trying to explain speedruns to my girlfriend right now on Twitch DM. Okay, so the ideal strat for this fight is to use a magnet and get all 3 trapped, and then you wait for, like, after the magnet, it sets their revenge value so they always attack you, and then use a reflect to damage them, and they keep coming back at you. Sadly, Sephi forgot to put Goofy on Sora attack, so Goofy kept attacking them and stopped their pattern. But it's fine, the fight ended pretty quickly anyway. My girlfriend's like, but if you can play this game in under 4 hours, which is funny by the way, because I can't play it in under 4 hours. That's a meme. Why is he playing for 12? And I just told her that Sephi was bad. Okay, so in this fight we'll be using a lot of reflects to get some good damage off. This fight's different to when the battle level's lower, like the point where ADMs and everything, and I'm not even sure if Sephi knows when that is, because I certainly don't. But you want to use a limit at some point, because Simba's limit is pretty powerful. And then you want to use an ether, and then another limit. Okay, yeah, so he DM'd before we got a lot of limit damage off. But yeah, you just want to keep using reflex and hopefully avoid the double DM. But that can be quite difficult if you don't know your HP barriers very, very well. Yeah, I've always found the double DM hard to avoid on this route of JJ, like when I did a couple runs of it. And boom, he is dead. Hype. I think it's Chinese Year of the Rooster, isn't it? It's not something I'd expect random people to know, but someone in Twitch chat might know. I just got asked what Chinese New Year it is, and I was like, well, there are only a certain number of species of animal in the world, right? Yes, it is Rooster. Hell yeah. The fact that people actually know that it's Year of the Rooster is excellent. You've restored my faith in humanity. After quite a bad year in terms of the world. Yeah, so we defeated Scar, we saved Pride Lands, and now we're going back into Pride Lands because it's messed up again. There's an Overwatch event for Year of the Rooster. Oh, okay, fair enough. Alright, Sephi just did some stuff in a menu. Not sure what, because I didn't really see it. He might have put Star Seeker on? Nope, Sweet Memories is on, that's fair. Like, switching between Sweet Memories and other Keyblades that do a lot more damage, like, it doesn't really matter, because you do so much damage at this point anyway, because of how high leveled we are, that you don't really need to change Keyblade, and you want Sweet Memories on in between these fights to get synth items and stuff, so it doesn't really matter if you change it or not. It's a trade-off. But this fight, you want to Thunder the Hyenas and get some nice full air combos out. And when you press square with Lion Sora, you get a really nasty air combo that does a lot of damage. This is a fight that's definitely not very consistent. Like, I wish there was a way to like group all three of them up and hit all three of them with an air combo, but sadly it's just not possible. You just have to tackle them one by one and hope you get lucky. And also, yeah, you'll see we're not particularly conservative with our ethers because of how many we have at this point. The cutscenes aren't skippable, like, immediately when they show. It's pretty consistent with the cutscenes, like how long you have to wait before doing each one. So it's not that bad if you get used to it. But yeah, you can't skip cutscenes immediately. You have to wait like a split second for most of them. There are a couple of cutscenes that you can skip while it's still in black, but they're few and far between. We did it! We breached the 5,000! That's some good stuff right there. Thanks everyone that's watching. Make sure to follow the runner. And I'm commentating, so, you know. Follow me if you really want to, but I wouldn't. Alright, so again, this is an example of trying to collect synth items while we're doing the story parts. Also, these shamans are the worst enemies. They're very annoying to deal with. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. There we go. The things I'll do for a follow. That was a mistake. People are going to come to my stream expecting singing. Also, I realized that I was incredibly off key, but that's life. Sing more. Nope. Not happening. Oh god, am I singing during Atlantica? I mean, I hope not. There's gonna be, like 10-second delay in the singing, so I better not. Alright, this fight is Ground Shaker. It's pretty bad. You'll see this is a recurring theme. Well, this fight is kind of cycle-based, so you can do a lot of damage to this guy's eye, but by the time you get to the end, you still have to sit through a DM and wait to get up on his back and everything. So, yeah, we'll try and get as much damage off as possible just to reach his barriers. You'll see him jump up here, and he'll do the RC to get to his top, but then he'll fall straight down. Or he doesn't do the RC. I mean, jump up. But that's fine, he just waits it out and then does a bunch of damage. These little bits of fire that go across the ground, you can reflect those mid-combo to get some extra damage, but you don't need extra damage, so it doesn't really matter. And now he's going to DM. He just wants to mash triangle, make sure he's in the right position to catch him. Oh, okay, he got hit a few times, but he's still good. Okay, good. Whew. And then he's going to do a bit more damage, and until he's on like 1 HP. And then he just has to wait until he can get on his back, because the only way you can finish this fight is by killing the mask on the top of him, unfortunately. And he can kill it in a few ways. He could kill it with a Reflect, he could kill it with Blizzard, or he could try and get Simba's Limit on him. And also sometimes, after this first passage here, you won't be able to hit his mask, and he'll do this little DM thing again. Okay, he was able to Simba Limit and kill him. That's good. And that's pretty much as good as that fight can get, because it's so cycle-based and everything. You can't really make it much faster. Get up on the Hydra's back, indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to the bit that you've all been waiting for. The first synth grind. Aren't you excited? Because I am. A new episode was added. That's Space Paranoids 2, I believe. Okay, so now we're doing our first synth grind. We go to get some ethers, and then he's going to equip all the Lucky abilities. Make sure that Goofy and Donald are in the party, which they already are. But yeah, he's going to put a second silver ring on. Put the lucky ring on one of his party members so he doesn't have to carry it. He put Thunder Boost on, so his thunders do more damage. And earlier on he put on Goofy's Lucky and Lucky Shield, so they're already there. So just to reiterate the synth items that he needs here. Oh, and he put Sweet Memories on, sorry, I forgot to do that. Go. The birds that he's killing right now, or like 10 seconds ago, drop power gems along with the shamans. So he wants 20 power gems. He also wants to kill the big bony guys, the living bones, for frost crystals, and he needs 6 of those. And any lightning shard that he gets is also appreciated, because he needs 30 of those by the end of the game. Although he won't need all of them in this visit. You can also get lightning gems from the enemies that he's about to see, the armored soldiers. And he doesn't need to get all of those, but again, any of them are appreciated and makes grinds later on in the game a lot faster. And this is also one of the most manageable grinds in the run. This is one that doesn't take too long and is usually pretty kind. But again, it's all RNG, so some of these could go really, really badly, some of them could go super well. Big bony guys. It was the best description I could think of at the time. Apologize. And he just has to try and be careful with his magic and use an ether before the bar runs out. Because if he waits until after the bar runs out to use an ether, he'll have to use 2 to get all his magic back. And he just wants to dive around the areas, killing enemies as quickly as possible. You can see Sephi checking to make sure he's got all his Lucky Luckies on a couple times. And that's probably because he didn't get very lucky in that pass, sadly. Yes, this is a pre-recorded sub-11 run. In case you're wondering. Okay, yeah, he's really getting unlucky with the amount of synth drops he's getting. Like, you should be seeing a little bit more than this, but again, that's what JJ can do. That's why the estimate is so much higher than Sephi's actual PB. Because these synth grinds can just lose you like 30 minutes, and it's completely out of your control. What category is this? This is Jiminy's Journal 100% is the official name of the category. Where you do everything in the game apart from complete gummy missions and get to level 99. You do pretty much everything else. And it's not like true 100% of the entire game, because when you complete the game on the credit screen and everything, you get 2 different percentages. You get Jiminy's Journal percentage and a gummy mission percentage. And we just want Jiminy's Journal 100% in this run, because doing gummy missions is not fun. And it takes an extra 3 hours or so. And like this run is already long enough without making it 3 hours longer. Again, we're really not getting too many synth items, which is a shame. I still think we've got quite a few power gems to go until we're done. Sephi will be keeping count on his PC screen. Yes, I will be up and commentating the entire run, bar the first 2 hours. Okay, it's optional whether to kill that living bone in the savannah that spawns next to the 2 bolt towers. But, you know, it gives you a chance of getting an extra frost crystal. And if your grind isn't going particularly well, then you want as many as you can get.
Okay. Gather. Gather. Okay.
Again, I'm sorry I keep mentioning this, but the fact that we're holding like a good 4,000 viewers, even when we're not on Twitch front page, like it's ridiculous. So thank you to everyone that's watching. We really appreciate you guys. We do it all for you. And stick around for the rest of the weekend because there are lots of great runs coming. Okay, we've got a few power gems on that pass, so we should be somewhat near the end now. He's probably good on frost crystals, but might need a few more power gems. Why frost crystals? We need frost crystals to make all the synthesis items that are available. Like, there are probably 3 different synthesis items that we need to make with frost crystals that need like 2 each or something. Probably like Blizzaga, bangles, that type of thing. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Sephi just got the last power gem. He's gonna check now, and he got 6 frost crystals, and I didn't see the power gem count. It went pretty quickly, but pretty sure he got enough of those too, so we are out. And that's 1 grind done, so it didn't take too long. It could have been better. Could have had some better RNG, but it's over. Now we get to do Agrabah. Okay, so he's docking in the shop first, so he can do the skateboard minigame. And he also gets a Moogle, so he can buy his ethers to keep his count topped up. Okay, he's not doing the skateboard minigame just yet, but he needs to do that at some point during Agrabah. For now, he's getting Aladdin's limit out the way, so he doesn't forget that. And now he's going to go back in to do the skateboard. He used Speedster, by the way, because every limit needs to be used to complete the journal requirements and everything. So he just uses it and then cancels it immediately. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to finish the limit for it to count in the journal. This is really, really easy to beat the journal requirement on. All you need is 10 points. The world record, I'll have you know, is 47, I believe? By some guy called Crash Pro. Like, nobody knows who he is, but he has the world record. He's like the only person who managed to get 47. Everyone else got 46, including me. I must have hated him for at least a week before coming to my senses and realizing that it was a skateboard minigame in Agrabah, and that it didn't matter. Oh, and the large body's here. Oh, wait, yeah, he's using Master Form. A lot of stuff is happening. He's putting Oathkeeper on Master so it lasts a bit longer. And also because it has 3 magic stats, so we want that magic. And I've never actually seen this before. I've never seen Master Form used it. But he's using it, so that's cool. He didn't level up to the full earlier on in the run. He's putting the Lucky Ring on Sora because he's in Master Form, so it only works when it's on Sora, because Goofy is no longer out. And yeah, he's using Master Form here because things drop a lot of Drive Orbs, like the Crimson Jazzes and the Fat Bandits drop a lot of Drive Orbs, so it helps to level up his form. As for the synth items that he wants in this world, he wants 20 Blazing Gems, which he gets from the Fat Bandits and the little fiery globes. He wants 20 Power Gems, which he gets from killing Power Gems? Power Stones, sorry. Which he gets from killing the Lunar Bandits, the small guys. Okay, there are quite a few small guys, but yeah, the small bandits with the swords and stuff. So he wants 25 of those. And 20 Frost Gems, which he gets from the Icy Cubes and Fortune Tellers. And then he also wants 25 Lightning Stones, which he gets from Emerald Blues. And he'll find Emerald Blues outside this cave, pretty much. Like, there are 4 just here. And he's already got like 1 Lightning Stone, I believe, so he'll make sure to remember that as he goes through this world. Or he already has it on his tally on his PC. Apart from that, he'll be going through the world collecting all these chests. He's already got most of them now, but there's still a few that he'll be picking up as he goes along. He also knows where all these enemy spawns are, so he'll go and kill pretty much every spawn in the room. And one thing that was found a little while ago is when you leave this room through this next upcoming loading zone and come back into it, all of the enemies respawn. So there's this little route where we go through here, and then we come back, and then we go back into the main part of Agrabah. And since we move like 3 loading zones away from the enemies in the main part of Agrabah, those enemies respawn as well. So we never actually have to warp out of the world. We can just go on like a continuous loop back and forth and kill the enemies. You can also do like a circle motion around Agrabah itself, leaving the marketplace through one door and coming back in another, and just doing like each side as you go past it. So it's a pretty cool route. Bizkit047 found out that you could leave that room and come back in and the enemies would still spawn, so it's pretty cool that we don't have to actually warp out of this world. Apart from at the end of this, maybe. But we have to do this falling segment again for the journal. You just have to attempt it again, it doesn't matter what time you get. And of course we have much better equipment to do this fight quickly than we had the first time. Oh, someone said why doesn't he have armor on? You don't need any. Like, you take no damage from these things, it really doesn't matter. Right at the end of the game, he'll put some armor on because Hades Paradox Cup can be quite brutal. So he'll put some on then, because you do like a level 99 battle level cup at about level 76. So you want some armor then. But until that point, it really isn't necessary. It'll just waste time to put. And now we're going to see him go backwards through the synth route. Apart from this, there's one more minigame he has to do, which is if he is going for Fenrir skip, he will do it now, and it's the carpet minigame that you have to redo. There's a chance he'll wait until later and do it with Fenrir because Fenrir has negative combo, so you can just get out finisher after finisher in the carpet minigame, and it works out faster, and well, not faster, but you can kill enemies a lot quicker in it. Oh, Sephi, I'm sure you know, but just in case, I haven't heard you for like 30 minutes. So I'm just letting you know, just in case you have been talking.
I know, I'm not talking.
Okay, cool. It's completely fine, I was just making sure. How you doing?
Oh, fine, just sitting through.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, and he's just going to be going into drive forms. Like Master and maybe a little bit of Wisdom later on as well. Just randomly, when he gets his drive back and realizes it. It doesn't really matter. Because there are a couple of other worlds in which he can use Master Form to level up. Difference between JJ% and regular 100% is regular 100% does JJ 100% and Gummy Missions 100%, which are the 2 percentage counters in the credits. So thankfully, we don't have to do Gummy Missions this run. Yeah, the gameplay is a little bit blurry. Nothing we can do about it. And if you squint a little bit, it's perfect. Okay, so we seem to be getting like pretty good RNG in general so far. We've been getting a few items. Also, something I haven't mentioned yet, the Fat Bandits drop ethers, so that's always helpful. It means that we barely have to do any shop visits during the Agrabah grind. There's also something we get in Halloween Town as well, with one of the enemies dropping ethers. Squinting actually does help. God damn it. I was kidding. We have now come to the Q&A portion of the run. Feel free to drop in a question. Because we'll be doing this for another 10-15 minutes or so. Depending on how good the RNG is to us. So I'm more than happy to answer people's questions. Why the grind? Because we want to. And you need 30 of each shard, 25 of each stone, and 20 of each gem to complete these synthesis requirements in the journal. Which is a thing that we want 100%, so you have to. My day is going quite well. I'm quite tired. I don't drink coffee actually, I much prefer tea. The setup for this, I'm guessing Sephi's using composite cables. The red, white, and yellow things. Why does he not play with Donald? He is playing with Donald. Square root of 256, 13, 14, 14. 16? It's 16, isn't it? Damn. I used to be good at maths. I haven't played 0.2, but I'm going to, eventually. I actually got it for Christmas, and I'll be playing it next week. Best Final Fantasy? I've never played one. How about that? Chat's about to rip into me, but I've never actually played one. Any major glitches? No, not really. There are a few minor things, like if you use a reflect just before reverting a drive form, you get like a lot of your drive bars back just after you revert, so you can just drive again. There's something like that. But there aren't really any glitches that you can utilize. These games are very well made. Oh, and there's a lot of variance in terms of the final time that you get in this game. Like in this category. Like Sephiroth's PB and world record is 11:03. This run can definitely go sub 11, but the estimate is 11:40 because that's how bad the RNG can be. Like you can lose 10 minutes on a grind and it like be completely not your fault just because you got bad RNG in the drops. It takes it doesn't take too long to learn the route for this. Like if you already know any percent, then that's a really good steady footing. And then you've just got to learn which way to go for the synth routes and what mini games to do and things like that. So it really doesn't take that long to learn. It's something that will take you a while to perfect, like without notes and things like that, which is what Sephi does. Completing all gummy missions with S plus 10 and getting all the treasures to do anything. Yes. Gummy missions 100% is a counter that you can get. Like, you can get 100% in the gummy missions and everything, but it's separate to the journal. So it's not necessary for this speedrun, thankfully. If it was a true 100% speedrun, then we'd be doing the gummy missions as well, but we don't. What are you doing with your life? I don't know. When are they releasing Kingdom Hearts 3? Oh, that's a great question. One that I will not be answering. And I probably won't be buying a Nintendo Switch, because I really don't care about Nintendo anymore. Oh, Roshivs, that's a great question. But I'm pretty sure that Sephi doesn't use notes. Like, at this point, he's played through the route so many times that he knows exactly what he needs to do, and the point requirements for everything, so it's pretty muscle memory at this point. And that concludes our Q&A segment. Thank you for asking questions. And yeah, we're fighting Sephiroth. And I love you, random citizen. 5,500 viewers, hello. Meow.
Same.
Meow, dude.
Am I adding it for 100%? It's not really my choice to add or remove. It's required.
Yeah. Yeah, Sephiroth is required for 100%. Will I what with you, Tay? Crump with you? The hell is a crump? I mean, sure, I'm down for anything. There are no splits because it's a marathon, so... Like, we don't want to bog ourselves down with trying to PB and anything, so... We just have one simple timer going. So it fits the layout and everything. Yeah, we know that Sephi's really quiet. But that's fine, he's got a run to do. If I've said it's pre-recorded before, it was a joke. This is certainly not pre-recorded. Oh wow. That fat bandit gave you an ether, a serenity, and a blazing. Jeez.
What a guy.
Okay, so you can run out of ethers here. So we're just going to top up. Wow, okay, yeah. We now have 33 ethers. So you get so much money from all of these enemies that, you know, we can just keep on refilling our ethers again and again and again. Because the majority of enemies you'll find in these worlds drop a lot of money. And the ones that don't, which is generally just the nobodies, drop so many magic orbs that ethers aren't even necessary. Like in The World That Never Was and Twilight Town. So we always get enough ethers to deal with everything. What are we farming here? We are farming Blazing Gems, 20 of. Frost Gems, 20 of. Power Stones, 25 of. And Lightning Stones, 25 of.
I'm trying to remember if I
And-
warp to the carpet mini game or if I actually have to fly.
You can warp,
I thought I
because you visited it during the second visit and everything. That's something that I always used to see you do. Like, you'd take the carpet to the minigame. And I was just like, dude, what's he doing? But yeah, you can warp in there. So you are doing Fenrir skip? Or are you going to get it for the minigames anyway?
I'm not skipping Fenrir, but I'm skipping it here. It was
Right,
going
okay.
I still need it for
Yeah, yeah. Okay, sure. So the carpet minigame might be a little bit clutch. It can be quite difficult, and there's a bit of RNG involved over whether you get enough. But hopefully we should be fine. Yeah, and right now we're just grinding for synth materials and leveling up Master Form by picking up these drive orbs that drop pretty plentifully from things like the Emerald Blues.
Okay, gather, back off. Gather, back off. Yeah.
Don't be a troll.
Hmm.
Monica, don't be a troll.
Should have practiced, goddamn.
So
Gather. Gather, back off. Okay.
Oh yeah, this isn't live or anything. The commentary is pre-recorded. I just guessed what every single Twitch message I've read out so far has been.
right.
I'm just super smart. How much longer are we going to be here? I don't know. He doesn't need too many more synth items, I wouldn't have thought. So maybe like 10 minutes or so. He hasn't been getting the best luck. And this is quite possibly the longest grind. Because there are like so many items that you need to get here. And after Agrabah... Oh, that's a good question. Is it timeless?
You don't know.
Well, there never was? Well, there never was, right?
I'm not gonna tell.
Space Paranoids 2.
Yes, it's space race.
Okay. After this, we'll go to Space Paranoids, so you guys can get some more story. Also, 100 Acre Wood, right? No? Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. Just needs to be done before the end of the game.
Okay.
Level 58. Cool.
Gather. This is it. Okay, gather. Thunder. Give me strength.
Alright, level 5 Master Form, so that's leveling up nicely. And only 2 more levels to go. But again, it's a form that we can also level up in LOD and Timeless River if need be. You end up around level 76-ish by the end of the run. It can be a little bit inconsistent because of how long you might have to wait for some of the synth grinds and everything, so you may kill way more enemies in some runs than others. This run ends with fighting Final Xemnas, because we don't actually fight him or do the final battles before completing Jiminy's Journal 100%. We fight the first Xemnas fight before the final door, and then we like exit the world and do the rest of the game. And then we go and fight final fights to finish off the run. We don't actually have to fight him twice or anything.
Okay, gather.
Yes, Ace. This is JJ. Okay, so it looks like we're good on Frost Gems and Lightning Stones now. We're just going to be focusing on getting the Power Stones from the Lunar Bandits, and maybe a few more Blazing Gems. And then when that's done, Sephi can warp out, and then come back in and do the Carper segment. Okay, I'm guessing that was all the Blazing Gems and everything. Yep. Alright. Yeah, so now he's just warping in here because he doesn't want to do the entire loop back to the cave. Because the only items he's going to get in the cave aren't really worth his time. He's already got them all. Okay, not a single Power Stone in that pass. That's pretty damn unlucky. How many more have you got left, do you think?
8.
8, really? And that's it? Yeah. Yeah, they really haven't, so... We need 8 more of these Power Stones. Which are not just from the bandits, you get them from Silver Rocks as well.
First.
Okay, yeah, that's a decent start. Yeah, Ventunes, it's just gummy missions. That's the only thing that differs a JJ 100% run from a true 100% speedrun of this game. Okay, we still need like 2 or 3 power stones. But again, this is just part of JJ. One more?
I guess I got more than I need. 27.
Ah, okay. And now we get to do the best thing about this world. Okay, so the upcoming minigame. He wants to have Rumbling Rose, Finishing Plus, and Negative combo on to make sure his combos have as many finishes in as possible. And then throughout this fight, he's just gonna try and do some decently well-timed combos to do as much damage as possible. I mean, to kill as many enemies as possible. And by the end of this, he wants 65 Heartless kills to do the journal requirement. And it's something that might not happen like 100% of the time, so we may have to retry it, but hopefully he'll be fine and get 65 on the first attempt. It's something that if you actually know the patterns of the enemies and when to do your attacks, you should be fine. And Sephi's done JJ a couple of times, so he knows when to do his combos. Wait, what? Okay, so Sephi just got robbed. Like right at the end there, he hit an enemy into the large body.
I got 65.
Wait, you did?
I got 60.
You had 46 though.
I got 65 total. There was one
What?
Extra, one extra Crimson Jazz.
Like after you had 46 dead already?
No, I'm just saying in total that Crimson Jazz doesn't pop up. So if you miss both of the bandits and you get
Yeah, but like those final enemies, there are only 18 of them.
I got 65.
Like, cause yeah, you looked like you were being robbed because the large body got hit and didn't die, and then the bat just like kept going towards the earth and wasn't showing up as dead. So I guess that bat must have died like after you started killing the rest of them, or something. And he actually got 65. That's wow. Okay. But yeah, we did it. That's all we needed for the requirement, and Agrippa's done. And now we get to do some more story stuff. Just please don't ask me to explain it, because I won't know. how to. I can explain this though. He glided into the loading zone, and he has sweet memories on, so he can get synth items on his way to Space Paranoids. Because, as part of the story shows, a lot of the enemies from Space Paranoids have leaked out of the world and are now in Hollow Bastion. So these enemies can drop lightning crystals. The two enemies that we just saw in the fight just now. So he's going to be killing those on his way to Space Paranoids, and he needs 6 of them. And he's also going to be killing the big green ball things, the Morning Stars. He's going to be killing those for power crystals. And also a few things for lightning gems as well, as he goes along. The security system could be really annoying around here and hit him in the middle of the fight instead of his enemies, so he might have to use a few aerial recoveries where he didn't want to. And he can also collect some items on his way around the world. There's also this new area that opens up in this walkway where you collect a couple items. And when we get to the postern in a second, we're going to have a new Keyblade come up. So it's just a item that we have to pick up for the journal.
Got all the lightning crystals.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
7. So that's good. Power crystals, I don't even need to be super strict about collecting it, because I can get back here again.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Sephi said, he doesn't need to get all the power crystals now, because we come back to Hollow Bastion later. But we wanted at least one, so he could input it to the Moogle as one of his 40 different types of synthesis item, so we can get a magic boost. So he does want at least one power crystal, which he's definitely got so far. He's probably got like 3 or 4. And he took that path around to get the 2 items that he didn't get when he was here earlier on. Goes over to this area to get an item and then leaves. But it's a great area, the Heartless Manufactory. If you can go in there and take a look at the scene, it's pretty, but it's a waste of time. We don't want to do that because it's a speedrun. Even though we're like 6.5 hours in, it is a speedrun, I assure you. Okay, so we have another story fight here, where we do some stuff. Probably is bunch of magnet explosions or magnet thunders, and everything dies. At this point, we have so much strength that you could do a bunch of different strats. You could do magnet explosions, magnet thunders. You could use comet. Like, there are so many different things that you can do in these fights at this point because you have so much strength and so many different abilities available to you. And that was an insane fight. Okay, wow. Everything just dies. Although I guess that's what happens when you're over level 60. Okay, we synthesize here to get a magic boost. And a moon amulet, so we can equip that and give us some extra magic. And a mage earring as well. So again, it's just small optimizations like that, where we input the stuff there, just to get extra magic early on, which just speeds up the synth grinds that come up.
I'm back in the game. Running execution.
And the reason why we haven't gone to the synth place that often, and why we try to avoid it that much, is because once we input our synth items into the shop, we have to go in there to check to see what our synth count is if we need to check. Now Sephi's using a program on his PC, so he doesn't need to do that. But yeah, now he's gonna have some synth items in the shop, some in his inventory, so he's got to try and add them up if he didn't use a program on his PC to tally them. For example, he's got maybe 5 dark shards or something like that from earlier, and he needs to get 30 dark shards in total, so later on he'll only need to get 25. That's something that he can do because he's tallied it up. And in here, we just use Final Form and go around and everything dies to a few thunders. It's a really nice fight in JJ.
This part of the run's about to happen.
Oh boy, you're right. The best part of the run is about to happen. Oh, how important is menuing in this run? It's important that you know what you're doing, and you know what to do in the menus, and you're not too slow at them. But again, it's like a 12-hour run, 11-hour run, so although all of them add up, so if you get a little bit of time loss in every menu, it's gonna suck. It's like 11 hours long, so if some of the menus are a bit slow and you don't really know what you do, it's whatever. Okay, so light cycle minigame here. Just like pretty much every minigame in this video game and run, we have to do it again to get the journal requirement. And for this, we need to kill 30 of these Heartless, which should be relatively easy. It's one of the easiest minigames. If you just stay towards the middle of the area for most of it and don't take any sharp corners so the bikes hit the walls, then you should spawn a lot of them and get the 30 kills relatively easy. Yeah, it's a pretty easy requirement to fill. Unless you're on PAL, where you seem to get less enemies. Or maybe you just charge the bikes and they go out of bounds and clip through the wall and stuff, so it doesn't count as a kill? I don't know. But on PAL, some of these minigames, including the carpet minigame in Agrabah, are pretty difficult to get the requirements for, so if you're in Europe or Australia and you remember some of these requirements being a little bit harder, they were. And I'm going to remove my shirt.
Thank God.
You're welcome. Okay, so this is the greatest part of the run. We're going to use Peter Pan. And we're going to use Neverland and stop it immediately. And we're going to keep doing that. Because when you do all this, so you see the little drive bar in the bottom right. It's going down from 6 to 4 to 2 to 0, right? Every time that number goes down one, you get a summon experience point. So basically, we summon Peter Pan, use Neverland to drop 2 bars down, and then stop Neverland, and we keep doing it. And then we can keep entering this room and coming back to refill our summon back to max, because it's a room where our party members leave us. So our drive goes back up. And we just keep doing this until we reach level 7 summons. This is where we grind our summons. We used to use Chicken Little here, and his FPS mode, and cancel it. But Liquid Wi-Fi found out that it's so much faster to use Peter Pan's Neverland. And so we've been doing that ever since. This still takes a good 10-15 minutes though. Yeah, as I said earlier on in the run, if you were here for that, we do use Peter Pan like 30 times in this speedrun. And this is pretty much where most of the uses are. Now back to me removing my shirt. Whew. That was exciting.
Let's go. Our turn. Give me strength. Our turn. Let's go. Our turn.
We're following the leader. Yeah. Ooh, maybe what I should do is I should talk about the next fight for like 10 minutes. And I should talk about every small detail that could go wrong and what you're gonna see. Describe it exactly. Alright, so it's Solar Sailor. And you're gonna use Magnet Explosion a little bit and everything dies. It wasn't exactly 10 minutes, but there's not much to talk about really. But enjoy Peter Pan and the sounds that he makes while summoning and dismissing. It's pretty legit. say we should do another Q&A session, but what other questions could you possibly have? Like, all the crap that I got asked last time. There can't be more of that, right? We are at level 6 summons though, so level 7 isn't too far away. What do you need summon for? That's right, I haven't mentioned that yet, since a while ago. We want summon level 7, and level 7 of all drives, before we reach the Hades Paradox Cups later on in the run. Because that's a requirement to unlock Hades Paradox Cup. What am I wearing? Absolutely nothing. My own skin. Currently very naked, but this is a PG stream, so I am not naked. I'm wearing one of those pale thingies that you see actors have in movies that makes it look like you're naked, but you're not actually naked. It just doesn't show up on film. I'm wearing one of those just to make it PG. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it. Favorite type of biscuit? That's a good question, because biscuits... Are you talking the American biscuit or the European biscuit? Because they're different. Why do you have to do this 30 times? Because it levels up your summon super quickly. As I said, like every time the number in the bottom right in the drive gauge, every time that goes down a number, we get an experience point. So doing this just really, like we get 8 experience per drive form usage now, per summon. Proper biscuits. I like custard creams. But I just like regular chocolate chip cookies, to be honest. My favorite tea, just regular tea, mate. Americans always ask this, just your regular tea. You're just like, yeah, but what? What type of tea? Oh, the bar in the bottom right for your drives and your summons, you always get 2 extra bars than what your current level is. So on your very first level of drives, when you immediately use them, you get 3 as the number in the bottom right, and the max you can get is 9 when you level up your bars to 7. Okay, so we put on... Was that Decisive Pumpkin? Because that thing's got a lot of strength. So, yeah, we got level 7 and now we're off. Dum da da dum. Nintendo, I love you too. And yeah, we're gonna use a bunch of reflects and magnets and explosions to kill everything here.
Well, that was fun.
And I also remember this fight sucking as a child. I died quite a few times in this fight due to the weight limit being thingy, but it's fairly easy at this point because of how over leveled we are, blah blah blah. He's collecting some chests, and then there's a little bit of a menu here where he should be taking off Tron's auto limit, sorting out his parties so that Goofy and Tron is in it. Equipping the Cosmic Arse he just picked up. Okay, he didn't do the other parts of the menu, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, Tron needs to be in the fight, but that's something you can do when MCP comes out. No, he didn't level up with Pride Rock. He just leveled up with a lot of synth farming. So he just went through the world killing a lot of different enemies. That's why he's currently level 63 or something. And you don't need to reach max level. We finished the run at around level 76 or so.
Back in the game. Running executable.
Yeah, we use Tron's RC here to do lots of damage. Then we run around, we break the wall and do some more damage, etc, etc, etc. We might do this RC on a wall that Donald Trump here creates. That's one of my greatest tweets. Made a picture of Sark building the wall with the caption, "We're gonna build a wall, it's gonna be huge." So, yeah, I'm gonna stop talking about political stuff now before I get banned. But this fight's very easy. You just run around a bit and do RCs after you break a wall.
Back in the game. Running executable.
Because we have glide, we can get to the broken part of the wall fairly quickly. Finish him off. Ah, we are now in Land of Dragons. I will explain what we're doing here in a second. I'm just going to yawn a few times first. Alright, so at the top of this summit, there are a few enemies that give you some nice synth items. The cannon soldier's giving you blazing gems. And we also get dark stones and lightning shards and stuff. Okay, they gave you blazing stones. Which are nice to get, because the grind for blazing stones later on is rather tedious. So we're just gonna glash in the mountain, basically so we can collect the items, but if you can kill a few enemies for synth items along the way, you may as well. We'll be collecting most of the synth items in this world just from the cave alone, in a little bit. Yeah, you just go here quickly to collect the items. Okay, so the synth items that we want from this world, we want 30 frost shards that are given to us by the bats. There are lots of bats that spawn in the first few waves of this cave, and you also get some in the main part of the cave. We want 25 dark stones, which are given to us by the assault riders and the nightwalkers. We want to make sure we top up on our lightning stones that may have been finished in Agrabah, but just in case we can collect a few here to make sure we have 25. And we also want 7 dark crystals. Which you get from the flying things. Oh, and since going to the summit here resets the enemies in the cave, along with warping out to the save point and back, we may as well go to the summit because these enemies have synth items that we want. So it works out better to go to the summit, kill these enemies for synth items, and then go back to the cave with the respawned enemies, than to exit through the save point and come back and keep doing the cave fight. Oh right, yeah, sometimes in both the summit and the area before the summit, you can either get a spawn of nobodies or a spawn of heartless. So the nobody spawn there is actually really helpful to us as well, because we get snipers and dent stones, which is one of the last items that we get in the world that never was. So it's really nice to get some snipers there as well. And we already probably have enough dent stones that we want before the world that never was. Yeah, the most frustrating synth items to get here is the frost shards. So we really want to see quite a few of them drop when we keep entering this cave. I'd also like to apologise if I don't talk as much now. I'm starting to get quite exhausted. And we have 5 hours left, so I'm just gonna take my time and try and relax a little bit as the commentary goes on. I'm taking my time in terms of like commentary and everything. I'm not just gonna like try and rush all the information out for you guys. Just gonna be a little bit quieter. I won't fall asleep. Just like to remind you that you are watching the Kingdom Hearts Marathon live on RPG Limit Break. There'll be top quality Kingdom Hearts speedruns all weekend, so make sure you stick around for all of that. From Birth by Sleep to KH2 Final Mix. You know what? That was a good reminder. You're right. The schedule has just been linked to you in chat. And the runner. And make sure you follow the runner because he's a decent guy sometimes. And I don't really know the pace of this run or anything, but it's happening. We're doing stuff. Here's your runner next to you. Yep, he's sitting on my lap actually. That's why I'm naked. It makes him play better. No, Sephiroth lives in the United States, so unfortunately, he's quite a few miles away from me. Oh yeah, this run is definitely on estimate at least. That's for sure. Also, if anyone hasn't worked it out by now, he keeps stepping on the save point and pausing it, and unpausing, because that refills his magic, so it's just a way to lower the amount of ethers he has to use. So he doesn't have to keep visiting the shop for more ethers. Right now, in game, we are collecting synth items. So we need a bunch of dark stones, dark crystals, and frost shards. We should be more than good on lightning stones by now. And he's doing this because he needs 30 of every shard, 25 of every stone, and 20 of every gem to complete the Jiminy's journal to 100%. There's a whole synthesis section in it. Okay, he's also getting quite lucky with the blazing stone drops up here, so that's going to make a grind later a lot easier, faster. Okay, a lot of synth items dropped during that cave visit, so we're getting somewhere at least. Still many frost shards to go, I'd wager. He's currently grinding for frost shards, dark stones, and dark crystals. Okay, that visit was ridiculous. You had like 5 frost shards and a few dark stones as well. So this is good. We're getting somewhere with the synth items. We shouldn't be too far away now. How do bathroom breaks work in this speedrun? Okay, well, you have one a couple hours into the run. You can go during the Port Royal Gummy mission. You can also go during the Beast Castle Gummy mission if you're quick enough. You have a couple minutes there. And then you also have the Atlantica Gummy mission. And 1 or 2 of the songs in Atlantica you can use. So you get a few little breaks here and there. And you can also place Atlantica wherever you like in the run after like the 5.5 hour mark or so. 6 hour mark maybe. So you can go and do Atlantica when you want towards the end, so you can space out your bathroom breaks. Like I personally do Atlantica 9 hours into the run. So I have a bathroom break 2 hours in and 9 hours in. But you could also just pee your pants as suggested. I wouldn't recommend that, but it's an option. Also, this is the first time that I've actually seen this route being used, and getting all these blazing zones is really, really cool. Like, it's the grind that you do later on in Olympus Coliseum just to get blazing stones is really frustrating. So having a lot of these is going to help out a lot later. Especially because you already do so much in Olympus Coliseum later on. Make that world a lot shorter. Okay, there can only be like a few more synth items needed until we're done. The most frustrating part of a JJ run? That's a very good question. Okay, frost shards 4 more. Or did you get the frost shards before? Like, are they already inputted into the Moogle, maybe?
I haven't gone to a Moogle with Frost.
Okay. So yeah, we just need a few more synth items and then we'll be good. And in terms of minigames, there aren't any in Land of Dragons. We only come back here for the synth items. So, oh, and the chests in the summit. Everything else has already been completed in this world. So we just skedaddle. You can get a few extra synth items here and there in some of the synth grinds. There's an example of that which is power shards, where you can collect, say, you can collect a few of them in Timeless River, Halloween Town, and Beast Castle. There are enemies that drop them in all three worlds. So you just kind of want to get like 10 in each or so. So there are a couple of synth items like that you can get. And finish them off later. Lightning Stones are another example, where you can get a lot of them in Agrabah, but you also get some in this cave. So sometimes it's a good idea to leave Agrabah with like 5 Lightning Stones needed, because you know you're going to get quite a few in this cave, while grinding for other stuff. And that's every synth item, I'm guessing, so... Out of Land of Dragons. You have anything? Everything? Yeah. And that really wasn't that bad. The frost shards can take a lot longer than that. He had a couple of passes where he had 4 or 5. Okay, and now we're doing the Atlantic Gummy. For a bit of a break. So we get a nice 3 minutes of a lovely gummy mission, where you don't have to touch the controller at all. You can leave it there and you only take about half health in damage for the entire thing. I'm not sure if we'll be experiencing Finny Fun though. I think you need to have beaten Zigbar to do every single song in Atlantica, so... If we wanted to do the entire of Atlantica now, we could. We'd have to revisit it later, so... The thing is, after each song you get kicked out of the world. So if you wanted to do the Gummy mission in a song or two, and then come back to it later, you could, and you'd just lose time on moving the Gummy ship around. Which isn't much time at all. And it's something that could definitely be done in a marathon. Just so you could take a break and go to the toilet during the Gummy mission or something. What I believe the next world is the world that never was, actually. So we may see that in a second. Am I on the toilet? No, I am the commentator for the run. Aye, Salad. This run is being done by someone else that is not me. I'm just here to answer the questions, look pretty. Both of which I'm failing miserably at.
Right, that was a really good pace when the dragons were.
Yeah. Was it good, Land of Dragons?
And I have a big... My world record, the world that never was grind, was like 40 minutes.
I'm gonna tell you straight up with how many like items that I got earlier. I can potentially save like 5 to 10 minutes on world record if this goes well and continue on.
Yeah.
Let's not get our hopes up, but we're in a position right now where we should be pretty strong.
Yeah, this run's looking pretty damn good. What are you doing in Atlantica, by the way? Or do you just do the gummy for a break?
I've had to use the restroom for
Probably 2 hours and I've been holding off.
Sure, okay.
But again, it's on the way up to the world it never was anyways, so I'm not really wasting a lot of move tech here right now.
Yeah.
It was a good place.
Yeah, the gummy mission is right on the way, so you don't really lose much time in gummy movement. I'm sorry if I repeat stuff to you, by the way, but I'm like making sure chat knows as well, in case they can't hear you.
I don't mind that.
Alright. Okay, so now we get to do some more story in the world that never was, and we get to see some cool fights.
Right, I
Yeah,
need to
collecting.
just get negative combo off. I keep forgetting that is chilling. I want to have.
Yeah, no. Negative combo isn't great. Wow, already got 2 Twilight Crystals from the first 2 enemies, not bad. So yeah, as I said before, as he makes his way to each fight in this world, he's going to be killing the enemies for extra synth items along the way, which means that he'll probably just keep Sweet Memories on for Zigbar, Luxord, and Sykes, because it doesn't really matter. You do so much damage anyway. Also, the best way to deal with these sorcerers, because they don't get sucked in by magnet, and they don't take damage with thunder, so the best way is just to jump and reflect them. The best time to do synthesis is right at the end. Like, you want to do it all in one go. Apart from getting a few magic boosts and stuff that we've done earlier. Okay, so we equip Duck Flare there. And Horizontal Slash and Aerial Finish. Basically the abilities that you'd have in any percent, so that we can do like the normal Duck Flare any percent to Zigbar. Except we do a lot more damage, so basically the idea of this is to damage him until it gets to around his DM HP barrier, and then finish him off. Yeah, it's like, because of how much damage you do, it's pretty easy to accidentally overdamage here and get a DM, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't lose a lot of time.
And I didn't put really
Okay. Okay. Yeah, he didn't have aerial spiral on, so he had to do a pretty, like, he had a fast air combo, so he didn't have much time to get off Duckfly. Okay, we get to see Nog Smash again. That's worth it. The time loss of the DM is worth it if we get to see Nog Smash again. Pretty sure that's how I did this fight casually when I was a kid. Just spam Nog Smash. Yeah, you need to level up every drive form to level 7 for Jiminy's journal. Valor form is already level 7, as is final form. Master, I believe, is level 6. And Wisdom form hasn't been leveled up much yet. But we do the majority of that in Timeless. The amount of Twilight and Dense items you have, I swear, like, you're hardly going to need to grind at all. It's ridiculous. Like, I could honestly see you having all of your Dense gems, like, and Twilight Stones nearly already.
Yeah,
Okay, so all the...
soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a good grind. But all of the synth stuff has already been done for a little while, so now we have 2 more organization fights coming up. The first one is Locksword. It's British, so my accent is quite similar, I must say. He's going to put on monochrome, and this keyblade is pretty sick. Combination boost as well, to make sure our trinities have 3 parts to it. And basically, I'm going to be doing what you do in any percent, which is doing a full trinity and ethering. And then 1 ether fills up your MP bar completely, and you do another trinity. And you keep doing that until he dies. If he times the last trinity well enough, he might skip his DM. We'll see. I think 0.2/2.8 is a game. I expected it to be a bit longer and have a bit more stuff in it, but it looks pretty cool. Some of the fights are rather interesting and inconsistent. And I'm a speedrunner, so I'm gonna look at it from that perspective.
Okay, that's fine. Do it.
Wait, you got it from there?
Yeah, I got it.
What? He gave you a combo? And what? Alright then, well that's DM skip. Hope you all enjoyed that one. That was very interesting. He definitely should have DM'd on that last combo before the Trinity, but alright. Thanks, Luxel. That makes up for the DM that we got on Sigma. And I got there.
Right now.
Alright, well we're definitely gonna get Sykes as DM skip because we get to see the wonders of Knock Smash again. We haven't seen it since Hades, but Knock Smash does a lot of damage on this guy. At the start, you're going to see him use a magnet to bait out his revenge value and make him attack you, and then you bop him. You hit him with Goofy's shield, and he dies. DM is Desperation Move, which has already been explained to you in the chat, but I'll try and explain it via voice to help you get a better understanding. And it's like the boss's invincible type move. So like Zigbar goes invincible and goes to the middle platform and spins around and shoots lasers and stuff.
Pew, pew, pew.
Basically, they get a little bit low on HP and then like, oh shit, I need to do something here. Sorry for the language. So they do this cool move, and you can skip them in a lot of the bosses. Like in Luxord, you can skip the thing where you have to do the 4 circles in the command menu in the bottom left. Yeah, Sykes gets utterly destroyed. Okay, we would usually turn off Riku's limit here in any percent, but we want that on so we can just use it and get it out the way as the journal requirement. And again, we don't have to finish it, we can just stop it as soon as we use it. And then we switch Riku back out so we can have both party members, Lucky Luckies, around us. And we can try and get some more synth items here. Oh yeah, the plot of this game is not important in the slightest. Alright, so we got an extra few Twilight Stones there, and we're pretty much nearly done with those already, so that's excellent. It means the synth grind here is going to be fairly short, hopefully. There is one synth item, Twilight Ordents, that we haven't had a single one of yet, and that is Twilight Gems, and you only get those from assassins. The only place they spawn in the entire game, correct me if I'm wrong, but is in the room just before you fight Luxord and Sykes. So we'll be going there a lot to get the Twilight Gems from the assassins, and we're probably going to have to warp out and just enter that room just to get those synth items. The safest way to deal with these sorcerers is to do 2 reflects on everyone that spawns, because no matter what RNG the cubes give you, you will take them out every time. We got a lot of Twilight Crystals from those, and you only need 9, so we should be nearly done with those as well.
Commentator is not separate from the speedrunner. I am here. Not talking. And besides, like,
Well,
if I sat here and tried to commentate my own run for 11 hours while playing it, I would die.
yeah. Basically focusing on this entire run and playing for 11 hours, and also trying to explain everything that goes on, like that's going to take a lot, because the runner also has to okay, we didn't get a slide dash at the start of that fight. You can get a slide dash there, and in JJ it's possible to skip this entire building phase RC that he does. If you get a slide dash combo in and then you Ether Trinity, you can continuously do that until he dies. You don't have to do this building thing, but sadly we didn't get slide dash, so we couldn't see that. But yeah, he's also got to keep track of his synth items and things like that, so there's a lot of stuff for him to focus on. So it makes sense to have a dedicated commentator to also keep ahead in chat as well. Yeah, this fight, you just want to do a couple Trinities, and because we're so overpowered at this point, he gets obliterated. Like Exodia himself is just piling on him. And he dies. And that is the last, that is the furthest story fight in the game that you will see for quite some time. because we don't go through the final four door and do the rest of the fights against Samus. We backtrack and we get everything else for JJ 100% first. 6,900 viewers. Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Gosh darn.
Whew. Whew. And all the Americans are asleep as well. Yeah. We very much appreciate every single viewer. We love you all. Make sure to stay for the rest of the marathon as well. We've got some excellent Kingdom Hearts runs coming up. This is the runner. And me. So follow us if you wish. Okay, so we go into the Moogle here, do an extra synthesize to get another magic boost. Another reason why it's so important to keep track of your synth items, because we enter the Moogle so many times at this point that, yeah, it's just important we keep track, because otherwise we'd have to keep checking the Moogle to see the number of synth items we needed left. So in this entire world, we want, bearing in mind we've already got a lot of these items from Twilight Town previously, and some on the summit in Land of Dragons, we want 30 Twilight Shards and Dense Shards. We want 25 Dense Stones and Twilight Stones, 20 Dense Gems and Twilight Gems, 9 Twilight Crystals, and 7 to 9 Dense Crystals. But you get so many dense crystals that we've definitely got over that. The dense shards you can see rapidly collecting from these creepers, like they're already probably done. We get so many here. The dense gems are from the samurai. Dense stones are from the snipers. Twilight stones we get from the dancers, which only spawn towards the end of the world that never was. Twilight shards we already have enough of, and we probably only need like a couple more Twilight crystals from the sorcerers. And this room is what I was talking about with the Twilight gems. This is the only room that has assassins in the game, so we want to get as many as we possibly can from this room every time we go here. Oh, and Sephi just stood there for a second, I think, so he could count how many synth items he got in that room. Like, if you go out a loading zone, then you won't see the items pop up in the bottom of your screen. So he's just making sure he counts how many he collected. So he has to check the menu and Moogle shop as few times as possible. I hope I'm explaining all this okay, by the way. Like, it's been a while since I've done a JJ run. I'm trying to get everything. And people ask questions in chat and I'm answering, so that's fine too. He gets all his ethers from money. Like, the amount of enemies we're killing here, we also killed a bunch of enemies in Land of Dragons and Agrabah. And a lot of those enemies give you a heck ton of money. So we just use all that money to buy our ethers. Also, we don't need to use ethers in the world that never was, because all these enemies drop so many magic orbs with the amount of jackpots that we have equipped, that we don't need to use ethers, because our magic just continuously stays afloat with the amount of magic orbs that drop.
I'm not using orbs. We can go into but we don't have to party to it. I'm not trying to.
Yeah. Also, out of the drive forms he has left to level up, the only ones he has are Master Form and Wisdom Form remaining. Like, he's already done Valor, so the ones that level up via hits are got. And he's also leveled up Final already to level 7, so he's not going to get any experience for his forms by killing nobodies. The only thing he has is Master Form, which levels up via drive orbs, and there aren't any drive orbs around in this world, and Wisdom Form, which levels up when you kill Heartless. So, leveling up both of those forms would be impossible in this world. Apart from if you killed the shadows right at the start with Wisdom Form, but that's slower than doing it later on in Timeless River. How long did it take him to finish Roxas' part? 25 minutes and 3 seconds. Don't ask me how I remembered that. He's getting a decent few Twilight Gems on each pass, so this is looking pretty good. He also keeps going over here to finish off his Twilight Stones with the dancers. And are you done with Twilight Crystals, or do you need to get a few of them?
Twilight crystals? No, I'm not done with
Okay, so we'll need to go up to the top level to kill some sorcerers in a little bit to finish off the Twilight Crystals. And we can also get dense stones from the snipers on the top bit, so it's worth it to go up there. But the amount of times you need to go into this room to get the Twilight Gems from the assassins, like, we don't need to worry about going up and getting the sorcerers right now. How did I remember? I did an RTA. I did a quick practice run, a race of Roxas section, with the world record holder of any percent, Ninten866, and he got a 25 flat time in Roxas section. And I was going to mention to Sephi that his time earlier was only 3 seconds worse than the world record holders that he got earlier, but I didn't, because it would have been cheap and wrong. Poor Ninten.
Dense crystals are done now. 1 gem and 2 twilights. At that point, I can just go into that back room village.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we just need a few more Twilight Zones. Couple more Twilight Crystals. And then we'll just be going into that one room over and over again to get Twilight Gems from the Assassins. Because only 4 of them spawn, it's like possibly a 15 to 20% chance that they actually drop what we want them to drop, so we do have to go into this room quite a few times. And yeah, it's very RNG dependent. It could take you like 20 minutes to get everything from this room, but it could take you like 5. One of the reasons why I'd always want to see Taz for this game. And this category.
Right, should just...
Yes.
Man, I might be a little high. There's been a lot of stuff dropping.
Yeah. Yeah. So, because he's keeping tally of his like items as he gets them, he's not going to be 100% sure whether he has enough or not, so he's just going to get a little bit extra maybe, so just to make sure. So 1 more Twilight Stone, and he's going to have to do 1 more pass up the top to get the rest of his Twilight Crystals. And then we'll just be going back into this room over and over again until we get enough Twilight Gems. And we've already had quite a few Twilight Gems. We shouldn't need too many more.
And I won't actually go up to get the other 2 Twilight Crystals until I'm Twilight Gem, because I know that I get 2 pass. So
What about dense stones though? Like you could kill some snipers on the
Well,
pass.
stones I'm also getting from the Twilight Gems, and I have to stay here until the Twilight Gems are done anyways. So I can potentially finish the dense stones during the Twilight Gem grind.
Yeah, that's true. I was just wondering, like, if you didn't have many dense stones yet, then it would probably be a good idea to
I have 18 of 25.
do it now. But okay, yeah. So
I just need to
you'll be
go
good.
through now.
Mm-hmm. 7,000 viewers. Woo.
Don't you guys have anything better to do? Crazy.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? Get out of here. You should be, like, watching the Super Bowl or something.
Super Bowl is not February.
Wait, really? It's next month? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, watch last year's Super Bowl. Or the year before.
Yeah, just rewatch old ones.
Just watch, yeah, watch every single Super Bowl that's ever happened in a row. And still come back for the end of this run.
I have to know when the Super Bowl is. No, I'm management in my job, and we're rolling through a new wing program to go with the pizza shop, and it's going to come out right when Super Bowl hits, and that is going to be business heaven.
Okay,
And
cool.
people ordering food for the Super Bowl is heavy.
Yeah, that's true. This is better than the Super Bowl. Oh, hell yeah.
Right.
Three Twilight Gems just dropped? Wow.
I said there's only 4 enemies that drops them in the whole game at this point, but the drop rate is not that bad. I usually get at least 1 a pass.
Yeah.
Very rare to get none.
Mm-hmm. And then you'll occasionally get the really, really good ones where you get 3 or 4, which make it go a lot quicker. Oh, this stream and run should lose you in a few places. Like, we do a lot of stuff. But basically, all these items are needed. We need lots of them, and that's why we're killing all the enemies to get all these items. That's it.
Don't worry, we're still gonna do Jack Skellington in the worst grind of the freaking game.
Oh god, yeah. Halloween Town is not a good grind. You guys will see it later. It shouldn't be much worse than Agrabah though. Like, those power stones were really mean to you. I can't see Halloween Town being too much worse than that, but
They weren't even that hard.
it's happened before.
Scheme of things. Everything else pretty much fell into my lap.
Yeah. How does it feel knowing that 7,000 people are listening to you speaking right now? It's pretty absurd, but I'm completely fine with it. It's something that generally hasn't made me nervous. I'm just happy and enjoying the experience.
All synthing is required for JJ.
Yeah, you need to sense every single item that is synthable.
I only need 1 more down. I need to count them at this point.
If anyone didn't hear that, we only need like a few more Twilight Gems and then a couple of Twilight Crystals, and then this grind is done, which is ridiculous considering it only started like 15 minutes ago. That's how good Lucky Lucky can be, if you get lucky.
Oh.
Is that level 67? Damn, you're high leveled. Yo, thanks, Rebel. At least someone appreciates my comedy.
Gather. Thunder.
No, so this is Jiminy's journal 100%. There are 2 counters at the end of the game of percentage, and that's Gummy missions and Jiminy's journal. So we only need to get 100% in Jiminy's journal.
Like, come in here and just advertise, spam yourself. Good job.
Gather. Thunder.
There we go. I got 0 last time, so I should 3. 4. There's 3.
3? Nice. Looking around here, you'd think she's got everything.
Don't sing it. We'll just speak. It's gonna be fun. Like,
Yeah.
it's not over.
That's exactly what-
So it has-
Yeah, Mod II Salad. I love that guy.
Oh, 1, right? 2. One more pass, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So, one more Twilight gem. And then we'll go up, get a couple Twilight crystals, and then warp out of the world. And we'll be back here right at the end of the run to finish off the final fights.
Gather. Thunder.
And we got the 1 Twilight gem there, so we're out. See, the fact that Sephi is counting all these without, like, checking his menu all the time and checking the Moogle shop and everything to see what he's already put in is super impressive. Like, to keep on track of every single item, especially in this world where you need to keep track of like 8 different ones, it is pretty great. Oh, Sephi, you didn't get the item on a middle platform where the sniper and sorcerer are. I saw that much earlier, but I thought you collected it. Yeah. This is now a co-op run, and I expect half of the rewards.
I'll try this. I think I have all mine though.
Yeah, you got a hell of a lot of drops in your first few passes up here with the Twilight Crystals. Will he do all the Coliseum fights? Yep, he's going to do all of the tournaments. He's already done 2 of them, but he's going to do the other 2 normal ones and then all of the Paradox ones. Okay, so now we're off to Timeless River. And we want to collect a few chests that we didn't get earlier. We're going to be leveling up the rest of Master Form, I believe, like 1 more level.
Master's at 5.
And then we're going to be leveling up Master's at 5? Okay. And then we're going to be leveling up Wisdom Form as well. The average time for this run? Well, full runs aren't really completed that often, so I wouldn't say there's an average exactly, but if you were to do consistent runs of this, then Sephi would probably get like around 11, 20, 11, 30 on average. Okay, so Wisdom Form here is leveled because there are a lot of Heartless. Every one Heartless kill that you get is 1 experience towards Wisdom, so that first window that you went to is really good for it, because it just has a bunch of shadows that die immediately when they get cast into a magnet. And he's just gonna... Okay, so we need to buy ethers. And we're just gonna be quick running around and killing all the enemies here for experience. In terms of the synth items that we need here, we want to collect 30 Dark Shards. He's already had quite a few of these already from past worlds, so he probably only needs like 20 to 25. Which should be really easy to get because that first window has all the shadows and soldiers in it that give in to you. He wants to get 25 Frost Stones, which you get from the cars and the planes. He wants to get Power Shards from the large bodies, but he only needs to get about 10 of those in this world because he can collect the rest later. And I think that's about it. This isn't a very extensive grind in terms of synth items, but he's going to be doing a lot of Wisdom Form because he needs to level that up to 7 in this world. Do you want to complete Master Form here as well, yeah? Or is there somewhere else?
If I finish before Master Form is done, I'll do it.
Okay, so Master Form can be done in Halloween Town, because a lot of the enemies there drop Drive Orbs as well. There's actually quite a few places where the enemies drop a decent amount of Drive Orbs. So Master Form could be leveled up in quite a few different areas. Better to level up Wisdom in the world than ever was. See, it would be based on just speed alone, but we're also collecting all these synth items. And while we're here, we can collect all these different synth items like Power Stones, and Power Stones, Power Shards, and Frost Gems. Frost Stones even. As well as the Dark Shards from the Shadows and everything. Whereas if we were just in the world that never was, we'd only be getting Dark Shards. While leveling up Wisdom. So we just kill 2 birds with 1 stone basically. And that's why it's better to level it up here. If we had a tool to take off load times in JJ, that would be the smartest tool in the entire world. Like the amount of loading zones there are, and they're not consistent or anything. Okay, yeah, Wisdom Form's level 3, so we still have a decent way to go with that. So we're probably gonna get all the synth items way before Wisdom is level 7. Yeah, completing this game in 11 hours is pretty ridiculous, considering how much there is to do. Oh, I forgot to mention the route that he takes throughout this world. If he does the 4 windows, and then goes out and does the 3 areas here, he can go back into the windows and everything is just respawned, and he can continue on a loop so he doesn't have to go to the door and go back to Disney Castle and come back again to respawn the enemies. What are the specifics of the speedrun? He's doing everything in the game, apart from completing gummy missions, like collecting all the items in them and stuff. But he does pretty much everything else that is available to you. Nope, this is a RTA speedrun, and if he pauses at all, and takes a break or whatever, he can no longer submit the run, and it is invalid. It has to be done in one segment, which makes it rather impressive. Something else to note about this world is because it's black and white and there's a lot of stuff on the floor and everything, it can be quite difficult to distinguish whether there's a synth item there. So you'll see that Sephi spends a little bit extra time maybe quick running around a couple of the areas and looking around just to make sure he doesn't miss any items. Also, it can be pretty easy to mistake drive orbs and HP orbs for items sometimes. Streamer is focusing on his speedrun, and also his mic has been really quiet the entire run, so when he has spoken, I don't think many people have heard him. But I've pretty much said everything that he has said to me throughout the run. But there is a lot to focus on.
I've only got 2 frost stones left and the shards are done. Shards later.
When are you going to do the rest of Wisdom form? I guess just in Beast Castle, right?
I might. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that. Part of me wants to try to just finish it here, but I can do it during other areas, so I probably should just and find somewhere.
You could try and get to like. You could keep going to level 6 Wisdom, maybe? So you don't have that much more to do in Beast Castle. Or you could even, like, right at the end of... Actually, no, you can't, because you need level 7 for Hades Cup. I was gonna say, you could just pop into the What There Never Was, and level it up on the Shadows, if you need to, but... I don't know.
I know. Power shards I get in Beast Castle and in Hollow. So I don't really need to at this point. Stones, yeah, dark shards I know I got more. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's only level 4. It's level 5 and Master
Yeah.
is into 5.
Yeah. I'd say it's worth it to stay here for a little bit. I'd say until level 6, because then you can just use it throughout the Beast Castle grind and everything. But then you also need to level up Master and the Beast Castle grind, so I don't know. It's up to you. But that grind actually went really, really quick, so...
It almost went too quick. I wanted it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
At least you don't have to worry about picking up items in some of the rooms. You can just focus on killing enemies and then leave.
I'm just gonna go for this and see what happens. I would rather try to do the grind during the synthesis, and then if I can't finish them, then back in a timeless river just to,
Yeah.
because there's a chance that I think finished in here.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna try and level up Wisdom from 4 to 7 and Master from 5 to 7 during the Beast Castle grind and during the Halloween Town grind for Master form, I guess. So yeah, Master form will be done during the Halloween Town grind, and then Wisdom during the Beast Castle grind, and we might have to go to the World That Never Was or something to level up Wisdom further at the end, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, so this minigame... Okay, yeah. Okay, we still go back to Timeless for Wisdom, that's fair. You just need 1,000 score in this, and it's super easy, you just gotta jump and do heel flips. Or 360 spins even. So that's an example of an easy minigame. The box one is pretty RNG based when we get to it. But yeah, we'll see Master Form being used to level up a little bit. Okay, we got bulky vendors, which are pretty useless at this point. But we want to kill the Trick Ghosts. They give us Lucid Shards. And the Graveyards give us Lucid Stones. So we need 30 Shards and 25 Stones. we don't have any of them so far, really. So, we're gonna get them all here. And if you kill all the enemies in the main area with the carousel, if you then enter Santa's house and come back out, you get 1 trick ghost spawn. And if you enter the room where the experiment fight is and then come back out, you get another trick ghost spawn. So just because the RNG here is pretty low in terms of drop rates of lucid shards, we want to spawn as many ghosts as possible, so he'll be doing that a lot. And also this is another world where there's a loop where you don't have to warp out. So you'll see him go through this forest, go kill the enemies in Curly Hill, and then come back. And then every time he'll have more ghosts spawning everywhere. What Keyblade is using, he currently has Oathkeeper and I'm not sure. Oh, Sweet Memories on Sora. Oathkeeper just so Master can last a bit longer when he's using it. And Sweet Memories for Lucky Lucky. Wow. The Creeper plants drop power shards. He already got 15 of those from Timeless. He needs 30 overall. But he also gets an opportunity to get power shards in Beast Castle as well. So even if he only gets like 5 power shards from these creeper plants throughout this entire grind, that'll still be pretty good. Okay, Master's level 6, so he doesn't have that much left to go, just 1 more level, and he gets a lot of drive orbs from these enemies, especially in Curly Hill. Also, it seems to be going pretty quickly with Master Form as well. The only problem is we're missing out on 4 Lucky Luckies from Donald and Goofy. So, we're not going to get as many lucid drops as we want right now. Having said that, you can have all of the Lucky Luckies and still hardly get any lucid drops because how stupid the drop rate is. I'm actually going to mute my mic for a good couple minutes and I'm going to eat something, but I won't be that long. And again, it's just this guy killing a bunch of stuff trying to get these lucid items and leveling up Master Form.
Amon, you should be fine. Ren.
Maybe he's a viewer of yours and he's expecting like actual music.
Oh. Not this marathon.
No. I had some prawn cocktail Pringles and I feel somewhat refreshed, I guess. Also rather unhealthy. That's to be expected from a salad. This is not RPG Limit Break, my child. This is a Kingdom Hearts 2. This is a Kingdom Hearts marathon. It's separate to RPG Limit Break. Yeah. It may as well be, it's the only part that matters. Oh, and Zetris. And Knuckles. Oh, a reminder to do the present minigame at one of the times you enter Santa's house. Hey Sephi, why don't you do this run on critical?
Well, if there was a critical mode, I might do it.
That's what I thought. Oh, I guess doing the minigame and coming back out would spawn all the enemies too, right?
It would, but I'm just kind of waiting until I'm done with Master.
Oh, okay, sure.
Slide around wherever I want.
Yeah, that's true. Master form movement in Santa's house sucks. Whoop, there it is. So, Master Level 7 has been reached, and now we'll be getting our synth items a lot quicker, because we'll have Donald and Goofy's Lucky Luckies active. Nope, there is no viewbot here. We've been on the front page of Twitch, on and off, for quite a while.
I gotta take my headset off for a while because it's hurting my ears and I can't hear anything you're saying.
Okay, sure. Okay, so yeah, this silly little mini game. We need to get 150 score for the JJ requirement in 1 minute, and if we don't get enough green and gold boxes, it's pretty damn difficult to get. So you just gotta hope you get good RNG. Like, if it starts to go really badly and you just know that like you're not gonna be able to get it, you can pause at any time and restart, but you never know when the game might give you luck and like throw 5 gold boxes in your face, so. Okay, this looks to be pretty good though. Yeah, okay, we're definitely over 150, that's cool. Because obviously, losing a minute here to every retry is something you definitely don't want to do. Alright, I want to know how many people are botting in this chat, so press 1 if you're a V-bot. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm glad that there's lots of V-bots in chat. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. Atlantica's kinda soon, yeah. It'll be done after this grind, after Beast Castle grind, and after Hollow Bastion stuff. Possibly after Twilight Town as well. It's like one of the last things to be done. Generally, because it's just a bit of a break before we do Olympus Coliseum, which is a really lengthy world. I don't think there are enough V-bots, to be honest. We need to get more. So if all you V-bots could get your V-bot cats, your V-bot dogs, your V-bot hamsters, get them all to bot the stream, please. Alright, so he's using Wisdom Form here to level it up a bit. I am Catbot, please insert tuna. Oh, that's an excellent comment. You deserve a sticker for that one. What is he trying to do? He is now currently going for 25 Lucid Stones and 30 Lucid Shards, and then he can leave the world. He's got to get all of those first though, so he can do synth stuff for the Jiminy's Journal. He's in Wisdom form, so he can level it up, because he needs to get to level 7. Well, he needs 30 of every shard, 25 of every stone, and 20 of every GM. Then a bunch of other crystals. Because that's what Jiminy's Journal 100% requires. You need all of the synthesis items to be done, and the lists to be complete and everything, so that's why he's getting all these items. Because he needs to. And of course, so he can get Ultimate Weapon, which is really the only thing that matters. We spend like 6 hours just so we can get Ultimate Weapon for the final fights. It works out much faster. It's such a good Keyblade. off as Captain America's shield. Damn it. Sure, why not? I'm betting that he only needs to get like 5 more lucid stones, but like 15 more shards, because they're that elusive. And again, we've been using Master Form and Wisdom Form to level them up, so we have less Lucky Luckies active, and therefore less items are going to drop, but it's fine, it's something that needs to be done. Wisdom is only level 5 right now, maybe, so we need to keep going, get that level 7. Maybe we'll see a level up shortly. Not from Sora, from Wisdom Form. Yeah, as I said during the Agrabah grind, it's nice here to get a lot of ethers from the enemies, so we hardly have to go to a shop to collect ethers. Even though it's right there, like, it just makes it better. You don't feel bad spending all your money. Okay, yeah, should be pretty much done with Lucid Stones now. Just gotta get quite a few more shards and then we should be done with this world, but it really is one of the worst worlds. Okay, yeah, so Lucid Stones are done and he needs 7 more Lucid Shards. So this really isn't going too bad. And yeah, now he's just gonna skip all the graveyard spawns. I'll update you guys every pass he goes through on how many he's got left to go. Also, all the power shards he's getting are helpful. Means you won't have to worry about it too much in Beast Castle. Getting the rest of the power shards. Okay, he needs 4 more power Lucid Shards even. No, he's gonna Wisdom Form. Get some extra experience. Okay, 2 more. And then he's gonna warp straight out of this world. And we'll be off to Beast Castle. Which should be a pretty quick world, considering all of the items he's already got. Alright, he needs 1 more Lucy Shard, so hopefully we'll get it in the first 2 ghosts here. But yeah, in Beast Castle, well, never mind, I'll get to it when we land there. So I have something to talk about. And he didn't get the Lucy Shard there, damn. Okay, he's definitely fine for power shards, wow. Okay, he's not getting a Lucius Shard right now, but he only needs 1 more, so should be soon. We also might want to buy ethers before he leaves the world, just in case, but he might not do that. There we go, there's a Lucius Shard. And that's Halloween Town done. It was a pretty good world in general. Like, you may think these are going really slow because of like how repetitive they are and things like that, but it really isn't that bad. Like, these can be going so much worse. Alright, so Beast Castle. In this world, there are no minigames for him to do. He has to do Beast Limit at some point, which he's going to do straight away, just so he gets it out of the way and doesn't forget it. He's also got to equip it because he unequipped it earlier on during the any percent portion of the run. So he's just going to go in here and use Twin Power equip, if he can spawn the enemies. And then he will stop it immediately, pull in Goofy, and kill these enemies. Alright, and he'll go outside because there are 3 items for him to get in the courtyard. He might also kill a few enemies here. Actually, no, he probably won't bother. Like, you get gargoyles that spawn here, but you already get so many of them in a room later on that it doesn't really matter. You kill enough of them. Okay, so aside from collecting a bunch of chests, he wants to kill the hammer frames to give him blazing stone, blazing gems even, blazing shards, 3rd try lucky, and he wants 30 of those. He's already got quite a few blazing shards, but not too many, so he still needs to get like 20, 25 maybe. So he's gonna want to be killing all the hammers. He also wants to fill up the rest of his power shards, but I believe he's already on like 35 power shards or something like that, so he doesn't really need to get any of those. And he also needs 20 dark gems from the gargoyles, but as I said earlier, there's a room where a bunch of them spawn, so he doesn't really have to worry about that either. The room contains like 20 of them or something, so it's really easy to get the max dark gems. And there is a little route here we do, which is also a kind of a loop. So we don't have to warp out of this world either. And yeah, he needs to get Wisdom Form up an entire level, so we'll be using Wisdom Form to level up as well. Which will be really, really good in the next room with the 20 gargoyles. You'll get to level up Wisdom really quickly there, which is awesome. Oh yeah, like the first 4 hours of the run or so is basically any percent strats, but you pick up a few extra chests here and there. So there's like an any percent portion of the run, I guess. So yeah, that's the loop. He goes from this room all the way down that hallway where the lantern lamp minigame is. And then comes back up. And he's gonna keep doing that until he has enough synth items. This one can actually take a very long time, because the blazing shards don't drop too often. He's also going to have to warp out if he runs out of ethers to go to the Moogle, so hopefully that doesn't happen. And he can get out of here with enough blazing shards before he runs out of ethers. Yeah, I know, I'm desynced with the video by like 10 seconds. I'm watching the same way as everyone else is via Twitch, so I see things like 10 seconds after they happen. Drop rates in this game are funny. Like, sometimes you can get really lucky and get loads in a row. Sometimes you don't get any for a very long time. It's what makes this run so inconsistent. It also what makes it more exciting to watch and to play. Like, you never know what's gonna happen. Okay, he's not getting too lucky with drops. So again, we might be here a little while. But to be honest, he needs to stay here until Wisdom Form is level 7 anyway. So he's got some time until then.
Alright. Hi.
Hola. Man, blazing shots suck. I guess you are in Wisdom as well.
They're not awful considering the wisdom.
Yeah. Also, the gargoyle room is really good for leveling her. I'm about to be asked if I want lunch. Oh, there is a Sephiroth fight in KH2. It's where Sephiroth fights against himself for control. Get yourself a sandwich, brother. Yeah, you're right. Also, am I mad or are you like done with power shards already?
Actually, we got power shards for now.
Yeah.
I stop keeping track when I know I'm going enough.
Yeah.
I would have had to get less than 5 to not finish.
True. He could use Mega Ethers instead of Ethers, but he'd have to equip them in the menu, and I don't think he has enough for that to be worth it. Like maybe he has 10 or so, but it's probably not worth it. It might be better than warping out though.
The streamer's not saying much, that's probably why you can't get it done. Wisdom.
Yeah, okay, good. So now we don't have to use Winter Form anymore, and we should get a bit of a better drop rate on the Blazing Shards because we have 2 more Lucky Luckies in play. He is currently doing a grind for synth items. He's probably pretty much done with Dark Gems, and he needs a good few more Blazing Shards. And now he's going to warp out to buy Ethers?
Yes.
Okay. Also, I forgot to mention that he also needs like 7 or so blazing crystals throughout the run, but you get them so frequently. Crimson Jazzes spawn in a lot of different places, so he's most definitely got that. It's something we don't even look at. It's also a rather common drop as well. He is done with every drive form. Yeah. All of his drives, and he's also leveled Summon to 7 as well. So that's all done. Right now, the only things he has to do is the rest of these Blazing Shards, which shouldn't be too long now. Hopefully. Then Atlantica, Hollow Bastion, Synthesis, and a couple minigames and Sephiroth. Twilight Tower minigames and chests. And then Olympus Coliseum tournaments. So we're definitely getting towards the final stretch of the run now. Yeah, just so everyone knows, every time he does a loop of this, he's killing 10 of these hammer frames. And he's hardly getting any blazing shards at all.
Yeah, this is a row. Silly.
You got like 2 of these in OC before, right? Maybe? Yeah. See, and that'll help a little bit.
On left.
Wow, you got 5? Oh, alright. That was nice. See, all it takes is one really nice pass, and this doesn't seem that bad anymore. And there happens to be a save point right there. Okay, excellent.
Right, boys and girls. Ready for the... Well, it probably is the actual best part of the run for most people.
Yeah. The Hollow Bastion grind's pretty cool. Sephiroth is fun. And then Atlantica and Twilight Town mini games and everything. This is a nice section. Okay, so in this entire world we have a few things to do. There's a bit of a synth grind. You want 20 lucid gems from the books. We want to make sure we have our 7 power crystals or so from Living Stars.
So it should be done by now.
Yeah. Yeah, we want 20 lightning gems from the armored soldiers. And that's pretty much it from the synth side. And then we've also got to go and fight Sephiroth, which you may as well do before the synth grind ends, because there are a bunch of armored soldiers that spawn on your way to Sephiroth.
Plus, if you go down here, I fight him and then I go back again because it's hard to see.
Yeah.
Lightning Jig. Pretty good. Honestly. Got 2. Yeah, power crystals are definitely done. I've gotten like 5 since I landed.
You'd get more viewers if you pretended it was a charity stream. Hey, everyone donate to I Salad. He's got one leg.
That's a mess.
I don't know. Okay, we put Decisive Pumpkin on because it's fast. And a couple abilities. Guard break. Yeah, all that. All the good stuff. Here we go. Time to fight Sephiroth. By Sephiroth. And to be honest, you just want to ether a lot. Do a lot of reflex to get some damage in and combos. You have guard break to utilize, and then we also have Trinity, which does a hell of a lot of damage. So you'll see Trinity used a few times. And we could pretty much just use Trinity and ether the entire fight if we wanted to. But it you know, you do more damage with reflex, so it's better to use those for damage a little bit faster. Why is streamer hitting himself? God damn it. Yeah, with all the movement abilities and everything and how high level we are, this fight isn't too much of a challenge at all. Especially with Reflect doing all the damage that it does. And yeah, finished off with a very powerful Trinity. Excellent. First try every time. Okay. That is a fight that you can die to if you're not careful enough, especially if you only have ethers and don't equip elixirs like Sephi did. But yeah, first try every time. And that's it. 99% of you can leave now. It's over.
We're done.
Sephiroth percent has been completed in 8 hours, 46 minutes. 8 minutes would be very fast for a Sephiroth run. Oh man.
Fun's over, everybody.
But, but streamer, when are you gonna no damage it on critical mode?
When I stop getting asked stupid questions. How's that for an answer?
Wow. Okay. Alright. I didn't want the sass, but I got it.
You got it.
I got it.
Want the Sephi? You shouldn't have asked for the Sephi.
Okay, he's gonna go do a mini game now, which is a skateboard thingy. It's talk to Cloud as well, so he can get Fenrir. But he may as well do it all in one go. Yeah, for this you just need 200 points, and then you land and quit. That's it. Quite possibly the easiest thing ever. In 2 final mix, I think the general requirement or trophy is really difficult here. But it's really not in 2 English. It couldn't be easier. And now Tony Hawk has put down a skateboard. And he's just going around killing Heartless instead. And again, we're looking for Lucid Gems, Lightning Gems, and yeah, that's it. And thankfully, the way to the postern has quite a lot of Lightning Gems. Oh, we're not going that way. Fair enough. There are a lot away to Sephiroth. Oh yeah, and on his way he can go get Fenrir by doing the Sephiroth and Cloud storyline and everything. So it works out if you do Sephiroth at the start of the world, because you can intermittently go for synthesis items as you do the storyline and get Fenrir. Going through 3 loading zones, respawned all the enemies in this big area. My stomach just grumbled. I do apologize. Yeah, to clear the mobs, he's using Magnet Explosion, or Magnet Thunder. And because we have Finishing Plus, that allows us to just get an explosion off right after the Magnet. He can go and do the skateboard minigame to respawn the enemies. He just enters here and quits out. And it works out a little bit faster than leaving through the save point and then coming back in. Especially if you plan your route so that you start and finish in the right place and everything. No, right now we're just farming for synth items. Was that 3 lucid gems? Wow. Yeah, right now we're just farming for all these synth items because we need them all to complete the synthesis lists in the journal. Sadly, something that needs to be done. I'm guessing lightning gems are pretty much done. We just need some more lucid gems now.
Gather! Back off! Gather! Gather!
Yeah, that's where the problem came from. No one could restream this run because, you know, it's like 12 hours, so I guess you can't expect someone to be able to restream the whole thing, especially during the night, so Sephi had to last minute do the stream himself, and he doesn't have the most incredible internet or PC or anything, so that's why the quality isn't as great as we wished it would have been, but it's, you know, can still see it fine.
That was 5.
Okay. Gather! Back off!
How many you got left now?
I have 1 left, but I have 2. So
Okay.
I'm gonna respawn this one more time. The last lucid gem fly through to towards Sephiroth.
Posting.
Lightning.
Okay, yeah.
Teleport back to 100 Acre Wood is and do that.
Or you could just go in the house now.
Yeah, I want to finish all the synth before I do that, and then I can just finish and leave.
Okay.
Gather! 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 Back off! Gather! Okay. Gather! It's over! Gather! This is it! Gather! Thunder! Gather! Thunder! There! Gather! Back off! Gather!
I will follow him when he completes the run. Alright. And that should be everything, right?
Yep. Time for more mini games.
Woo! 100 Acre Wood, my favorite. Ah, there's a little bit to talk about when we get in here, I guess.
Oh, don't we forget, I need to go to Pride Lands.
Okay.
Get loose
Mhm.
lightning shots.
Yeah. Okay, so this is our first visit to Starry Hill because we skipped it earlier. There's only like 2 chests to grab here, and then we go talk to Pooh and stuff. This minigame's pretty easy. You just press triangle. Basically, like the entire game, really. You just mash triangle.
That was how I got world record. I just put the controller on the ground and hit triangle toe, and it just happened.
Yep. Damn, you must mash really well with your toe.
Yeah, I'm doing this whole run with my. If I did it with my hands, I could get it. I could get it in 6 hours.
Alright, so it kicks us back out again, and we have to go back in. We get to go around. We have to redo all of the minigames for the journal requirements. And then we'll also collect some of the items, because we left a lot of them here before. Because we have glide now, so getting the items is faster. Alright, this requirement is 9,000 points.
8,000.
8,000 points? Okay.
But you know.
And you want-
9,000
Alright. Nice, okay. So the power needs to be maxed out, or nearly maxed out in the bar. And then you have to send poo in the correct direction for it to work, so it's actually pretty difficult. It can take a few tries sometimes. This next one is a cave. He didn't get a lot of the items in here earlier on, so he's just going to be gliding around and trying to get this. He also skips a couple of the bee spawns, hopefully, because he has max level high jump and aerial dodge and glide, so it's pretty easy to skip the bees. He might not skip the one in the middle because he has to like move all the characters around and stuff and get the items. And the requirement for this is less than a minute and a half, we think. Which is very manageable even while collecting every single one of the chests. Okay, he skipped the middle bees.
I skip all the bees.
Wow, alright then. Well, we skipped all the bees and did that in 52 seconds. That was really, really good. That's the fastest I've ever seen with the chest collection. Okay, Rabbit's house is where we do the honey slider. And there's a couple items to get here as well that we didn't get earlier. Including the drawing, which will be helpful a little bit later. And in this minigame, you also need 8,000 points.
I'll get 9,000.
9, 9, 11. Whew. Could you get a 1,277?
I've already passed that.
Damn it. You've ruined everything. Hey guys, I have sweet memories of playing this game. Please. No one failfish me in chat for that, please. I'd feel bad. Hey, if you're a V-bot, failfish in chat.
Professor, it is a drawing. A drawing. Jack Sparrow. It's a key. Professor, it is a ring.
Gentlemen, what do drawrings do? Drawrings draw in things?
It is not a pipe, nor is it a drawing of a pipe. It is a t-shirt of a drawing of a pipe. Oh, thank you for the failfishes.
Everyone's just fail fishing, that's great.
I deserve it.
Yeah, that's the plot of Kingdom Hearts. It's Xehanort, even better. It is a drawing of Xehanort.
Oh, 9870. I said I was gonna get 9870. And I got 9870.
It's pretty close.
Place your bets. I win.
Next time, do better.
The game's still pretty appealing. Don't discredit it, but my capture card is not fantastic, and I have no armor, so it's suffering.
Okay, next one we're doing is... Okay, cool. We get to jump on balloons. This one is probably the most worrying, I guess.
Yeah, you can actually lose this one pretty easily.
Yeah. You can get a, well, I guess not unlucky, because it seems pretty consistent, but if you miss the balloons and keep going down to the tape at the bottom, you can lose this pretty easily. The idea is to, like, step on as many in a row as possible, get to the top and bash the big orange balloon, and then you get a bunch of little red balloons that give you a lot of score. Ah.
Wow, I actually failed it. This is really...
Yeah, it's a mini game that can definitely be failed.
That's why I don't like it. You start falling at the speed of sound to the ground, and then you have away. Like hitting balloons on your sides send you up.
Yeah.
What a stupid...
No, for this you need 2k points, but it takes quite a lot to get that. Yeah, this section is consistent, but it's pretty precise where you have to land after the big orange balloon to get on the little red ones and everything, so it can be difficult. Once you're up there and you're getting on all the little balloons, you're generally fine. Oh, you don't have to press triangle right away on a balloon? You can, like, wait a second?
Yeah.
That's cool to know.
I didn't go press triangle, I pressed circle.
Wait, what? You press circle?
Yeah, they do the same thing. They both say bounce.
Wow.
Commands aren't different.
Okay then. And now we get to this. Now this one's actually pretty difficult. Hello, mother. Alright, so has anyone seen Love Actually? My mother just came in with a bunch of pieces of paper with words written on them, so she didn't disturb me and talk during this. And she just pulled one paper away, and now they're all on my floor, which is great. But Alright, I have a pizza in my freezer, so I'm to get that out and eat it later before going to sleep. Excellent. Yeah, he did some stuff and hit some things. And a size pumpkin is put on before the start of this fight because it has a longer reach. Mom, leave me alone, I'm commentating. Get out of my room, Mom. You don't even know how important this is. 7,000 people are watching this.
Shut up.
7,716! Alright, so 100 Eggwood's done. Hollow Bastion's done. We're out. It's over. Zippo.
I can tell you already. It's
No! Okay.
I'm pretty certain of that. To finish everything else, I have to do scene.
Maybe not.
I mean, every tournament I have to do all of Twilight Town and
Yeah, Beast Castle was an arse as well. And a couple other things. Agrabah wasn't as smooth as it could have been. And I know that your PB had really solid grinds.
the only grind that really wasn't solid. BB was save some time on make it.
Yeah. 7,700 view bots. No, there's like 7,600 view bots, at least. Alright, so this is... No, he's not leveling up before anyone says anything. He's just gonna use a bunch of magnets to get lightning shards. He needs 30 of them, and you drop a hell of a lot by doing this.
Yeah,
As you can see, he's... Yeah, like, he just picked up like 20 to 25 from that alone. Okay, yeah, that's a lot.
Maybe we'll see though. I may not be able to read the times perfectly. Twilight Town takes a little bit, but not. So I mean, we'll see. I just know that the tournaments in OC take a good hour. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm misreading it.
I mean, right now it's just a pretty solid run, so we'll have to see when Hades Paradox Cup itself starts. I think we'll know. All right, so we're dropping into Twilight Town. Right now we just got a bit of a cleanup with mini games because you get to do all of the jobs that Roxas has available to him as Sora, and each one of them has a requirement for the journal. So mail delivery has to be done within 20 seconds or something. It will be done in 8. And some of the other fights. One of the harder ones being Poster Duty, which you have to clear in 30 seconds, and you actually have to have like a solid route to be able to do that. So that's one of the difficult ones. And there's just a lot of chests to collect in here, in the Sunset place, Sunset Town, and the main part of Twilight Town. His PS2 still work?
No, it's broken. I'm just playing Magic.
This is his third PS2 he's used this run.
I've just very quickly moved over from the other remembers of progress.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this world. A lot of movement. The only thing that's rather repetitive is the struggle battles that we have to do. But you'll see that a little bit later on. you can glide over that building to the left of it. Oh wow! All right, well, you learn something new every day. Oh, Sephi has beaten KH2 many times. He's beaten it to 100%, like probably 20 separate times. So there's that. Okay, so here's where the minigames start. Oh, he did a menu at the start of this world where he put on negative combo and Fenrir. So his combos now only have 1 or 2 hits in them. For this fight, you just want to cure so that you get into berserk mode, which is also an ability that he just put on. And he can just do this in a unlimited combo in the air until it gets to the requirement of 100. If you were to do this without this, you'd need to use Thunder a lot and time air combos pretty damn well. The explosion. Okay, this is pretty simple. Just does a bunch of combos and eventually it lands up at the top. He's also got finishing plus on, so he gets to do 2 finishes as his like only combo. That was really fast actually. And mail delivery, which has been done many times because you do it in any percent as Roxas. And the requirement is ridiculously easy to get. I said he'd do it in 8 seconds and he did it in 8 flat. Wow.
For you.
Thanks, man. Alright, so now he goes to the main area and he's got a bunch of items to collect. And a few more jobs. Oh, never mind. This skateboard thing. This is actually a kind of sucky little game. Because the skateboard's so finicky that your combo will drop and it'll count as a second combo, even if you just hit the wall for like half a second. Or just hit the floor, so you have to be really careful with this one. But if you play it safe enough, you should be fine. And oh, it actually happened to Sephi on one of his tries. It counted as 2 because he accidentally hit the wall. But yeah, if you know what you're doing and how to control the skateboard, it's pretty easy to get the 1000 points there. Okay, now we're going to go to the main area, collect the rest of the items that are there, and do these other few jobs available to us. God damn it, Sephi, stop proving me wrong. Alright, we're going to the sandlot. And between struggle fights, we want to make sure we have the drawing on Sora and the draw ability on so that we can do these fights nice and quickly. And yeah, just enjoy. You do that for every single fight. This Trinity away. You need to beat Haina 10 times to unlock Setzer. And then you need to beat Setzer 10 times to unlock Stifer. And then you fight him once. You have to do... Yeah, it isn't. Especially because it's so easy. Like, if it took longer than 3 seconds, then maybe it'd be worth it. If it was actually a challenge, but you just Trinity. You get all the orbs and it's over. So this is how to count 101. It's a bit late for you guys to count on Haina, but the second he starts finding Setzer, I want you all to count in chat. Prove to me that you guys can add. No, sadly we don't fight VV. Aye Salad, learn this game, please. I have learned this game. I have a run in GAJ. It's like an 11:35. It's not great, and I want to come back to it at some point. Self-confidence must be a rock bottom right now. Yeah. He's still doing so great.
Hydra is Square Enix developing 100% for their stories.
Oh my god.
You know, we can have a nice difficult 100% category. Seth comes in.
My life is a chip in your pie.
I can't. If I can put 22 grapes in my mouth at once. Well, that's all that matters. Alright, so Setzer, let's count, guys. The second the fight finishes, I want you to give me a 1. And keep going. Let's see if we can all count to 10 together.
My life is a chip in your pie. My life is a chip in your pie.
This is the time where we find out all the people that have delays.
My life is a chip in your pie.
Well, or the ones that are just trolling, I guess. I'm enjoying this counting session.
My life is a chip in your pie.
There are 7,700 people here. And we are counting to 10 in chat.
My life is a chip in your pie.
Worth it, right? We're getting there, guys. We're nearly there.
My life is a chicken.
Your life may be a chicken, but can you count to 10? That is the question, Setzer. Alright, you got one more after this one.
My life is a chip in your pie.
Here we go, boys. One more. Excited.
Cypher's my favorite though. His reaction when he dies. Oh no! He's just so mad.
We did it! Hooray! Lo hicimos. We did it. Ba, 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 ba. I'm sorry, the door opened for me to make that joke, so I had to.
They all counted. I'm so proud of them.
Oh, you guys are the best.
Good job, everybody.
Do you want to get the world record? To get the world record, we need to find Sephiroth. Can you see Sephiroth?
Oh, there's no webcam. Okay. Treasure.
Oh, that was so worth it. Yeah, there are a lot of chests here, so there's no harm in checking the journal. And now we're doing some more jobs. Junk Sweep is one of the reasons why we put both negative combos on. So that we can just swing, kill all these things in less than 4 hits. Apparently with air combos. Whoa.
Gonna do bees.
Oh wow, air hits only count as one.
Bees.
Not the bees. The bees are fun. Yes, magnet. They die.
Bees are
Alright, now the next bit is where the fun starts. At the start of this, he's gonna quickly go back right and get a poster. Then he's gonna glide over, get a poster. He's gonna get some more posters. And he's gonna glide, get some more posters. Glide, get some more posters. You see where this is going. Alright, he also might do an aerial dodge before placing a third. Okay.
Okay, oh my god. Why am I not? Oh, bro. Continue.
Okay. Whew. Sephi does a really interesting route here as well that I've never seen. Well, I've probably seen you do it before, but okay, we got it. Excellent. Whew.
No, it's not those boys.
Finny fun. Oh, we've already done the gummy too, so we can just get straight to the fun. Man, I'm excited. I hope you guys are ready for some excellent Disney songs.
Or should I do Olympus and tournaments first?
No. That would ruin everything. Alright, Atlantica is a pretty fun world for anyone that doesn't know. You walk in there, you play 5 songs. That's about it. You just do some songs. There's a little bit of movement, so you have to somewhat pay attention. But yeah, you sing some songs and have a nice time. This is where the viewers drop. This is where the viewers should skyrocket. You're about to experience the greatest singing voice of our generation, young Haley Joel Osment. Not as young as in Sixth Sense, but close enough. Like he can see dead people because they're listening to his voice sing this fucking song. Sorry, frickin' song.
Salad, this is a kid's game.
Sorry. Which we are currently being exposed to right now. Press 1 for viewer drop. 1. Guys, feel free to sing along at home. Record your videos, send it in to twitter.com. Tweet me at iisalad with your singing along with this. I'd really appreciate it.
You should record your songs and send them all to twitch.tv/biscuit07.
Don't say that.
I think anyone's actually gonna do it. Come on.
I will. This is gonna sue you for this. And I'm gonna join in.
Ready to feed.
Oh. See, I knew the viewers would go up. This is what front page Twitch looks like, guys. What's your Twitter? I will at iisalad. That's my Twitter. I'm not gonna sing. There's a 10-second delay. How about you start singing and then I just carry off from where you are? Damn it.
I can't get volume without there being volume really kind of hard work and a fair on the team.
Yeah, I had that for my run as well. Swim this way, we'll dance and we'll fight. I can't remember the next bit.
Nobody once told me the world.
I hate the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with the fin and the thumb.
In the shape of a key.
Well. Hit the ground fast and it never come back up. Whew. Yeah, it happens. Oh yeah, my Twitter is at @iisalad. If people don't follow me. Don't get me wrong, this is not self-promotion. But please send me videos of you singing. I'd really appreciate it, thank you. Subarashi. If anyone doesn't know by now, this world is completely free, by the way. I think every song is super easy. And if he fails a single one, I will be leaving the Discord immediately and not doing any more commentary.
Start at the end.
Like it's... Oh yeah, if you press start in the middle of a song, by the way, you can't continue. If you press start, you have to restart or quit. So you don't want to press start, basically.
I remember years ago being super excited because we had just gotten this, and my sister and I were up. She was gonna like play through something. I like watching it. They're gonna play. As she gets to Atlantica, she decides to do Finity Fun just over and over. Hours. Is she gonna do anything?
Alright, I'm gonna sing along to the song real quick. Somebody once.
Look at this somebody, isn't it?
Oh, dude.
I'll be right back.
I'm not singing. It's lagging behind. I'm like 10 seconds behind the delay. I have no idea what part we're on. I can sing 10 seconds behind if you want. I've got who's its and what's its galore. You want thingamabobs? I got 20. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. I wanna be where the people are. I wanna see them dancing, walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, feet. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be part of that. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest fish in the sea.
It's like she's singing to Shrek. Somebody part of your swamp.
Now, what you can't see is one of her thingamabobs in that cabin is a TV, and she's actually watching Shrek 2. anyone who left for Atlantica is really missing out. Like, nothing's happened for the past 4 hours. This is where it gets good.
Of course, I just lost 400 viewers. I don't care.
We didn't lose viewers. Oh man. I'm sorry for the coughing, guys. I know my mic is loud. I do apologize. Press 1 if you really enjoy my singing. Press 2 if you really hate my singing. Let's see this, come on. God damn it, no. Wait, was 1 for like my singing or hate it? Okay, good. Everyone loves my singing. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. Sing again. Oh, dear. Press F to pay respects for commentator trying to sing. F. F. No, I've done my singing. You guys don't need any more pain. You're already watching this run. Oh, someone whispered me a 1 as well. Thank you very much for that. Everyone whisper me. All 7,900 of you whisper me right now. Even the bots. Oh, someone was banned, so he whispered me with 1. Just to show my approval. Thank you. I can't wait to get like 70 whispers coming. The voice actor of Sora is really good.
And by that, you...
Yeah, quite. Okay. Reminder to follow the runner, Sephiroth1277, who is a fantastic runner, so yeah, follow that guy. By the way, he successfully passed Under the Sea. Congratulations, Sephi.
Thank you. Close.
It was a close call. We nearly didn't make it. Man, you know what this needs? This needs @RebelWatt and @RebelDragon to be in the lobby singing along. This is exactly what it needs. We just all randomly sing a song 10 seconds behind. Okay. Well, if there's one way to get 8,000 views, it's this. Let's go. This witch is back.
Sweetest poopsie sight.
Oh my god.
This witch is back to bring her wrath upon the sea. Triton can't be rid of me, not that easily. And like all who dare defy me, he will learn his lesson well. Never toy with a girl like me.
You got what you deserved.
Okay. Rebel, your singing would only make them stay longer. They'd watch the next 10 runs, even if they don't give a care in the world about them. I saved myself there, nearly swore again. You got what you deserved! Can you sing the last chorus, and I'll chime in.
I can sing.
God damn it, Sephi. I just want to sing This Is Not the End, my dear.
I'm not gonna lose her.
Right. We're with you all the way.
Right, fine.
Flotsam and jetsam.
Okay.
Strong as the tide, sweet as poopsies, hasten to my side right now. Mommy needs you. Smash those stupid fools. Make them run.
Sorry, Mommy. Your poopsies are toast.
Now.
This is not the end, my dears. I swear I've just begun. It's not over until the last one!
I'm sold.
That was synced, right?
Relatively.
Dude, it actually was. Awesome.
Your poopsies too.
It actually was synced. Like I listened to the audio for a second and okay. Now I've just got to sync the entire final song. A new day is dawning on. Whew. Fairy tales and miracles is what we're dreaming of. Okay. Yeah, that was hardly turbo, Sephi. That stand was quite slow. What are you doing? Go faster. You don't want to go full turbo. We learned that in Wreck-It Ralph. I'm sorry. Really sorry for that one. I should just keep singing. It's probably better for chat than my puns. We nearly had 8k viewers, and we will get 8k viewers. Nobody leave. You're trapped here now.
You found your first love and he found you too.
This is so terrible. The world or us? Because this world is terrible, which is why we need to try and make fun of it. Like, it's so bad. It's not like I can talk about the strats. Oh, he like presses triangle and X a couple times. In rhythm.
Yeah, this was the first Game Boy.
Yeah. Oh. Came out in 1981. Just after Little Mermaid. What is up, LPG Limit Break? Or RPG Limit Break? I'm your host, Ariel. Let's get right into the songs. Happy forever after! Full of joy and love. I was a bit late on. I tried. $8k! You got 8k viewers! Oh. Thank you. Thank you for the 8k viewers. You just joined? I feel so sorry for you.
I'm sorry.
I'm really, really sorry.
Now we get to do
Oh, guess what, guys? We have to play every single song again for the journal requirements. You guys excited? I bet Owen Wilson's excited. Wow, we have to do them again. That's amazing. Wow. Okay, but this time we get to quit pretty much as soon as they start. so we don't have to listen to the entire thing. I just gave 8,000 people a heart attack. I'm gonna have bad karma for a year.
So scared.
Yeah. This guy whispered me saying "woo" again.
I'm so glad we have to do it twice.
Oh man, yeah. Like I would never have done a run of this game if you had to do take the time loss. Do them again.
It actually won 200.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Oh, I have definitely gone off the deep end. I've been up for the past 30 hours. Sephi also wanted to get help in that last song. Oh. The second I said we had to do the songs again, we lost 300 views. They're gone. Never coming back. No, you cannot eat me. God. That's inappropriate, people now. Alright, so now we can get to the boring stuff that actually requires skill. Oh, okay, so now that that's done, we are now heading to Olympus Coliseum. In here we'll be doing a few mini games. We'll be collecting a bunch of blazing stones. Whew. I need to calm down now. Okay. The Stones minigame is very easy. Well, the first bit is because it's the practice mode, so you can just quit out. The second one we need to get, is it 1,000 or 1,500 points? Probably 1,000. Seriously, 1,000 people left after Atlantic. What a fun world it is. Right, so yeah, we don't have much of a combo here, so we just kill everything. Explosions immediately. Makes this fight really fast. We want to hit the big gun into the little ones to get a bunch of orbs and to meet the requirement of 1,000 score. That's pretty much it. Really easy fight to get the requirement of. Oh, you're saying people left because of me? I tried my hardest, alright? I tried to sing. You muted my stream for the singing. Okay, well, that's fine. I know who's not going to your funeral. Me. Okay, so after this, we're going to be doing the synth grind. Tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it didn't even matter. Okay, and you already have quite a lot more blazing stones than we'd usually have at this point, right?
I have 7.
7? Okay, that's a good start. It really is. And we need to get 25. And to do this, there's a nice little loop that we can do in this area. Which you will see after we do the fight. We enter through the save point, then go up one of the paths, and back up the other, and then back through the save point and warp out. And the drop rate for these, they're not that bad usually. Like, we'll see a few of them. It's RNG dependent, so hopefully we'll just get a decent amount, a decent enough time. We peaked viewers at Finny Fun. That's pretty cool. It's not exactly. What the hell was that? I just went real Australian. It's not exactly like 6,500 views is actually that bad, but you know. I'm quite happy to have that, as long as it allows me to buy a kangaroo at the end of the day, you know? It's all that really matters. Allows me to buy my kangaroo, mate, that's all that really matters. We haven't even explored accents this entire run. It's disappointing, because I can throw a mean few accents around. I don't think anyone deserves it. Oh. Dinkum, mate. Dinkum is a word? Wow. Worst joint for commentary? Dude, don't do an American accent. I've never been able to do one of those.
Ooh, let me try. Hi.
Dude, that was really good. Oh my god. Can you just keep that up for the rest of the run?
Game Addict, I am the restreamer.
I mean, nobody can actually hear you, but yeah.
This is what the feed is. Again, there's no restreamer.
Speak Finnish. No. I will not speak Finnish. We just did speak Finnish in Atlantica. Finns? No? Alright. That's fine. I get it. Hey guys, why don't we just focus on what really matters, and that's the children. As long as we focus on children and their future, that's all that matters.
Carol, stop.
Wait, is he doing an Aussie accent or just Australian? I am a legit British man. Afraid. I wish I was Australian, because Australians are pretty great.
Oh hey baby, we were at 8,000 before Antarctica.
Yeah, we peaked. We got 8,000 viewers during Atlantica. I'm super pumped about that. But everyone comes for the 100% completion run, so. Y'all seen that movie about lions? The Lion King?
No, the other one.
Oh, right. The Lion King too?
Yeah, no, the Lion King.
Lion King 1.5. It's just the Lion King, but it crashes every 5 seconds. Every time Simba jumps. This is what JJ runs do to you.
I only have 3 stones left. 22.
Okay. No, we told people to send Biscuit047 videos. We didn't tell anyone to send Bloody Biscuit stuff. Although he did get a shout out when I stole his Zalden meme.
Second-hand lion. That's the workout.
I don't have any coffee. I don't like coffee. Okay, Sephi let to count. We're good. We have to do 2 tournaments here. Finish off the synthesis, and then we get to do the 4 Paradox Cups. Give the capture card coffee. Yeah, that should be all the synth items we need. There's a chance that he missed 1 or 2 and miscounted, but well, we will find out a bit later. Please sing I Can Go the Distance. Nope. Not happening. Finny fun is over. We're not allowed to have fun for the rest of this speedrun. It's serious time now. No fun allowed. Sephi, am I right in saying that you didn't use Wisdom Form Genie earlier?
I used it.
You did? Okay. I remember Master.
I have to do Final Form Genie and Stitch, but Stitch gets used.
Yeah. Oh, and Whirly Goof. Will you always just do that after the tournaments anyway?
There's no place that I thought of about that. But it's just not good for me.
I actually can't sing Ocean Man. I don't know it. I feel like I've betrayed the human race, but I don't know it. I'm so sorry. Oh, and in this tournament we need 2,300 points. It's free.
You need 1,000.
But yeah. Really?
Yeah, this is the early.
Oh. Okay. You need 1,000 points, which is very easy. And yeah, final's pretty overpowered in Cerberus. We just do, you know, some thunders and he dies. Sing Skyscraper? No! Why am I getting these requests, guys? Do I look like Demi Lovato? I mean, well, yes.
Like, don't answer.
You haven't seen me naked. But, no, I'm not singing Skyscraper. Maybe... Oh no, he's already done Zenless one.
Skyscrapers later. Okay.
Okay. There are more buildings. A whole new world. It's about enough.
Dare kill this one.
Salad, you look funny when you do that. Do you have cameras in my room? Am I being punked?
You're on TV.
Oh! Sing brain power. No. Like, I am not singing anything. Again. Wow! You did it! Amazing! Unbelievable! I really can't do Owen Wilson, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm not even gonna pretend to know this one. How much score do you want?
I don't say don't need wishing lamp or use of Peter Pan's, but I clearly tested. I think there's probably...
Yeah, I think this one is the one with the references.
It says it's...
7, yeah. It could be 8. It's not gonna be 9. Okay. Oh boy, 10 hours in. Yeah, final fights are less than 15 minutes, like 13 and a half or so. But the final Paradox Cup is like 45 minutes though.
I don't think I'll peak, but I think that...
Yeah, something like that. It's been a pretty good run. You use Nog Smash here, in case you guys were wondering. Oh, and Berserk! Hello!
Paradox Cup.
Do you use Berserk? Final Form. That was sexy.
Now we gotta do all.
This is the part where we hope that we got everything. We try to use energy items as much as possible, because it lessens the necessary materials by half, and then, you know, it means that we just have more materials to make all the other stuff. Just in case we need it. And when you get to a certain level, you can start using bright crystals as well as the energy. And we just make everything that is available to us. You also might want to use Serenity on a few items later on to get his Moogle experience higher, because you need to hit level 9 in order to fulfill the synthesis requirements. Oh no, the bright items increase the XP, my bad. He uses Serenity items to upgrade these items. We have to re-enter the synthesis in a minute to add the mithril gem to our collection, and then we just want to upgrade that. But this looks pretty good. We just need to look at the list now and make sure that we got all of the amount of items that we needed. And we also want to make elixirs and magic boosts and power boosts if need be. As many as we can. And mega elixirs so that we can have 6 for the final fights. Or elixirs.
Stuff.
Yeah, you've got 11 elixirs. 12. Oh, what are you missing?
Nothing. I'm just taking the save point warp closer to Hades so I can do Paradox.
Oh, okay. Did you check the list?
Huh? Everything got...
Did you check the synthesis list?
I guess I didn't, but everything got done. And you get rewards and stuff for finishing it. Let's just take... Uh-oh. Big collection. I'm already here. I'm gonna do this.
Okay. Not sure. There are a couple where you just assumed you'd be okay, so it's probably one of those, I'm guessing. So we're just gonna have to leave and go and get one shard or stone or gem throughout the entire world. It won't take too long. Okay, so this is where we kind of soup ourselves up and our party members with ethers and different rings and armor a little bit as well. So that we're ready for the Paradox Cup. Oh yeah, we have these 4 cups, a limit to use when these cups are done, and then we have to go get one more synth item. And then the game's done. We go and fight final Zemnis and everything. And we're not sure what's missing yet. We're gonna check after the cups are done, because we're already standing where the cups are.
Only one collection is something.
This tournament isn't particularly hard, you just use a bunch of magnets and thunders and stuff.
try to explain.
Here you go. Here.
Back off. Let's go. Gather.
Is this game overrated? Wow. I mean, 2 English isn't, because 2FM came out and everyone says how great 2FM is.
Gather.
Which it is, by the way.
There. Gather. Thunder. Gather.
And again, we're getting
Definitely better. A lot of people just track of KH2.
Gather.
We had anything to compare it to.
yeah.
Gather.
And it's in English, so obviously it's better. Alright, yeah, we're getting an example of how good Magnet is with Final Form again. Just decimates everything.
Gather.
Can you hear me now?
Gather. Okay.
Okay, so this is the one you need 1300 points for, which was met easily. Okay, so we have 2 more cups left. The Titan and Hades Paradox Cups. We're going to start to see the use of summons a little bit, I think, anyway, to make sure we get the score requirement. So we're going to see Peter Pan come out like we did in previous tournaments. And the score requirement for this is it 5,000? 10,000, right. So, Pan's coming out. And this is an example of one of the best rounds to use it, with all the assassins and morning stars. Something to note is that we are pressing X instead of triangle here, because triangle does a lot more damage than X and kills the enemies quickly. So we want them to live as long as possible when we press X. Although the assassins stay invincible anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Keep thinking, what is this yah-yah spam? What are people talking about? It's the sound that Peter Pan's making, I'm sure.
Give me strength. Our turn. Gather. Right. Our turn.
And now that he's at 10k points, he can focus on going fast.
It's of fury.
Okay, and now we have one more tournament to go. He put Donald's comment on because comment is really good. He put all his elixirs on. So he's got 6 for the next fight. And then he put some items on party members, things like that, to prepare them all for it. And Ultima Weapon is being used. So enjoy that. It has MP Haste Stagger, so basically there are some parts where you want to fly around and dodge attacks you won't have MP for. So during that part it's really helpful to have MP Haste Stagger, so your MP recharges really quickly. So the idea of this fight, or this tournament, each 10 rounds has a rule from a different cup. The first 10 rounds, I don't know, they're just kind of normal. You kill things with magnet explosions. As you can see, the battle level for this tournament is pretty high, and the enemies aren't taking as much damage as they were in the previous ones. So this one's clearly a bit more difficult. Even non-beginner. And there's also a score requirement that Sephi will be paying attention to, which means that in the parts of this tournament that have the same rules as the Titan Cup, which is 11 to 20, he's going to be using Peter Pan as much as possible on quite a few specific rounds that he knows can get him a lot of points. I don't appreciate the people saying that my singing was bad in chat. Like, it wasn't that bad. You've definitely heard worse in your life. Oh, Swift, thank you. You're lying, but thank you. Okay, so for a lot about of this fight, it's also about managing your MP well. Because when Donald and Goofy run out of ethers to give you, you can't give yourself MP because you need to save your elixirs for the later rounds. When things get real. Oh, one, definitely. Okay. This is Tifa and Yuffie. Just use a lot of reflex. Try not to get hit by stuff. Because these enemies really can do a lot of damage. So you do have to be careful during this tournament to make sure you don't die. It's a very possible thing that can happen. I've never thought about using Genie there, but that did a lot of damage. Alright, cool. Yuffie also can't be killed by thunder. She's really annoying. Yeah, this thing has 50 rounds, and if you die once in the entire thing, yep, you're dead, and you have to restart from the beginning again. Which, you know, at that point most people just quit the run and stop. It's a marathon, so if Sephi does die in the 49th round, or something like that, then he has to like redo the entire tournament, which would suck. But he's done the tournament many times in his life. This cup takes about... It can take about 40 minutes from the start, if you're pretty swift. But you'd expect around about 45 minutes. And here's a good example of using Chicken Little. Chicken Little, yeah, using Chicken Little here. Dressed up as a kid from Neverland. And there's also one round, I think might be 18, where there are, actually it could be this round, where the second wave is a bunch of not living bones, aerial knockers. And you want to use Peter Pan's limit a lot on those aerial knockers. And if you hit them in the right place and everything, and at the right time, you do a lot of damage. So that's going to be on like round 17 or 18. Alright, this fight you just want to alternate between doing combos and genie limits. Because after one genie limit, a lot of the time he'll be in the air and his genie limit will whiff, so you want to do air combos to get him back down. That was a pretty solid fight. I thought Chicken Little was a chicken, or... It depends on what your perceptions of a chicken are, really. I guess. Alright, so I think it's this round, after these enemies, you get the aerial knockers. I don't know, maybe. Nope, I'm stupid. Alright. They come eventually, I promise you guys. Round 49. Oh, okay, we're using Stitch here, that's right. So, we haven't used Stitch yet, we need to use his limit once in the entire run for JJ requirement. And he also happens to give you quite a lot of points. Yeah, he needs 15k score, and ideally you want to get to about like 11k by the end of round 20. That's usually a pretty safe number to go by. Sephi might decide to get a few more kills, a few more score after that, just to be safe, and I wouldn't blame him at all. But yeah, after all these enemies, you get the aerial knockers, I think, which is where you'll see a lot of score. And it should be enough to get him over 10k. Okay, yeah, again, using Stitch, because if we use Peter Pan here, then you could kill them too quickly, so... Stitch just hits them for a lot of score. Playing music to bring back the viewers. Exactly. Okay, yeah, Sephi's playing it safe here and going for another limit. To make sure that he gets the point requirements by the end. There's also a rapid thruster round, round 47, I believe. Or 45, so he can use that one if he wants to get extra score later. And now, apart from Goofy's Whirligoof, he should have used every single limit that's in the journal. Yeah, because you can use summons indefinitely. Genie is a really good bet here, especially if you're having trouble with a certain round. His limit does a lot of damage. Final for grouped enemies and Valor if it's just like one. Also gives him something to do while his magic is recharging. Because again, he can't use his elixirs right now, because he's saving them for final fights. Okay, so in this fight he's going to want to do something like 4 Valor Genie finishes, and then a full aerial combo or something, or like an aerial spiral. I can't remember what it is exactly, but he just repeats that until he dies. And he also needs to summon Genie one more time after it runs out. You'd think Pete would be a little bit harder than this, but sadly he's not. Okay, the aerial spiral thing does work. The first time you tried it and it didn't work, I was like, damn it, did I just jinx you? Okay, so yeah, you can do that, and it makes him do the pound the ground move instead of the pinball, which means you can keep on hitting him with Genie. Okay, so now we're on rounds 21 to 30. And Comet's a pretty good choice for the majority of this. But you are not allowed to drive. Oh wow, both Donald and Goofy died. So yeah, it was probably safe to use an elixir there. With Donald and Goofy both dead. Okay, yeah, so I thought this happened. Like, the second he used Comet, he ran out of magic, but I guess he was just really, really low at the start. So I was kind of confused. But yeah, on these 10 rounds, you just want to use Comet as much as possible because your limits only take up like 1/5 of your bar or something, so you can get lots of them off before losing your magic. He could heal and wait for his mandatory regen, but that takes a lot of time. Well, not too much because of MP high Stagger and everything, but you still don't want to spend like 15 to 20 seconds just circling around the arena. He might do that in the later rounds when like dying is a much more possibility, but on these rounds he just wants to go fast. That's his main priority. Later on he'll worry about staying alive more, because the fights get more dangerous. Sephi's getting destroyed right now by Cloud. And yeah, because limits take up so little magic, you can just use Knock Smash as well. Will he die to Leon? Like you? No. Probably not. Yeah, commentary is going to be a bit late. I'm watching it at the same time you guys are on stream, so it's going to be like 10 to 15 seconds late. I do apologize. I'm trying to offset it a little bit. Nothing's really happening in these 10 rounds anyway. He's just using Comet over and over again to try and finish it quickly. Oh, and I hate Shamans. No, this isn't gonna PB. It's a pretty good run, it really is. Like, considering how much RNG there is in this run. Like, it's unlikely to get a super solid run in a no reset, so this is really good. And Sephi also hasn't completed a run for quite a little, some time, so he hasn't had a lot of end game practice, exactly. $49 out of 50, what is he missing? That's what we're gonna go find out. We need to go into the synth part of the Moogle and find out which list we're missing. It'll probably be like one Dark Shard or one Lightning Shard or something that you have to go get. It won't be anything that wastes too much time. So ideally in this fight you'd have enough magic to just keep on using Nog Smash until he died. But sadly he didn't have a lot of magic, so you just gotta wait for his magic to refill and then you can keep Nog Smashing again. Hades? More like, hey dead. Yeah, no, I can't do it. Especially with a 15-second delay, that was awful. Right, 31 of 40, he's going to be using Final Form. It's a little trick, I'm not sure if he does it. He might do it now, but if you use a magnet on a bunch of enemies and revert immediately after using that magnet, you will get your drive bars back for some reason. So if he does it right, he'll just like randomly zoom up to 5 or 6 drive bars. And you also regain your drive back really, really quickly during these fights. So he might do that a little bit. It's just so you can use all your magic by doing magnets and stuff. And then you do the magnet revert strat, so you get full drive again. And then you can go into a drive form and regain all your magic back. So you can keep on looping it like that. So you have magic for the entire 10 rounds. But if not, it's still pretty fast to do combos with Final Form. Okay, this is a fight that he really would have liked magic for, so we could reflect these guys, but full combos are pretty good on these fights. Again, Final Form combos are really good in general. There we go. I have the 15-second delay, but you could see he did the magnet revert strat to gain his drive back. It's just a pretty cool little thing, so you can keep using magic over and over again without having to use ethers or anything. This run went anti-form twice while he was trying to get final form. Oh, and the 15,000 point requirement is coming up in a second, so got it. By quite a lot as well, so he played it safe, which is probably the best idea to do in a marathon. Because again, if he dies or doesn't get 15,000 points by the end of this cup, he has to redo the entire thing, so it makes sense to play it safe in a marathon. Okay, so the cure was probably a smart decision there. Like, you really just want to play it as safe as you can throughout these fights, especially when it gets towards the end of the cup. The enemies start getting a lot more dangerous. Oh, there's also a time limit for these 10 rounds, but that really doesn't matter. If you don't meet this time limit, then something's wrong with you. You're playing the game wrong. He can't go anti-form in a cup. It's just part of the rules. It just won't let him go anti-form in this tournament. Also, there's no chance because he's used final form so much. So his anti-points are probably 0 right now. Most definitely 0 right now. This looks to be going pretty solid. Oh, okay, we're in a cloud DM. How does he get his drive back so quick? It's just these rounds. These rounds give you your stuff back really quickly. Alright, so now we get to definitely the hard part of this cup. Rounds 41 to 50 are quite brutal, and deaths can happen. Hopefully we can see that. We're going to be trying to use a bunch of well-timed reflects and magnet explosions throughout this these 10 rounds. You'll also be seeing a couple of elixirs thrown, especially on the most dangerous ones, where we just want to keep the enemies looped in a magnet thunder combo for the entire fight. Also, I can't tell you how scary it was getting all this way as a kid to find out that there was a living bone here. It's like one of the scariest enemies. Okay, yeah, this is one fight where well-timed reflex works so well. I'm not gonna sing to you guys. We've been through this. We've done the singing. Alright, so we're going for reflex here instead of magnets. It's working pretty well, so there's that. A lot of people would just spam magnets and use an elixir during this fight. We still might see an elixir come out, yeah, we will. Okay. Whew. What round are we on? Alright, this one. So this is just a minute of flying around. You can't kill these enemies in the time. They just keep respawning. So the best thing to do is just conserve your magic for the next 5 rounds. And Sephi still has 2 elixirs left, so... He'll probably save one for round 49. But, use the other one in the next round, or the round after. Yeah, the best thing to do would have been to cure Arga and just fly around, but he forgot to do that. It's fine though, his health is at a decent level. To be fair, he has come towards the end of an 11-hour run, so we can give him credit for forgetting something. This is one fight that he may use one of his 2 elixirs on. Yeah, okay. Okay, after this final living bone, a few more enemies are going to spawn. There's going to be a bunch of morning stars and some crescendos. Okay, he's going to cure here, which is definitely a smart thing to do. Oh, okay, first of all he's got the Assault Riders and the Emerald Boots, right? After that, he's going to have crescendos and morning stars. So he really wants to try and kill all the crescendos, or kill all the morning stars at the same time, because the crescendos will heal all the morning stars, which is something that you really don't want to happen. Because the fight can last forever if the crescendos just keep healing them. Okay, so we got a Reflect Off, which killed all the crescendos, so he's good. Also, these Morning Stars give you their RNG where they jump in the air, like all the time. Oh, I thought he died then for a second. Oh! My voice is coming out robotic. Is it? Okay, Cerberus, he's just going to do a bunch of combos. He might do some reflects here and there, some trinities to get damage off. And then by the end of the fight, he'll probably make sure his MP and HP is at decent level before killing Cerberus. That way he can go into round 49 with decent enough levels of magic and everything. Cerberus generally just isn't a very difficult round if you know what you're doing. Like to die in anyway. You also want to get the RC with Doggy Paddle. Because you know, it's just time where he's not attacking you. Sadly, he's been a little bit unfortunate with his combos and he hasn't been able to hit it. Okay, he got it that time, cool. So he'll get a lot of damage here while he's knocked out, and then again, as he gets towards the end of the fight, he's going to try and make sure he's got enough magic and MP. HP even, most likely. To swag finish. Okay, so he's using Cure here and he's just gonna try and not get hit for the rest of the fight. And he'll wait until his magic comes back to kill him. Okay, he got Doggy Battle, cool. Alright, so we're going into this final fight. He's gonna want to use Reflex basically for the entire thing and try and kill him that way. He's also got an elixir, so he can throw that if he needs to. after his reflex get him out of magic. And hopefully, fingers crossed, things will all go well and he won't die. To Leon. Okay, this is looking really, really good so far. Hopefully you feel die. Okay, this is where the elixir comes out. Yeah, okay. And should be fine after a few more reflects. Excellent, wow. Okay. Sorry about the delayed reaction on stream and everything. Alright, this fight. If he dies in this fight, I swear, I am leaving the Discord and never coming back. But this is Hades, final Hades, the 50th round, and we want to do Trinity, a bunch of ground combos, try not to get hit by his DM, and do Hercules' reaction command with the balls whenever possible. Until he dies. And then after this tournament fight, we will use Goofy's Limit Whirligoof on the way back to the save point. Then we'll warp out and go to a Moogle in OC to see what synthesis item we missed out. And then we'll have to go and get that real quick. And then we will go to the world that never was and finish the game. Okay, so his magic should come back, and then he'll need one more Trinity to kill him. And that's GG! Oh wow, that ending was sick. Hercules always pushing him out the damn way. Alright, well, there we go. Nearly sub 11 on the tournaments here. For anyone on tech and everything, he's got about 15 odd minutes to go. Depending on which synthesis item we missed. That's Whirligoof right there. You got 3 minutes to run.
Alright, here we go.
Hiya.
This is... You jerks. Bench. 26. I really did not count that. Okay, well,
Dense shards.
The 4 of those.
Yeah.
Turn that in.
Okay, well, the Moogle, the save point, and the dense shards are all fairly close together, so that's not too
I'm
bad.
just gonna spawn at this save point here and run in.
go back. But yeah, dense shards are really easy and quick to get with the creepers. Well, you want to go back to put them in the Moogle, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is like, you get so many dense shards when you kill these enemies earlier on in the game, and you also get a lot from various dragoons. So it's a bit odd that we still had to get 4 more.
And we get to sit through the credits of this run, I'm being told. Odd chance.
Woo!
Okay, so that should be the complete this. I'm gonna check here.
Yes.
Where are you? I'm missing a combo. No, I did Chicken Little's combo attack in the Pirate's Time fight, but it's trying to tell me I didn't. That's actually odd. I intentionally opened his back up.
Give me strength.
Oh yeah, you did.
You know, actually cut
I guess so. Yeah, maybe. You probably either have to finish the limit or connect with the balls or something.
Now you done journey? Okay, now the journey's done. That was
It's fine, guys. We just had to play baseball, bro.
See, I didn't think that would happen because I intentionally route in his Chicken Little's attack in that time fight, but I guess I just didn't connect with anything.
Yeah,
That seems really silly.
I remember that. And now we'll take the scenic route and get all the way back to the top.
That's fine, we'll just have a fun little ending since it's
Mm-hmm. And you've got like 6 elixirs to put on if you want to put some of those on.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep some on and customize them. And just do all the strats here. God, I haven't done these strats.
Yeah.
I can pull off magic lock on.
Riku's session as well.
I get everything. Taken care of. One turn.
Why not use Warp Point? Because it doesn't matter anymore. We're having fun.
I have 6 fingers, which I'm mega. Custom. Okay, affinity. Right, let's roll.
This is it. The final 12 odd minutes of the run.
Yeah, we are a bit ahead of schedule. Well, especially and why we're gonna skip through credits. Let things roll.
Which is also what is necessary for a run of this game. We just want to clarify that you get the 100% at the ending screen. So it's what is done anyway.
Yeah, if you were to peek, you would have just. I think I broke it.
Sephi, get a building!
Okay, hold
Um.
When I get an RC to
Wait, are you still? Alright, well, good thing this wasn't world record pace, huh?
I'm just enjoying the scenery.
Well, we got one eventually. I probably could have sung Skyscraper in the time it took to find that. Sadly, this engine part is the same as any percent. Final form. Oh boy. Nope, master. Okay, good. There's going to be another example of the magnet revert thing coming up on the core. So Sephi gets all his drive back. I mean, yeah, guys, it obviously should be final form. Sadly, the magnet revert trick doesn't work here with final form for some reason. And now we're back to a battle level much lower than the Hades Paradox ones. So we can clearly do a lot more damage to this.
Stupid. I'm not even trying.
It's a fun limit.
At the end.
Okay, this fight is just going to be a few Valor finishes and then he dies. One of the most satisfying fights at the end here. And then we get the cooldown, where we have to sit and watch Sora take on Blue Eyes White Dragon for about 3.5 minutes. Oh hey, we did finish at level 76. I've been telling people that level the entire run. It actually happened. Not bad. Yeah, this fight is very anticlimactic. Like, you get here on like world record pace and everything. which I wouldn't know much about, but and then you have to sit here for 4 minutes. Even on JJ, it takes so long to do. $11 hours and no food. I mean, Sephi had food. I think. Did I feed him? No, sadly I didn't. I'm nowhere near him. Physically. Emotionally, we're close, but... Alright, now that that's over with, we actually get to a somewhat fun fight. In terms of strats, you just combo and use reflex and stuff. Maybe a bit of Trinity. And there's one little special thing that you'll be seeing that involves magic lock-on. I mean, strats at this point, they're hot too. But yeah, you just saw magic lock-on strats. Pretty funny. And saves a little bit of time too. You warp straight to the guy. And that works because with magic lock-on, you can use a thunder from way across the arena, complete other side if you want to. And it will automatically lock onto him. And while you're locked on, if you use a Trinity, you just warp straight to him. You'll also see him do an aerial dodge and a glide just before the magic lock-on, and that skips the snowflakes that can appear and attack you. Yeah, you get attacked by snowflakes. I realize I just said that. Yeah. But yeah, you kill this guy before he can even stand up. Again. And this final Trinity will kill him rather quickly. And he's stopped doing the combos after the first Trinity finisher, so we could get an elixir off. And now if he gets some good reflect damage at the start of this fight, you should be able to kill him in like one full Trinity and a full combo or something like that, because reflect does so much damage at the start. We'll see how much damage you can get. But we're a couple of minutes away from finishing now. Okay, so decent reflect damage. And now he's gonna do some Trinities. GG. And that's a dead Zemus. Okay, so there were little bits of bad RNG. The synth thing was unfortunate, and then there are a couple mini games that didn't go first try, but apart from that, that was a really fantastic run. About an 11:18:55-ish. Yeah. Which is still better than any run that anyone apart from Sephiroth has done of JJ. Really good run, dude. Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk nice and loudly into your mic and say anything for the stream?
I can't. Don't say
I
another
love you.
word. It's not
All
over.
of you.
It's just not. How can you say that? Even if we
Yeah, thanks a lot to everyone who watched. There were a lot of people in here.
Aw, come on, Riku.
It was really cool to see. And it kept me company and Sephi company so we could answer questions and stuff.
Sora,
But you're tired too.
you leave.
I'm a little bit tired, yeah. I didn't have to play though, I was just chilling.